Hello again. Whoever decides to ever show up for these. Whoever you are, or even if you're the same person, it's great to know you exist again. Just give me a quick second. I'm just figuring out my stream setup. Yep. Alright, you can see everything. Yep, you can see everything. Alright. Just gonna have music in the background. Alright, so I got my iron tool. And I also got a sword as well. Pretty big, powerful one. That right here. Hopefully I can make it to that. Since last death. Yeah, how much is that on this one? Lots of changes. Oh, let's get down there. Does 15 damage. That's see, like, oh god. Oh, I should have gotten ideological or something. Or at least I can repair it with bones. Bunch of health. Hopefully I have bombs somewhere. Should hope so. Okay, at least for this one bombs. I guess I could use iron to heal it. Hopefully. Alright, I can. I guess I can go back mining. Just bring over to Does dominate. Whatever. I hate it when I just click the thing and it's just like, I don't know what the hell it does. It doesn't do what I told it to do. Whatever. Diamond. Normal sword. I got a big cleaver for like bosses or something. What is that? Well, I don't know what this does. This is new, right? Online edition. So what does it mean? I don't know how to get user. Oh, okay. So it's like that?
Don't worry, we're safe.
Our Tinga bombs. Let's go through the instructions on how to cook the Tinga bombs. You do not need any water.
Here, family X.
So there's core, plates. Yeah, it's plates, cores, and trims. Just increases durability. Gain. Okay. That sounds good. Alright, so cheap is that. Okay. Milk rejuvenates you and your armor. Where's your armor? It's good for maybe as a trim. Everything would be crazy.
My want to die!
This is the inventory that Notch wanted for Minecraft. As you can see, it's quite a bit different. We have 8 more equipable slots, an area with stats listed, and No way to craft. And I know this because he posted a mock-up of a potential inventory screen on his Tumblr back when he was developing the game. Some of this we've seen before. Obviously this is armor, this is our left and right hands, but what are these other slots for? Well, we actually have an answer to that. In another post, Notch says the actual slots were just copied from another game of his, and this game was called Legend of the Chamber. And you can actually find some copies of the game still
What the fuck? Combustible. That's why it just ignited. Ignited.
I'm talking get your my tit on the beat. You gotta put a lot of let it be. Because I like to have a lot of beat. I remember eating outside with my whole team. Now I gotta stay home cause of quarantine.
Get in there!
Very bouncy, but will not last long in the water. Okay. The horse itself is on fire. Yeah. That'd be pretty nice. I'll be pretty nice. No, I got silver armor. I have to probably do something like that. Nothing. I'm just studying poisons, increase sensitivity for Here we go, treated wood is ideological. Well, probably make it as a trim. Or plate. Yeah, plates are the thing with the craziest amount of shit to get hit, right? That would make sense. Absorbent. eventually gets outdated. There's gonna be more shit to this.
It's time to browse wish. Is that horse stick? It's time to browse wish.
I found all sorts of cool gadgets and devices this year, and as
Okay.
AI is ready to work
Fuck
for you.
AI. I
With
don't
drug
care. I
discovery
don't care
tools
enough.
powered by
I found all sorts of cool gadgets and devices this year, and as this year draws to an end, I'm going to take a look back at some of my favourite moments. This light-up toilet bowl was really cool. It cycles through 8 different colours, or you can set it to hold on one. It's just this little unit with this LED bulb on the back. You bend it to shape to go over the toilet pan.
Jesus Christ, power of the sun. Okay.
Ha! Alright, Morty, now it's time we remerge your little ass. You're better. You're a better man than me, Rick. I'm healthy enough to admit that.
If a super loud noise enters your ear, the sound waves can actually rip through your eardrum. This is because these sound waves have significantly higher pressure than the air inside your ear. And as this pressure builds, it can cause the eardrum to tear, which ruptures the delicate membrane. Suddenly, you can no longer hear out of that ear as it begins to painfully ring. Now, the eardrum will eventually heal, but it'll take a few weeks before it's back to normal.
Alien. What does that mean for this? Okay, whatever it is. Affects the plate. If the player is attacked and is blocking, inflicts the player's negative status effect on the attacker. Bonus drama protection tokens for writing players. Okay, I don't know what that means. Maybe. Tom and Jerry mean? Jesus Christ, Jade. What in the world is Tom and Jerry? Amber? Or maybe.
Over the past week, everybody has been talking about Sweet Baby Inc., which is an inclusion-focused narrative consulting company who has helped to work on recent video games such as Alan Wake 2, Spider-Man 2, God of
Maybe
War
like a
Ragnarok,
trim or
Fable,
something?
Battle
Oh,
Shaper,
plus I already
and Heroes
have
of June. But people don't just have a big issue with this
one.
company due to this company's involvement
double
in
strength
development of NDA,
explosive.
but more importantly, the tactics used in order to get those changes made. Games Nosh on Twitter shows an
Yeah, I'm just
example
trying to
of this
figure out what's in
captain.
here.
The co-founder of Sweet Baby
Yes, this is new.
proudly explains the method
Singularium.
force game bosses at game studios to censor,
Alright, maybe.
alter, and diversify game projects she feels are problematic, terrify them, aka threaten
Aluminum.
the anger of the cancel culture mob.
If you're a creative working in AAA, which I did for many, many years, put this stuff up to your higher ups. And if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your
Tom and
marketing
Jerry
team
seems like
and just
an interesting
terrify them
thing.
with the possibility of what's going to happen
Platinum.
if they don't give you what you want.
Oliver Jai
It's
responds
just-
by saying, "No idea why any game devs would want to consult with such sharks." Games Nosh responds, "Fear. What if there's something offensive in our game we just can't see
Maybe.
because to us it's no big deal? Better get in progressive consultants that can spot them to be safe and avoid online controversy."
Alright, I got black
Responds by saying,
quartz
"And just
everywhere.
terrify them. They are so confident and pronounced in the way
And
they
it's
put
pretty
forward these
good.
ideas against game companies. But
It
when the
ain't
tables are
void, but
turned,
it's pretty
they plead
good.
the victim card while trying to action
Maybe
it
black
as
quartz
harassment.
core.
Lol, laughing my ass off. Games Nosh responds by saying,
With-
because they see the online cancel culture mob and the harassment they indulge in as genuinely virtuous and making the world a better
And
place.
study.
It's why she's proudly saying it on stage at GDC and not
Gotta be
keeping it as a
something for
secret. The ends
study.
justify the means. Grums quote tweets Games Nosh and says, "Sweet Baby used fear, intimidation, and the threat of cancellation to get studios to make their games carry their political narrative. This is the founder's own
Right.
words." Ramirez responds, "The choice is clear for developers. A, fear leftist cancel mobs who will not buy your game, or B, fear your actual customers who
Money
refuse to buy
modifiers?
leftist garbage ideology games." Grums responds by saying, "Personal fear outweighs fear for the company."
I don't know. I'm bored. I don't know what that means. Somehow you feel healthier. I have no idea what that means. But it got good stats. Maybe I'll make it like the plates or maybe the trim. Probably the trim if I get more of it. Oh, I don't know what alien means. Fuck, that might be good as well.
If you want to play, then let's start.
That'd be pretty helpful. Not making it the core though. Oh, that's only for like tools, huh? Get that. Try to make some shiny. Yeah, I don't get that. Maybe not.
Resource to play with, so little time.
Oh.
You should start running if you value its mine.
Oh, that's kind of like heals me or heals the armor. Then I might do basalt for like a trim.
Characters depicted in this video are fictional. Any similarity to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
I don't know.
Choice specs. Choice band. Choice scarf.
And then
Knife orb. Booster energy.
work in progress. I don't. Alright.
Can we tell the best roommate story of all time? We know the same one. I would often go and hang out in Damon's room. Sometimes he'd come to my
Was
back
there-
house that I lived in. We would like chill. One time my girlfriend was over, and we both.
I wanted to show you guys a video of they just gotten footage of like deep sea Humboldt squid. So it's like a black and white video of like Humboldt squids like popping up. Like it was a
Like a
really cool
we
deal.
knocked on your door and we were talking, and then you're like, "Oh, dude, you got to come see this." And you're at your desk, and we walked. We watched this video together. And
Snooping as usual, I see.
Through the walls.
Hey guys, it's Verbalace, Beat Monster from Outer Space.
Get me out. That'd be pretty good. They revive like zombies? What does that mean? Like you kill it and it just immediately comes back to life? I don't get that. Everyone keeps around. Over isn't too bad. increases the amount of microphone slots. Alright, so living wood might be a good, like, trim, or, yeah, just trim.
Alright, that's all the time we have for today.
The answer is a dinner plate. The official name is My Plate. It shows different food groups represented by portion sizes.
Oh, God.
Nice
You know what?
tried.
They replaced that in 2011,
Oh.
and we were too busy thinking about something else.
Yeah, we're too busy Party Rock Anthem.
Speedy. Adding redstone does that. Resilient is, yeah.
Angela.
So, resistance,
Angela.
blast resistance, gentle resistance.
And someone showed her a YouTube video of the footage, and she was like, I can't believe that happened today.
Hey! I had, I think, 2 sips of coffee before this video, okay?
Ian, go ahead.
I'll do the cooldown for 50.
Cool it down.
What is the date of Free Slurpee Day? Courtney?
July 11th.
That is true. It's 7/11. Never forget.
We all the blank canvas or change a drawing that they already have.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Look at this.
You can move it.
Oh my god.
You could change it, or you could do new drawing. The audience isn't able to see half the drawings that are going on. Just know they're penises.
Yeah, we should try a whole episode that's like no penises.
No penis.
Yes.
Jackpot. Only
no,
penis.
no penis and no.
Because first off.
Whoa. God. Wow. Wow. Incredible. Not a single note.
Why? The question is, why are we blurring the one on the right? Because it's a penis or because it's a skyscraper? Which? Oh my god. Did you guys not occur that it's a...
I did that very last minute. I was the only one in mind. Oh my god, no. With a plane.
What do you think xylophone is spelled?
I heard you. I was in there for
Out of
that.
curiosity.
What?
This is unrelated about a different video. What do you think it's great? What do you think the first letter of xylophone is?
X. Can I follow up? What did you think xylophone started with?
I don't know.
You said it's Z, didn't you?
And Anthony literally said he's gonna quit Swan.
Not again.
He got up and said, I'm gonna quit Swan.
But no, and that doesn't even trump the fact that you thought 9/11 happened in 2011.
No, you did not. I did it. Okay.
Yeah, man, that would have been crazy if that had happened.
To release Party Rock Anthem right after 9/11 would have been crazy.
It's the leading over me, but it's like, sir, their uncle and nephew.
No. Oh my god. Finally, 2001.
Alright, so a bunch of things.
It was March of 2001. And that was the year that Courtney and I began our research. So that's why that's important. That's all we got to talk about.
Bad idea.
Hello and welcome back to the Drag Academy
They just teleported to whatever that is.
We have today 3 incredible graduates. She never shows up to her gigs. Please welcome to the stage Miss Ing. Okay.
Ooh, I don't know what the hell spawned,
She
but
gets
it doesn't
ripped
like me
apart by
seeing
the
that.
toilet paper in our bathrooms. Please welcome to the stage Maya Soul. Should I do the third one? Courtney will hate this. She's a joke that's banned from Smosh except for Smosh sketches. She's unforgettable. Please welcome Nina Levin.
Knew it!
Not Nina Levin.
Oh, they're gone. What the hell? What the hell? Oh, the balloon's gone, and there's nothing here.
Whoever made this meme made Angela cry.
What? Why is it gone?
Okay, for context, there was an episode of our Beverly quiz show where Angela thought, for a moment, for at least a brief moment, she thought 9/11 happened in 2000.
It was a long day. It was a long day.
Look, it's a...
It was the first video of the day.
You know, it was...
You know what?
It was a long day. It was 8 a.m. Okay, who was this? Was it Spencer? Was it Kimmy? Was it Aaron Dougal or was it Kiana?
This is good.
Extension, floating, shear, farming,
Who
lubricated.
had access to get this photo? Who on this list is no longer friends with
Did Raven see 9/11 coming?
Collecting.
Okay, listen. If she could see into the future, if she could, this was pre.
Is it her fault?
That's the headline. Is 9/11 Raven Simone's fault?
It's like
Are we getting close to that question?
Yeah,
That's gonna get really close.
I don't think it is. I don't think she could have done much about it. Imagine if there's an episode of That's So Raven
my
and
God.
she sees this. What is she supposed to do? Call the Pentagon? Hi, I'm a teenage girl and I can see into the future.
Bone could be pretty good.
I'm aboard.
This is your captain speaking. I just want to thank you all for flying with us on this gorgeous weekday. Today, of course, the date being not that important because there's nothing important about today. Actually, there's not one important historical event that I can think of that happens today. Anyway, if you take a look to your right, you'll see the beautiful New York City skyline. Take it in, all the skyscrapers. Yep, nothing bad can happen today. What's that? What? Just kidding. Brace yourselves. It seems that a bunch of geese have flown into the engines, so we're going down. Fasten your seatbelts.
Sully!
Today is January 15th, 2009. That could have gone way worse.
We love you, Tom Hanks.
This is our last one. Let's do it. I hope I can. Did he drop the mic at the end? Can I hear that one more time?
That was a call to 9/11. Or no. Sorry, that was a call to 911.
Tell us the code, Jagoff.
So I was recently made aware that they made a sequel to one of my favorite animated movies, Megamind. If you haven't seen the movie, it is an incredible work of art. You've got Will Ferrell.
I gotta do Living Wood if I have to do that. Attack is less than normal?
Jonah Hill, Tina Fey doing the voice of some of these characters. The script is perfection, and the animation style is really unique for its time. Like a lot of the classic Disney movies, your Toy Stories, your Lion King, if you're an adult, you're gonna get just as much, if not more, out of the film. Now, I'm not gonna explain what happens in Megamind, one, because you should just go watch the film yourself, and there are tons of YouTubers that have done deep analysis on this movie. Otherwise, you could also watch the beginning of Megamind 2. The movie starts with a summary of what happened in the first film. However, it is so apparent Will Ferrell did not come back to voice Megamind, and it's definitely not written by the same people either. It feels like they literally asked an AI to give them a quick summary of Megamind and then had a dude do his best impression of Will Ferrell doing Megamind. Did that make sense?
I set out to find my destiny. A city full of danger.
Imagine my confusion watching this, just being like, oh, I'm in for a trip. So enter this squad of villains. They're called the Goldfish Gang. They are robbing an aquarium because there's a fish that has gems on it, I guess. And we get a really cool scene where Megamind defeats them with his gizmos and gadgets. Spoiler alert, the movie Megamind ends with this guy who is a super villain becoming the hero of the city, so getting to see him in action was actually kind of cool. However, it was ruined by a few things. Obviously ruined by the fact that it's not Will Ferrell doing the voice. The animation style is really awful. He throws a water bottle, and it's the weirdest throwing animation I've ever seen. They changed one of the main characters' name. The minion of Megamind was named Minion, and I think for copyright reasons with Despicable Me, they don't refer to him as Minion. They say that they changed his name to Chum. They play it off as a copyright issue in the universe.
Due to a cease and desist order from Mr. Minion's Meatsicles, I can no longer call myself Minion.
Hilarious that DreamWorks couldn't get the rights to use the name of a character that they already owned. I don't know what the heck that's about. Maybe they didn't want to just shell out the cash, and that would make sense because it's obviously not written, animated, or played by the same actors. In the next scene, we get to see where Roxanne left off, and we find out that actually this movie takes place just a few days after the first one. And you may be thinking, oh, Roxanne, that woman that loved to be a reporter, she was working her way up the ladder, it was so important to her, but no, they immediately established that she actually is bored with reporting, which is wild. It's just been a few days, and Roxanne meets this kid that's the head of the Megamind fan club. And after hearing that they're a content creator that has 500,000 subscribers or something, she debates quitting her job and decides to pick up side hobbies.
I'm streaming a show with 500,000 subscribers.
I mean, that's not that cool. Somebody who has 500,000 subscribers on a social media platform. But at this point, it's also just so obvious that not only is no one who made the original movie coming back to make this sequel, but a lot of the characters that you know and love from the first movie act completely different. Megamind, instead of just being this alien who is not as intelligent when it comes to the things and the ways of Earth, is actually just an idiot in general.
Toasters need to be plugged in or they won't work.
He's also a huge pompous dickhead. He had arrogance in the first movie, he definitely had pride, but this movie dials those qualities up to 10. And it doesn't help that in this scene, it ends with, I guess, Megamind has treated Chum so badly that Chum just asked to be upgraded to a sidekick, and Megamind fires him.
We part now on friendly terms.
The fan club girl also meets Megamind here and is like, hey, we should probably work on your public image. I'm the #1 fan of yours. I can help you. And Megamind is like, I really don't care about that. Gives her a grenade and leaves. Then it flashes over to a prison that is holding these other supervillains called the Dune Syndicate. It's revealed that their previous leader was Megamind, and when they see on the news that he's become a hero, they think, oh, we need to break out of here and fucking approach this dude. We then find out that they're not being kept in like a super villain prison. They're being kept in like a normal prison, and this Doom Syndicate, that's going to be a rough one to remember, consists of a woman that can control the weather, this hypnotist mime, a literal golem made of lava and rock, and Edward Elric's brother from Full Metal Alchemist. So their powers are super OP. I mean, one of them shoots lightning, one of them controls shadows, one of them can hypnotize people to do whatever they want. They just blow a hole in this normal ass prison's wall and walk out. They fly over to Megamind's lair, and he's like, oh shit, I'm gonna die. Because he's super smart, but these guys, I mean, it's not even close. But we find out that they actually don't believe he's a hero. They think that he's going undercover as a hero to pull the wool over the public's eyes before this alleged phase 2. Roxanne is also there, and he introduces her as his wife, and they act like they weren't in a relationship in the first one. For those of you who don't know, by the end of the movie, they're romantic, they're partners. In this one, they're not. It's just a complicated friendship. I don't even know if the people that made this sequel will watch the first one, completely ignoring things in the Wikipedia summary. It's painful. Megamind decides that the only way he's going to be able to defeat the Syndicate is to pretend that they're right. But before we find out what phase 2, they go out in the city to just like have a destruction reunion. And I know the budget for this probably wasn't as good as the first one. I mean, it was a straight to Peacock film. But the city is just like entirely abandoned. There are no people. They rendered a city, dropped these character models in it, and we're just like, look, they're destroying the city. And the destruction isn't even really that crazy. I think they like throw up a sign. And of course the fan club girl is following Megamind, and the sign almost falls on her, but he saves her without them seeing and is like, please leave. But she reveals she wants to be a crime fighter, just like him, to which obviously he's like, hey, I'm kind of undercover here, I don't got time for this. He leaves, and they end up at a bank. So the other villains are like, hey Megamind, you're the most evil of all, go rob this bank. We want to watch to see how it's done. When in reality they are testing him a little bit. So he goes in, he's in a bit of a pickle. In comes the fan club girl, she saves the day. She convinces them to basically LARP a bank robbery, and they're like, this is a normal thing that happens. So the villains see him pointing a gun at all of them, and that's it. They just kind of leave. They don't leave with money. It's just kind of like, oh, he did it, cool, let's go. The next scene then takes place at Megamind's lair, where the Syndicate is throwing an end to Metro City party. And other than being annoyed, Megamind is like, I guess this is what I have to do. Until the Goldfish Squad, or whatever they were called from the first scene, comes in, and they're like, everybody, he's a supervillain. Except before they can say that, Megamind has to stop them, so he distracts everybody by dancing. No, really, he just starts dancing, and everybody's like, whoa! While everybody's distracted, he then dehydrates them and stores them away, and the problem is solved. The next day, we get to find out what phase 2 is. We find out that the plan for phase 2 is that they built a bunch of rockets under Metro City, and they want to launch it into space. He could have just told them that too, but instead he physically shows them the rockets. I feel like a lot of this movie could have been avoided with any common sense, but when he doesn't want to launch the rockets, they obviously are like, okay, you've been lying to us, you're a hero, screw you. And rather than just kicking his ass right there, they're like, you have until the end of the day, or we're gonna kill you and do phase 2. In the next scene, Megamind is realizing that he needs to ask for help but doesn't want to. They introduce in the middle of this theme that he doesn't want to work with a team. I mean, I guess it could be inferred since he was the leader of the Syndicate and then he wasn't. They never establish it. They very quickly establish it here, and it feels totally out of place. He goes to find Mr. Min Chum. He's met with the fact that Chum got a part-time job at this dingy diner and turned it into this reservation-only donut shop that is fully automated. He is doing very well for himself, and his boss likes it. So Megamind is like, ah, shit, I'm gonna go fight the Syndicate by myself. And you guessed it, a dude who is super smart and has gadgets that malfunction all the time is not able to defeat people with the literal power of God. So they beat him up. He somehow escapes it. A dude who was super smart, dingy diner, and turned it into this reservation-only donut shop that is fully automated. He is doing very well for himself, and his boss likes him. So Megamind is like, ah, shit, I'm gonna go fight the Syndicate by myself. And you guessed it, a dude who is super smart and has gadgets that malfunction all the time is not able to defeat people with the literal power of God. So they beat him up. He somehow escapes, and later that evening, Roxanne and the fan club girl, I don't know why they're hanging out, find Megamind because I guess the fan girl had a tracker on him. she's a stan. It's super creepy, but some of you have done that to BTS. Some of you have done that to Taylor Swift. I know if you're a Minecraft YouTube watcher, you've done this. They find him and he's like forlorn. He's like, oh, there's no one to protect the city. We're doomed. And they quickly fulfill the theme that they introduced just a couple of scenes prior. And they're like, no, we can beat them with the power of teamwork. And of course, Chum shows up because he must also have a tracker. And it's like, I'll quit my job and work with you. So they go to this universe's version of Costco to get equipment to defeat the Syndicate with. And we cut to the scene where the Syndicate is at the control room. They're ready to launch the rocket, and they do. But as they do, who turns up but Megamind and his team? They're gonna stop them with teamwork. So as the countdown goes down for this city rocket launch, they are fighting the villains with like tennis ball launchers or evading traps with plungers. And before Minion Chum is able to click the button that stops the launch, the city is launched into the air. It looks like everything is doomed. Oh, the doomed Syndicate. I get it now. But if you thought the city being destroyed would convey a level of stakes to you as the watcher, it won't. At no point do you feel like there are any stakes involved. The rest of the battle, which is like 20 minutes long, can be summarized as just they beat them with teamwork. Because it's like shots of Megamind fighting somebody and then one of his friends comes in to save the day. They're gonna stop the launch. They weren't able to, but then one of them helps, and they are. And as the city plummets to the ground, gravity just ceases to exist for some reason. Nobody's lifted into the air. There's like no destruction. Now that the villains are defeated, all is well, and for some reason, Roxanne beeps with the mayor who is there, and she just becomes the mayor in the next scene. And it ends with them on top of a tower being like, this city is safe now with my team. And they light a Megamind version of the bat signal that looks awful. To my horror, what caught my eye after this was up next a show that they made and released with this movie, making it evidently clear that this whole movie was made to launch a show on Peacock. Now we can get into why this movie absolutely sucks, because from my perspective, there's two things. You never feel like there's stakes. It really does actually feel like they asked ChatGPT for a sequel to Megamind, hired a writer for like a day to insert some jokes, and then we're like, cool, ship it. As a fan of the original Megamind, it feels so disrespectful that they couldn't get the original screenwriters back, the original director, the original actors, but they couldn't even do just the story justice. They completely erased character development that happens throughout the entire first movie and just change everything. The characters have no soul, the story is lackluster at best, and this bothers me because you can tell from watching this that their plan was to release a movie and then a series, but they also have the gall to make this series alongside it. I've seen like Disney make series based off of previous movies people like. I think they've done like a Hercules show, a Toy Story show. It's not unusual, but they always leave like the main story and that continuity very contained so that if they want to make a sequel in the future with the original creators, they absolutely can. It feels so disrespectful that instead of just making a series for kids that's not gonna have all of the production value, we're not gonna get the original people back, we just want to put colors and movement on screen that kids can look at. But it's really annoying when they take this and they completely cut off the ability for anybody to add to it in the future without accepting this hot pile of capitalist shit that was made purely to rope people in with the nostalgia from the first movie and get their kids to watch this series. And in all honesty, I think even a kid could point out that the story is stupid, they don't care about the characters, and the art style really is truly bad. Anyway, that's my thoughts on Megamind. If you like this video,
Like and subscribe.
and if you don't subscribe, this'll happen.
Ready?
blinded by the sacrifice of ignorance. But now you shall see. Beyond the debris, like tears of eagles, and the world on the sea of skill that it created. For now I hoist the torch, take the parade, and other victims head. Inferno, your souls wicked to burn, no mercy granted to the lambs, but these lads. But presence by us, we can never know your gas, the beast was born with a drink for a soul of pain, like the fire. Even my creation, of which you are so virgin, your pleasure that you hold into your nation. Innocent will get you far in this scary way, we get my pleasure in my play all the same.
Oh yeah, that's fun.
You up behind this morning, morning, I'm able to explore the skies. Innocence doesn't get you far. Fear the strength of Christ and the power down. Waiting for your time at the stars, this wailing rhythm. Somebody has tossed and waiting to play the body madness in the same with a slow terror calling my name.
I'm just making a small room. Something happened. So no, not yet. Fucking hate that my playlist doesn't work. Whatever.
Before we dive into this video, I just wanted to mention that there may be a few audio inconsistencies since I recorded this over the span of 9 months in multiple different spaces. Thank you for understanding. I have so much to share, perhaps too much to share. Let us begin. Wreck-It Ralph is my favorite movie. Produced by Walt Disney Animation Studios and directed by Rich Moore,
Wow,
it was
it's
released
time
in
for me
theaters
to
on
get the hell
November
out of
2nd,
here.
2012. Our titular Ralph character lives in an old 80s arcade game called Fix-It Felix Jr., and his job is to be a bad guy, and he wrecks the building. That's why he's called that! But unfortunately for him, his hard work goes unappreciated. In fact, he's outcast and neglected by all the other good guys in this game just because he's a bad guy. And he's been doing his job for 30 years and nothing has changed. So Ralph reaches a breaking point, thinking that if he gets a hero's medal, something that good guys get all the time, he'll finally be treated with the respect he deserves. But Ralph God-given fists of destruction, wasn't exactly programmed to be a good guy. So his ventures into Hero's Duty, a game where he can earn a medal, proved to be a little more chaotic than he imagined. After an unfortunate series of events that almost resulted in Sonic's death, he finds himself stuck in a new racing game called Sugar Rush, where he stumbles upon this bratty little kid named Vanellope. As it turns out, Vanellope is dying to be a racer, but she's forbidden to because she's a glitch, which the members of her game relentlessly harass and outcast her for. Sound familiar? So Vanellope steals Ralph's medal so she can enter the race, and Ralph is obviously pissed at her, but they can only reobtain the medal if she wins, and since she needs his help to make a cart, they reluctantly team up. But not only did Vanellope need Ralph's help, but he also needed her help. The two argue and jab at each other at first, until they slowly begin to realize how similar their struggles are. And because of that connection, they end up forming a true and sincere friendship, and quite possibly the first friend that either of them has ever had. By the end of the film, Ralph accepts the fact that in his code, he is a bad guy. Except now, that's something that he's learned to embrace and love himself for.
If that little kid likes me, how bad can I be?
Also, these two hook up. To be honest, I don't think I saw this movie when it first came out, or if I did, I don't remember it because I would have been like 8 years old.
Okay,
but I
so
do
that's...
remember having the DVD and watching it in the basement with my family maybe once. And that's also when I first discovered Sonic existed. Wow. A lot more recently, I decided to rewatch the movie because I hadn't seen it since I was a kid. And that's the moment it began to consume my entire life. To put it simply, Wreck-It Ralph is just one of those scrumptious movies where you pick up on new details every time you rewatch it. Not to mention, no matter how many times you've seen it, it's still funny.
Get one of those medals, Victory. What does that mean, baby?
But one of the first standout aspects of this film is even before the opening sequence. Excuse me, citizen, have you seen this man? Officers, I've never seen him in my life. Disney has been using the Steamboat Willie animation to introduce their feature films ever since 2007, with Meet the Robinsons being its debut. But Wreck-It Ralph was the very first one to put a unique spin on it. In fact, it remains the only one out of 16 films to do so. And I'm not counting the ones that are anniversaries, and neither am I counting the ones with, like, singing in the background. I'm looking at you, Frozen. Following this intro, the entire movie is filled with attention to detail, its specialty being references to gaming culture, and there's probably too many to count. But a few honorable mentions include the graffiti on the walls of Game Central Station, the post-credit sequence featuring a Pac-Man kill screen, and my personal favorite, this cute little gameplay segment from Tabbers.
Common. Hold that thought.
It's also pretty easy to see how Sugar Rush was inspired by Mario Kart. They have Sugar Cube item boxes with Sweet Seekers as an obvious parallel to Red Shells. They also have a mini map with the racer's face on it, and Blackadoos that look like marshmallows, burning out at the start of a race, boost pads, rocket launchers, Rainbow Road, and even the design of the game console itself. In a time before the Mario movie existed, with its absolutely peak Rainbow Road sequence, oh my god, Sugar Rush was the closest you were going to get to that sort of thing in 2012. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this movie was the first theatrical debut for a lot of these classic gaming characters. I honestly think it's pretty fair to say that Wreck-It Ralph proved that, despite previous attempts, video game movies actually could be successful. Do you see this big, beautiful man right here? That wouldn't have been possible if he hadn't gone to group therapy first. Although he honestly still needs therapy in that movie.
Pain is the best teacher.
Now it's clear that this film has resonated with people.
The fuck is that? The fuck is that? The fuck is that?
Impact. But I feel like nowadays, in retrospect, Wreck-It Ralph stands in a weird middle ground between not quite being underrated, but still not talked about nearly enough. It's definitely a great and solid film, but it's not going to absolutely blow you away like, for example, Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. It was also 12 years ago, so I think that also might have something to do with it. That, and well,
Okay, other than that, you can
something
make
else that
this.
came along that I think we all try to forget.
Not much there.
Following its 2018 release, Ralph Breaks the Internet gained a huge amount of infamy on YouTube, which is pretty ironic because he goes viral in the movie. But this is kind of a problem because the most popular videos on Wreck-It Ralph are on how bad the sequel is. And don't get me wrong, it is more than okay to criticize it, but when you associate the
That's
first
it?
film so much with this abomination, they begin to feel inseparable. Megamind, on the other hand, was able to take the punches with its horrible sequel because the standalone film already garnered huge amounts of praise. But given that Megamind is just sort of its own phenomenon, that sort of thing didn't really happen with Wreck-It Ralph, so it just lives in the shadow of its sequel. A dark shadow of cringe. Now, I don't want to dwell on this soulless dumpster fire for much longer, but I'm pretty sure that all Disney saw in Wreck-It Ralph was an IP crossover fest, which is more than
That's why.
disappointing because it has so much potential.
Alright, I gotta get rid of this.
Although that was a chunk of the first film's personality,
Magic
it was
guy.
charming because they handled it responsibly, pretty much limiting brand mentions to clever one-offs. I also think it's because a lot of the product placements, not you, were loving tributes to retro gaming. Whereas in Ralph Breaks the Internet, it's just there. A lot of it was just so blatant and lacking in self-control, and I think that was one of its many glaring problems. Also, can you believe that Colleen fucking Ballinger is in this movie? Like, I didn't know it could age worse than it already has. But as the years pass, people won't remember a bad sequel, or at least anything besides the fact that it sucked. They'll always return to the original, the one that touched the hearts of millions. So much so that a careless cash grab feels like a personal attack on our emotional connection to the first film. For there to have been such a defensive outcry against Ralph Breaks the Internet, people had to care about Wreck-It Ralph. But do you know who the best character in this movie is? I'll give you a hint. Time's
There it is.
up! That's right, it's But unfortunately, this isn't a 2-hour-long analysis on Hubert. It's about, wait, why is there
Rightful ruler, King Candy.
Although this film mainly focuses on a character versus society conflict, i.e. Ralph and Vanellope against the world, it still has a villain, and a pretty damn good one at that. In classic Disney movies, villains usually have the widest range of expression, and that couldn't be more true for King Candy. He's able to be mysterious and threatening, while simultaneously being funny and energetic. This is all nicely complemented by his servant Sourville, who, on the contrary, has the enthusiasm of a dehydrated plant. This personality makes Candy not only an entertaining and interesting character, but also a really fun villain. I think it's well agreed upon that the best Disney villains are the ones that make you laugh while also making you cower. That is to say, they're a little bit silly sometimes, but will not hesitate to terrorize the main characters and the audience if they feel like it. They're also gay. Furthermore, King Candy's characterization is elevated even higher by a stellar vocal performance from Alan Tudyk, who actually won an Annie Award for his performance back when the movie came out. Now here he is doing the silly voice. That's what we're all here for.
You are a threat to my game, to the order I have maintained.
Alan was first approached by Disney asking if he was able to do an Ed Wood impression, who was an American actor and comedian who notably played the Mad Hatter in Disney's 1951 film Alice in Wonderland. So if you think King Candy's voice sounds familiar, this is probably the reason why.
Tea? Oh, I never thought of tea, of course. Tea.
So now that you know what he's supposed to sound like, here's what he sounds like in Wreck-It Ralph's teaser trailer for some godforsaken reason.
You're game jumping? What the fuck? Why does he sound like?
So from my understanding, his teaser trailer for some godforsaken reason.
You're game jumping? What the fuck? Why does he sound like?
So from my understanding, this happened because they no longer had Alan Tudyk on set, and they needed lines recorded for the trailer, but he was gone, and they couldn't use the Ralph, you're not going turbo, because that's a weird thing to put into a trailer, because no one's gonna know what that is. So they just had some random guy do it. From what I can gather from interviews, Alan seems to have really enjoyed playing his role as King Candy, especially since he was allowed to improvise some of his lines. So what's Disney doing with him nowadays? Let's see. He was the goat from Wish, and he'll also be Hey Hey again in the upcoming Moana 2. I mean, a paycheck's a paycheck. But I think that's enough rambling. So now let's get into every single sin King Candy has ever committed in his entire life.
Sourville, that glitch cannot be allowed to reign.
King Candy is a fantastic villain. Like any good tyrant, he's always ready to put up a charismatic facade. But even that can't hide how self-obsessed he is. From the moment Candy is introduced, you're already sick of him. His introductory speech is laced with condescending remarks that feed into his monstrous ego. To start us off, here's his very first line.
Oh my royal subject!
I get he's the king and all, but there's just something about the way he puts everyone beneath him while also declaring they're all loyal to him and would never question anything he says or does. And then he throws Candy from his sleeves down onto the citizens who also happen to be made of candy. We're 10 seconds into his introduction, and he's already promoting cannibalism. You know what, let's do a blitz round. How many times can he be an asshole within one scene? Go!
Disadvantage pay to play. We all know this. The fee to compete is 1 gold coin from your previous winnings, if you've ever won. Which, I have. Let me go first.
Okay, so his current assessment is he hasn't done anything horrible yet, but he is being kind of microaggressive and sort of a bitch. I also want to go over how Sourville introduces him. He says, rightful ruler. Now ask yourself, why exactly would he have to clarify that? That's like if the president just got elected and you introduced them like this. Let us welcome our legitimately and democratically elected president who did not lose any of the ballots on purpose. That incident was an accident. Somebody sneezed and the ballots went flying out the window into a Category 6 hurricane, and we unfortunately couldn't catch them.
We fought.
The fact Candy wanted Sourville to say rightful ruler means that he's attempting to legitimize his position of power as much as possible, even with his first introductory line. Even him appeasing the citizens by throwing candy at them could be a distraction. But there's no way he could be anything but their wonderful, charitable, supreme ruler. At least, that's what they think.
You're not going turbo, are you? Turbo? No, I'm not going turbo. Come on, guys.
Ralph's gone turbo. Going on about cake and medals. But I never thought he'd go turbo. Go turbo? You game jump? Ralph, not going turbo, are you?
Oh boy, we got ourselves a twist villain. Then that's all they wrote for the next 6 years. Okay, but King Candy works because he was already the villain, and being Turbo doesn't contradict any of his behavior, it explains it. Not to mention the consistent foreshadowing that actually makes sense throughout the entire movie. Well, that begs the question, how much foreshadowing actually was there for King Candy's twist? You know, funny you ask, because if we take a closer look at this very scene, did you ever notice he was standing on top of a red and white grandstand? Let me say that again. Red and white, and it's even striped. Also, speaking of stripes, his helmet has a stripe down the middle. Guess who else's helmet has a stripe down the middle? But my personal favorite is that when he puts his goggles over his eyes, they actually tint them yellow! Anyways, I want to talk about a scene that I think is really interesting, and here's the transition. The first actual hint there's something up with him is pretty early on. After Vanellope steals his medal, Ralph goes on a rampage trying to catch her. He also sends countless innocent civilians flying onto the pavement. That is until he gets trapped in a giant cupcake and is taken to the castle by donut cops. There, he's interrogated by the big, fruity Frumple himself. What was that now? Let's see. How does he initiate this professional interaction? You know, I think it's a pretty good first impression. If he wasn't being in your face before, now he's really kicking it up a notch. And speaking of faces...
Milk my dad! It's Wreck-It Ralph!
Hold on, did you hear what he just said?
Milk my dad!
Not that.
It's Wreck-It Ralph!
He recognized who Ralph was. Hello? What is that about? I know this moment is brought up a lot when people talk about foreshadowing in this movie, but for good reason. Because isn't it weird that King Candy recognizes Ralph the instant that he sees him? And given how Ralph answers,
yeah,
he's kind of weirded out too, because he's from a 30-year-old game, and Sugar Rush seems to be relatively new. And as sad as it is, this kind of attention is something that Ralph rarely receives. Not even the people that play Fix-It Felix Jr. know what his name is. So how does King Candy know Ralph's name, despite never being told the title of the movie?
The answer is hidden in plain sight!
If you take a closer look at the Turbo flashback, or even during the beginning time-lapse, you can spot Turbo Time positioned directly next to Fix-It Felix Jr. Oh my god, they were roommates. So having lived next to his cabinet for years, of course Turbo would recognize Ralph. And that's also why under his new identity, he's so surprised. Because this is the first time in decades that he's seeing him again. Ralph, on the other hand, has no idea who he's really talking to, which leads him to ask,
Who are you, the guy that makes the donuts?
No, I'm King Candy!
wait, did you guys see that?
God damn it.
I know what you are. But seriously, that's what we're going to talk about next. Animated body language. It's done
should probably
especially
make an
well in
X.
this movie, with it carrying the most weight in the
Because
emotional
it'll
scenes,
make
which,
things a little bit
trust me,
easier.
we will cover, whether you like it or not. It's very interesting to me, because you know that even the smallest waver in expression or a subtle shift in posture has been looked over thousands of times by the animators and was included as a deliberate choice. I think one of the most
What was the
unique
other tool?
instances of body language in
Oh,
this
there's like
movie is
3
Channel
tools that-
Telepathic's glitching, which ranges
know
from being
them.
an intense and
I
garbage
don't know
mess
what
when
the
he's
real
upset,
difference is
to an
between
insignificant
them.
blip when she's confused.
What were they again?
That
Damn
being
it.
said, if we put King Candy in
Or
a meat
hand
grinder,
was-
no. If we put King Candy under a microscope, like the vile specimen he is,
Hatchet.
what would
That's
we
what it is.
learn exactly?
No.
Because we
That's
just need
just
to see what's
chopping.
inside that sick head of his.
Matalk.
don't we? Notice how at
Matalk is
first,
a
Candy
versatile
nervously
farming tool.
laughs when Ralph asks who he's supposed to be, before quickly dismissing his proposal that he could,
Yeah,
in
it seems
fact,
like it
be
tills
somebody
off.
else. He then declares his name with quite a lot of embellishment, almost as if he's acting out a performance. Looking closely,
think
you can
this would
even
be
see him
pretty good
relax
for the-
afterwards, then proceeding to quietly observe Ralph's reaction. It's almost as if he's double-checking to see if his facade paid off. This half-nervous, half-performative nature follows King Candy everywhere he
So,
goes,
Hatchet
giving his
Head
character an
and
untrustworthy
Shovel.
atmosphere. And this is even before things start getting weird. Also, I found this detail from a post by Starleska on Tumblr,
So
and I
I
want to
don't
thank
need
them for letting me
notes.
include this in the video, because cool analyses like this only fuel my ever-growing Wreck-It Ralph obsession. So thanks a lot for that. What's he gonna say next?
You game jump? Ralph, you're not going turbo, are you?
What? No.
Hey! Wait a minute! On first viewing, this moment is just like all the other accusations. A bit
I'm surprised
rude,
that's not being
but on
used.
rewatch, the absolute hypocrisy really starts to settle in. But something else interesting happens. Before he mutters the name Turbo, he glances to the floor like it's forbidden to even mention, his hands looming closer like he's speaking of a ghost. He threatens Ralph with this accusation, all while he's well aware of the fact, perhaps even relishing in it, that he himself is the monster he speaks of. Which I honestly think is pretty cool, not gonna lie. But the next exchange is where we really get a glimpse of his putrid nature.
If you think you can come in here to my kingdom and take over my game, you've got another thing coming.
Easy, your puffiness.
It's funny how quickly
Probably
Candy
like
jumps to conclusions.
Stonehead.
And quite literally, it
Maybe
seems,
Ironhead,
he threatens
Stone.
Ralph on behalf of coming here to take over, quote, his kingdom. You know, he seems awfully entitled thinking he owns the place, but what exactly is it that he's doing right
Okay,
now?
thank God it wasn't gold.
He's afraid of losing something that he already has, losing his game to a competitor. Is he, dare I say, jealous? And whose jealousy was it that sparked a murderous rampage approximately 25 years ago? Excuse me, sir, your turbo is showing. The rest is exposition about the medal, and then he
Yeah, I should
pieces the
probably-
fuck out, leaving Ralph to be re-brutalized by the police. Okay, so if the cops were made of ice cream, I would say clearly they live to soft serve and protect. But they're made of donuts, and I couldn't think of anything funny. Dude, their badges literally say to heat and serve.
It was right there.
Oh, wait. Damn it, I already have a tool on.
Before we dive further into Turbo, we need to establish the societal rules of this arcade world. So if you haven't seen the movie in a while, here's a little refresher. Every character belongs to their own game, and good guy, bad guy, NPC, it doesn't matter who you are. You have one crucial job. Follow your programming.
Can't mess with your program, bro.
So stick to the program, soldier.
Stick with the program.
As you can see, this ideology is encouraged by pretty much everyone, like it's hard-coded into them. But what happens if you don't? Well, let's just say you run the risk of subjecting yourself to the worst fate imaginable. Getting unplugged.
They're gonna pull our plug.
It's pretty much exactly what it sounds like. Getting unplugged means you either die along with your game, swallowed into an endless vortex of nothingness, or best case scenario, you escape and become homeless, unable to fulfill your designated purpose ever again. The whole concept of unplugging is actually pretty morbid when you think about it. In technical terms, there's no reason why unplugging a game should erase any of its data, but in this world, electricity is everybody's life force. Without it, who knows what'll happen? Well, actually, if there's an outage, everybody just piles into the power strip and has a fun little sleepover, so yeah, it's a little less dramatic than I was hoping. But
Iron Axe.
there is no fun to be had. Even worse, this deadly possibility relies on factors solely outside of your control. That is
And
unless you decide to take
shovel
matters into your
of
own
stone.
hands. Going to other games is fine during closing hours, but during open hours is completely unheard of. Being outside of your game at this time is obviously very dangerous, because if you
Die outside your own game, you don't regenerate. Ever. Game
Yeah, that
over.
helps.
Thanks, Sonic. But this practice is also dangerous because the players might see you somewhere you don't belong, and not only jeopardizing the game you're in, but also the game you left. Best case scenario, players will shrug off anything weird and move on to spend all their remaining tokens at the Deal or No Deal machine for the next 2 hours. But at worst, they'll assume that your game is broken. Now you're out of order, and death is just around the corner. And so that is when it becomes game jumping, which just might be the biggest taboo in their entire society. Guess whose fault that is? So back in 1982, when the arcade first opened, Turbo Time was by far the most popular game. For some reason, given that it seems to consist of a featureless dirt loop with 0 points of interest, but I mean, hey, the bar was lower back then. And for personal safety reasons, I'm just kidding. Regardless, Turbo loved the attention. A completely healthy and normal amount. So then 5 years pass, Yes, and now it's 1987, which was also the year of an
leave me
incident at some
Perry.
random pizza chain nearby, but you guys don't
It-
care about
it
that.
seems
And
like a
then
guy
this new
that would just
racing
be named
game called
Terry.
Road Blasters comes rolling in, right across from Turbo Time. So, like a good neighbor, Turbo decides to give the new arrivals a warm welcome by ramming into them with his car and T-boning them to death. In the end, Turbo not only unplugged Road Blasters,
Yeah,
but
it
also
should be
his
for
own
wood
game due to his
and all
absence
others.
rendering it unplayable. And so neither of the cabinets ever saw the light of day again. It seems they were less of new arrivals and more like new rivals. But more on the scene itself. It's overlaid with a grainy, distorted filter, making the flashback all the more mysterious and atmospheric. And the story is super concise, communicating everything we need to know about this freak in under a minute. Very well executed. But in terms of an in-world explanation, it's been spread around for years by word of mouth, through rumors and horror stories, stripped down to its bare essential events. But what I find especially interesting is how much Felix knows about it. In this scene, he's explaining the story to Calhoun because she's not in the know, and neither is the audience, so it works pretty well. But he's been around long enough to live through what happened. It's probably a day that everyone in the arcade remembers, and one that nobody's shaken off since. I can't help but imagine it must have been especially hard for Felix, because you have to remember that Turbo was his neighbor, or maybe even someone he tried to look out for.
Well, were they roommates? I think they
But by this point, Turbo is nothing more than a haunting absence of bitter memory, a face he hasn't seen in years. Until that familiar scowl starts to claw out from the back of his mind. His eyes widen with shock as he's the first to realize when... It appears I've gone ahead of myself. Anyways, have you ever heard of a character, quote, haunting the narrative? This term doesn't necessarily mean someone's up to spooky ghost shenanigans, but more so that they have a significant influence on the story they belong to, despite being absent. For example, Rose Quartz from Steven Universe passed away long before the first episode of the series, but her influence is practically inescapable to everyone she had an impact on, which is most of the cast. This is especially true for Steven himself, who feels as if he lives in his mother's shadow and is forced to take on countless heavy responsibilities in her name. I'm sure he'll be fine. Now, I'd argue to say that Turbo also fits this category. It's been 25 years since the Road Blasters incident, and people are still talking about him. In fact, they mention his name only 6 minutes into the movie, which is the very first scene. These people are terrified of this happening again, and are quick to accuse anybody who goes against the status quo. In that way, he haunts the narrative because his fateful actions that day slowly became integrated into a societal expectation. An expectation that practically haunts Ralph wherever he goes.
Is it Turbo to want a friend, or a medal, or a piece of pie every once in a while? Is it Turbo to want more out of life?
Turbo actually did these things out of selfishness, but Ralph is simply trying to stand up for himself after unjust treatment for his entire life. And the classism Ralph suffers because of is one of the very few things that isn't Turbo's fault, so good on him, I guess. But yeah, Ralph has the right motivation at the start, at least. But we'll get to that later. Now it seems there's only one question left to ask. After getting those games unplugged and haunting so many people, why did he do it? Perhaps it was because attention and winning were the only things that mattered to him, and he was so consumed by the adoration from these higher beings that, in his act of careless rage, he was unable to foresee the fact that he was partaking in his own demise. That and he got jealous. Now, Turbo is a character with pretty cut and dry motives. He's just a jerk whose temper gets the better of him, the perpetrator in a cautionary tale about self-control. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Not all villains need a tragic backstory to be compelling, although it certainly does help. Because to me, the most intriguing part of his character is who he eventually turns into, and how he reprograms himself into a complete and utter monster. Not to mention, villains are more fun if they're irredeemable assholes. Disclaimer, that's just my opinion, and if you headcanon that he's misunderstood, that is an equally valid interpretation, and I admire your ability to see goodness in him. Peace and love on planet Earth. But there is one last detail that I neglected to mention. Recounting the events of the flashback, Felix says this.
Abandoned his game and tried to take over the new one.
He says he tried to take over the new one. This wasn't an act of revenge. This was a mission. It was a mission to monopolize all the attention for himself by secretly infiltrating a game and attempting to kill and replace the main character. Now, is it just me, or is this starting to sound familiar?
It should be outside of the 3x3 chocolate radius, I think it was. Is it 3x3 or 3 chunks away?
And who came back? Who really died that day? And who came back?
Even after the movie ends, Turbo is still shrouded in mystery. How exactly was he able to escape a game as it was being unplugged? And how come nobody noticed he wasn't dead? But most importantly, how the fuck did he take over Sugar Rush without anybody noticing? Well, first of all, various fan wikis state that Sugar Rush was first released in 1997, presumably as a nod to Mario Kart 64, which it also bears some resemblance to. Although I couldn't find exactly where this quote came from, both the Wreck-It Ralph and Disney Wiki say it's an official description, so... You know what? That's good enough for me. But this means that before he infiltrated Sugar Rush, Turbo must have been in hiding for 10 years. Might I ask, what was he doing with all that free time? Well, lucky for us, director Rich Moore actually hosted an Ask Me Anything just 3 days after the film's release, and it's still available online today. He's also on top of a slice of pie. This is where we are met with some astonishing insight. Thank you, Reddit Ralph. This person had a notable question. It reads, my 6-year-old daughter keeps asking me how Turbo got into Candy Rush after getting turned off, and she will think I am very cool for having asked the director. First of all, that's really cute, and second of all, it's called Sugar Rush, and your 6-year-old is obviously a fake fan. Anyways, Rich Moore responded with this. We thought of it this way. He escaped Road Blasters before it was unplugged, lived in the bowels of Game Central Station, growing more and more bitter. Learned a thing or two about code, saw Sugar Rush plugged in, and made his move before anyone played the game. That's our story, and we're sticking to it. Interesting. You see, this answer is good, but it's still kind of vague, maybe on purpose to leave room for interpretation. But at the same time, I found it weirdly difficult to get much word on Turbo officially. Like, it seems they barely talk about him. The official art book doesn't even mention him once. And that leads me to believe maybe he was always supposed to be a mystery. Or maybe they just hate him. Emergency update. I just found an interview where they mention him. So this is from 8 years ago. It was from an AMA at the El Capitan Theater. And it's when someone in the audience, it's actually this person in the comments right here, I owe you my entire life. They asked me
I guess I could do that again.
Inspiration for Turbo, and I will show that footage right now.
Hi. Big fan of the movie. What was the inspiration for Turbo?
We wanted to have an antagonist that was kind of Ralph at his worst, you know. Ralph was kind of a needy character that he wanted friends, he wanted attention. Turbo kind of came out of that, but pushed way to the extreme.
If I had known this sooner, I would have based an entire argument around it, but I added this in at the last second. So before we discuss that comparison further, just keep that in the back of your mind. This interview also makes me think of, unfortunately, the sequel and how mischaracterized Ralph was to be needy and at his worst, even though he'd already completed a character arc in the first movie. And I think that's another reason why they didn't mention Turbo at all in Ralph Breaks the Internet, because they didn't want the audience catching on to how badly written their shit show of a movie was. I got a little off topic here.
You know, I knew Turbo back in the day, and whenever he I did, yes, and whenever he came to the penthouse, he never took off his shoes. He tracked the dirt everywhere. So I didn't like it. Never liked it.
Well, you know, he almost killed Ralph and Penelope.
Oh, well, that's probably kind of bad too.
Anyway, sorry. We were analyzing the movie, and then we went off on a side tangent. Let's get back to that. By this point, King Candy has sort of exhausted his normal methods of attack. That is until he remembers his and Ralph's interaction from earlier.
That was your medal? It's nothing but code now. She did what? I need that back.
And he hatches a plan. As he treads behind his stolen throne, Candy pulls back the curtain, both figuratively and literally. He punches in the Konami code to gain access to the game's files, and although it makes zero sense of why there's a miniature NES controller inside Sugar Rush, it's still clever and iconic. I don't care. But this whole scene really gives off the impression that this isn't the first time Candy's been doing some monkey business back here. However, the same can't be said for Sourville, who is visibly afraid. And it takes a lot to change his expression. As touched on earlier, the contrast between these two is nothing short of genius. Candy is usually all over the place, and Sourville is rarely fazed by anything. And yet, here we see Candy marching towards this vault with a cold and calculative expression, and here we see Sourville disturbed and apprehensive. Again, it's nothing but body language, but it makes you question, what's really going on here? On that note, Candy seems a little too eager to mess with the code.
Oh, the sweet lifeblood of the game.
Also, I'm sorry, it's the sweet lifeblood? What is wrong with him? By now, the audience starts to figure out that King Candy is pretty shady. The phrase, stick to the program, has been repeated God knows how many times leading up to this moment, so we understand he obviously doesn't play by the rules. And by breaking these rules, he has access to unrestrained powers, those of which he is entirely responsible with, and would never— oh my god, what is that? King Candy's code box brings the term egocentric to a whole new level. It is no competition, the biggest thing in the room, while also being in the dead center of it, connected to nearly everything. I guess you could say he made it so the world of Sugar Rush literally revolves around him. But now on to what's on the inside, which is arguably worse. Here is where we see a horde of tangled wires and possessions, crammed within the confines of this singular box. And with the way it strobes uncontrollably, it's almost as if the software itself is crying in pain. So why is his code box so disorganized? As one comment from the movie's IMDb trivia page puts it, Candy has haphazardly hacked himself into the game. Take a look at how all the other nodes are neatly organized, and then compare that to his, with its wires spun around like spaghetti. It's because he's a virus, and he's abusing the logic of the game for his own selfish desires. Well, if we were getting technical, he's actually a parasite, because he's not infinitely replicating himself like a virus would. Like some other fucking movie I know. After this, I promise I'll stop talking about it for the next hour. Wreck-It Ralph did such a good job with King Candy's virus allegory that they didn't even mention he was one until the end of the movie. Its portrayal was practically the definition of show, don't tell. Now, if we were to acknowledge the sequel's existence for just a millisecond, the whole drafted security virus thing, I've never seen symbolism so blatant and in your face
in my life!
It happened because an insecurity virus cloned all of your needy, clingy, self-destructive behavior.
Well, and that's wrong. Programming its inner workings to comfortably supply him with everything he could ever need and more. In fact, he was willing to claim his position of absolute power by any means necessary. Vanellope had a perfect life. A life where she was included, respected, and loved by her peers. Being the benevolent ruler of Sugar Rush, she had her very own castle and everything she could possibly want at her fingertips. But Vanellope probably didn't care for her royal lifestyle nearly as much as she was free to race to her heart's content. Just kidding, she actually wasn't, because Turbo took over Sugar Rush before anyone even had the chance to play it, so she never even got to race or live her life in any capacity before it was stolen from her. To say King Candy ruined Vanellope's life would be an understatement. He is the sole perpetrator for all of her suffering. She no longer has a home, she no longer has a race cart, and she no longer has any friends. Because what used to be her happy life now belongs to him. To add insult to injury, when Candy removed her from the code, she lost all her memories and became a glitch in the system, a difference that he uses to viciously single her out. Not only that, but he outright encourages her mistreatment by targeting the entire civilian population with his fear-mongering. This 9-year-old girl is seen as a threat, even a criminal, for wanting to be included. And that's all Candy ever calls her. Glitch. Like she's nothing more than a mistake. It's a label meant to dehumanize and isolate her, and, well, let's just say the term caught on.
Yeah, well, King Candy says glitches can't race. I'm not a glitch, Dad. Just got dyslexia. Okay? And then all of a sudden, oh no. What you got?
Exists. Her life no longer exists. All that's left is the glitch. A lonely little girl who lives as an outcast, a nobody, whose dreams are left in broken pieces thanks to one selfish man. But honestly, the worst part of all is that she's had to live this way for nearly 15 years. And all she's ever known for her entire life is that everyone hates her for who she is. And she can't even leave if she wants to. That's horrible.
You're horrible.
You're an irredeemable monster!
Oh, what took you so long, idiot?
It's hard to imagine him getting any worse. But believe me, it'll keep going, and going, and going, and going! First of all, there's more to this secret takeover than meets the eye, and at certain points, it's staring us right in the face. I want to refocus on this particular setting, the Royal Throne Room. There's actually a certain piece of concept art that makes it look like a medieval dungeon, or more like a man cave. The warlike emblems decorating the walls, combined with moody lighting, gives it an especially sinister appearance. An appearance that I'd argue is reflective of Candy's true personality. But of course, this isn't what we got in the final film. We got something sparkly and unassuming, which is how I think Candy wants people to see him. Lorelei Beauvais, the lead designer of Sugar Rush, had something interesting to say about this. The interior of King Candy's castle has been one of my favorite sets to design, and because he's not the real king, we thought it would be funny to cover the whole castle in sugar coating, just like him. However, the most interesting detail of the concept art is the grotesquely oversized crown that's positioned over his throne. Like, these levels of self-absorption shouldn't even be possible. But as we saw just minutes ago, they apparently are. Okay, this is where it gets kind of insane. So I Google searched throne room, and the very first result was this image. The room depicted here resides in the Chateau de Fontainebleau, and it happened to belong to Napoleon in 1804. Why am I telling you this? Well, it's because this image bears an uncanny resemblance to you-know-who's throne room. Like, take a look at the curtains, the candlestick placement, and even the crown positioned over the chair. I am almost certain that the concept artists used this very image as reference. And better yet, King Candy's crown is actually the larger one here. Does this mean that King Candy has a bigger ego than Napoleon, the dictator from French history? I mean, probably, yeah. France has Napoleon, Disney has King Candy, and DreamWorks has Lord Farquaad. I will not be elaborating further, but hold on. Is there a crown over his chair in the final film? Not quite. Instead, it's a tiara? No! This is straight up of Vanellope's room in broad daylight. But why? I once heard a theory that, for whatever reason, Candy was never able to customize the code of the throne room, so he's had to put up with it being pink, hence why he's self-conscious and corrects it to salmon. And I'm sorry, but how does a man who serves in an outfit like this still feel confined by gender norms? Just embrace it, my dude. You're the villain. You can get away with that shit. Just like you've gotten away with everything else. Anyways, I think the dungeon-like throne room is what he wanted it to look like. But alas, when you steal the life of a little girl, you're gonna get the room of a little girl. Hope it serves him as a reminder. But now it's time to take another look at the code room, this time through a different lens. Now I hear you asking,
what if King Candy's giant code box thing is just because he's the ruler? If anyone else were in that position, they'd have a big code box too.
And I will say, person I just made up, that is an interesting theory. However, we're actually shown Vanellope's original node being restored by the end of the film. And although it has just as many connections as Candy's, her code box is actually the same size as every other one, reflecting the fact that Vanellope is actually humble and doesn't value herself over others. The contrast here is quite obvious. But now, it's time for a theory! Theory, speculation warning, this isn't proven as yet. Now, there's something very interesting about the pay-to-play system of Sugar Rush. The only way you can enter into the race is by dispensing a coin you've previously earned. Said coin you can only obtain by winning a race. Do you see the issue here? It's a closed-off system. And given that Candy is the one who proudly introduces it, seemingly before the start of every race, I'm drawn to say that he's the one who implemented it in the first place. But that isn't the only reason. Even the design on the coins themselves feature his royal insignia. Not a tiara, but a crown. Not to mention, by the end of the movie, Vanellope doesn't win a coin, she wins a trophy, the intended reward for first place, because Candy's paywalling has since been eliminated. So why would he create a system like this? Take a wild guess. It's because this was his very first defense to prevent Vanellope from racing via systematic exclusion. If he gave a coin to every racer except Vanellope, it would be impossible for her to participate. And presto, that pesky glitch will never bother him again. But hey, that's just a theory. But with the amount of evidence it has, I'm starting to think it's just straight up implied. Also, I'm probably not the first person to figure this out. But seriously, think about it. The secret agenda of discrimination, obsession over keeping a good public image, the fact he has military personnel that serve him and him only? I can at least as an accurate representation of the this man is a corrupt politician. But Candy isn't only mistreating Vanellope, he's deceiving everybody in the whole kingdom.
King Candy says glitches can't race. To protect us.
Have some candy. Do you know what the hardest part about being a king is? Doing what's right. So what?
But the citizens of Sugar Rush actually believe he's protecting them, when all he's doing is fear-mongering about the threat of Vanellope. And the only reason he's doing that is because she's the only one that threatens him. But he can't let anyone figure that out. So he locked away everyone's memories, now feeding the public nothing but sweetened lies. As a result, everyone relies on him for leadership because as their only authority, he's all they've ever known. And if you ever dare ask questions, guess what? You're getting thrown in the Fungeon. Have a great time. Sugar Rush is my favorite dictatorship. This rancid elf isn't only a mass manipulator who abuses his unpaid staff, but he also specializes in taking advantage of a single individual who's been hurting for over 30 years and using him like a tool. Let's talk about that.
Those people are gonna love you. You know why? Because you're a winner. And you're adorable.
I'm adorable.
What kind of cold, heartless person would break apart such a loving relationship? I would!
So I originally wasn't going to cover this section in full because I had no idea how to approach a scene like this until I have a moment of clarity. The solution was to make it
But
really
it's
long.
never
We're gonna
you
talk
were
about
1%.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
You put 11%.
Specifically, Season 1, Episode 3B, Plankton. Plankton, as you can probably guess, wants to steal the Krabby Patty secret formula. To do this, he beckons SpongeBob late at night after work. Great start. And he tries to convince him to give him a patty. But more specifically, he tries to manipulate him. Here is Plankton's manipulation process. 1. Put up a friendly facade. 2. Gift an item of value. And 3. Ask for a favor in return.
We gotta go!
It's that simple. Become a manipulator today, and you can make people do anything you want. For safety reasons, I am once again joking. But first, let's roll for his charisma check. So that's a 5.
You blasted barnacle head! I mean, hi. You could say we're friends, right?
No.
I have something for you. Shing, sparkle, sparkle.
Wow, a golden spatula. It's even got my name on it.
It's a gift. A gift from a friend. Friends give each other gifts. Tomorrow is my birthday. What I want for my birthday from you, my friend, is one of those Krabby Patties.
Okay, so Plankton failed in most categories, so his manipulation didn't work. His only success in getting SpongeBob's attention was by giving him the golden spatula. Not only is this item made of gold, making it seem much more significant, but it also preys on SpongeBob's personal interests. He loves his job as a fry cook, and it's also engraved with his name, giving him a sense of ownership and importance. But unfortunately, Plankton was far too upfront with what he wanted, and his attempts to connect with SpongeBob by saying they were friends wasn't very effective. Because of this, it was pretty easy for SpongeBob to figure out that Plankton was just trying to use him.
You just want to be friends so you can get your hands on a Krabby Patty.
Gee, and I thought you were stupid.
I'm sure you see where I'm going with this.
Wow! There you are! Hello!
You!
Here we go. King Candy's manipulation of Ralph, on the other hand, is incredibly effective. At the start of this scene, Ralph is moments away from pummeling him into a small pink stain. But only 2 minutes later, and he is entirely complicit with what Candy wants him to do. So not only does he excel Well, in every category Plankton face planted in, but there's also multiple extra layers to his ruse, which made him even more convincing. So why don't we explore some of those tactics, shall we? The moment his goofy ass rolls up to Ralph, he immediately puts up a friendly facade. He pretends like he was looking for Ralph while also acting as if he's done no wrong, despite previously insulting him, chasing him, getting him tased. You know, the usual. Evidently, his outgoing nature doesn't change Ralph's mind in the slightest, so he tries to defuse the situation by explaining he's come alone and he's unarmed. We can see how well that worked. It's here that Candy has no choice but to pull out his secret weapon.
You wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, would you? Hit a guy with glasses. Well played.
This is the tensest moment of their interaction, as again, Ralph is moments away from rightfully pulverizing him. But luckily, Candy has one final trick up his sleeve.
Well, how about this? Are you interested in this?
Taken aback by the one thing he's been tirelessly working to reobtain, he drops Candy and the situation de-escalates immediately.
How did you get that? Madam, it's yours. Go ahead, take it.
Candy cleverly deflects suspicion here by telling Ralph to just take the medal. And of course Ralph doesn't ask questions, he just gave him his medal back. His absolute prized possession. It's even got his name on it. Because he knew that medal was important to Ralph, straight up gifting it to him was a cheap and dirty way to build a foundation of trust, regardless of how unfriendly his previous actions were. Now, Candy has Ralph right where he wants him.
Why is it
because
so
by this point,
slow?
he knows he cares about
Jesus
Penelope.
Christ.
He knows how to tug at his heartstrings and play him like a puppet.
All I ask is that you hear me out. About what?
So far, Candy has already manipulated Ralph enough to avoid an altercation. Put on a smile, give him a gift, and now ask for a little favor. Emphasis on little. Candy here is pulling the classic foot in the door technique. Just listen to what he has to say. As small as it might have been, Ralph just agreed to do something for him, and now Candy will go along with it, letting it snowball into something much larger and more
Maybe not
insidious.
loving, but
Now keep
definitely
in mind that
stay.
at first, Ralph was only using Vanellope to get his medal back, so when it's just gifted to him like it's nothing, he begins to reevaluate his entire situation.
A little bit more. Alright, yeah.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a king is?
In the next exchange, Candy begins to play himself up as
Cheese
rightful ruler
steak, a
yet
berry,
again,
cave root,
insisting
bread.
that he's in power because he fights for an absolute good, which I'm sure we all know is bullshit. This could also be an explanation for his hostility, further making Ralph reconsider his previous evaluation of him. But he isn't easily swayed by Candy's sappy remarks.
Get to the point being, I need your help. Sad as it is, Penelope cannot be allowed to reign.
When Candy says, "I need your help," he's trying to sway Ralph into feeling a sense of responsibility, to prove himself as more than a bad guy, and to join his noble cause in protecting the greater good. When he says "sad as it is," it makes it sound like Penelope's situation is out of his control, and it's just such a shame that her nasty glitch is making her life so difficult, and it has nothing to do with the fact that he makes her life bad on purpose. Ralph, as he should be, is outraged by this.
Why are you people so against her? I'm not against her. I'm trying to protect her.
Well, he just keeps going. Now he's trying to find a way for them to both stand on common ground. This is what Plankton was trying to do by telling SpongeBob they were friends, except Candy is being a lot more subtle. He's secretly saying,
I have a pattern chest. What are you talking about?
And I care about Penelope too. Okay, that was He's also starting to take advantage of Ralph's emotional side by digging into his protective nature over Vanellope. With every sliver of trust that Candy gains, he cuts even deeper into Ralph's vulnerabilities.
But most importantly, it's the setup to his hypothetical scenario. A scenario to just absolutely uproot Ralph emotionally, fill him with despair, giving him nowhere else to turn but to the seemingly noble voice of reason for advice. But is this really the voice of someone who wants to protect her?
Find that glitch. Destroy that cart. She can't be allowed to race.
It can't be. Right? Another thing is that when Candy isn't trying to get on Ralph's good side, notice he only calls him by his full name.
And if I ever see you here again, Wreck-It Ralph, goodbye, Wreck-It Ralph. It hasn't been a pleasure.
The way he says it is almost like an insult, like he's trying to remind him of his place. You're a villain, Wreck-It Ralph, and all you do is wreck everything. It started becoming a Gene impression at the end. But notice how during this scene, he's suddenly on a first-name basis with him.
Ralph, she can't race, Ralph, but...
The only reason he's suddenly treating Ralph with respect is because being nice to someone makes it easier to manipulate them. The same goes for the way he refers to Vanellope, as he suddenly stopped calling her Glitch and is actually saying her name instead. If the situation calls for it, he can put up any performance he wants. He's able to change the way he speaks, his body language, the way people see and think of him. Like it's just another Tuesday for him. You know, I would say he's the most manipulative Disney villain if Mother Gothel didn't exist. Because it's honestly a toss-up between the two. Oh, but we haven't even gotten to the best part.
I'm trying to protect her. If Vanellope wins that race, she'll be added to the race roster. Then gamers can choose her as their avatar. And when they see her glitching and just being herself, they'll think our game is broken.
So there's a lot to digest here. But big picture, the argument Candy is constructing actually follows the slippery slope fallacy, which is when one scenario is argued to inevitably turn into a catastrophe. And so Candy begins with, if Vanellope wins that race, she'll be added to the roster. Now, this on its own is a true statement, because that's how the game works. But then along with the truth, he starts to sprinkle in his own little lies. Because his next hypothetical actually doesn't start with an if. He says, when the players see her glitching, they will think our game is broken. Funny how his what-if scenario quietly turned into an it will. But if we were to continue with his flawed argument, here's how it plays out.
Will be put out of order for good. For good. All my subjects will be homeless.
As established earlier, getting unplugged is the end-all, be-all, worst thing imaginable. His hypothetical is already catastrophic, as thousands of citizens would be left without a home. Not to mention Ralph definitely has a sweet spot for helping those in need.
But there's one who cannot escape because she's a glitch. When the game's plug is pulled, she'll die with...
Oh dear. The consequences were already dire, but now Candy has Ralph's emotions in a chokehold. Not to mention he is, yet again, weaponizing Vanellope's glitch to make her appear weak and helpless, when in reality it's her greatest strength. But because she threatens him, he'll either use her condition as a reason to pity her, or a reason to attack her. It's all about whatever benefits him the most in any given situation. He does not care about her. But he sure knows Ralph does. As a result, the stakes of this scenario are extremely high, almost too extreme to be true. Ralph even calls him out, saying,
The gamers could love her.
And if they don't?
And that seals it. By planting that aching seed of doubt into Ralph's mind, Candy has completely diffused him as a potential threat. Oh, but wouldn't you know, he still has yet to cap it off.
I know it's tough.
Feigning empathy.
But heroes have to make the tough choices, don't they?
Presenting a false dilemma. Feigning empathy. Hammering it in one last time. praising hammering it in one last time, portraying Vanellope as unreasonable, feeding into his Vanellope as about wanting to prove himself as feeding into his deeply rooted insecurities about what feigning empathy. I think I'm done with this section now. Just kidding, I'm not. I just wanted to add that he integrated 16 manipulation tactics into his arguments in the span of 2 minutes. This is unheard of. I think the most disturbing part of the scene was how much Candy took advantage of Ralph's insecurities. This is a man who is desperately seeking his own self-worth after 30 years of loneliness, discrimination, and exclusion. Someone who's easily consumed by promise and wants to prove the world wrong. So of course, Candy saw these vulnerabilities and determined he was ripe for exploitation. Even worse is the fact that Ralph just met the first person that made him feel appreciated, and Vanellope has never gotten closer to finally reaching her dreams. Regardless, Candy was more than willing to ruin both Ralph and Vanellope's lives so he could maintain his position of power. Well, regarding Vanellope, ruin her life more than he already has, which is somehow still possible. That was a long one, so thanks for sticking through. It's gonna get worse. Candy never said anything about breaking a cart. Well, at least not in this instance. But regardless, it seems like Ralph knows what he has to do. I mean, he did set him up. I wasn't talking to you. In the following scene, Ralph becomes the villain. It's 3 minutes long and it drags out. Designed to inflict the maximum amount of pain on the audience as possible. And so, Vanellope returns from her volcanic abode and greets Ralph like normal, except now she has something special to give him. That being a devastating punch to the gut.
I made it for you, just in case we don't win. Not that I think there's even a remote chance we're not gonna win.
Vanellope is gifting Ralph this friendship medal with genuine intent, not as a manipulative tactic to get what she wants. And unlike the Hero's Medal, this is something that Ralph actually earned by gaining Vanellope's trust. And I'm sure this would have been a lot more heartwarming without the sense of impending doom. This time, I won't be analyzing their each and every exchange because there's already a really great video by Daz Reviews that does just that, and it isn't 2 hours long. So if you're interested, I recommend you check that out. Anyways, I hope you like crying on the floor in the fetal position. Ralph tries to be gentle with Vanellope at first, but of course it only escalates from there.
Listen, you don't understand.
No, I understand plenty. Traitor.
I'm not a traitor. Listen.
You're a rat.
Ralph frantically explains what he thinks will happen to her, but no matter what he says, it's no use. He has to use force. Struggling as she's hung up by her hoodie on a nearby tree, Vanellope is helpless to stop what she's about to witness. At this moment, she realizes what's about to happen. Her expression widens. She says, wait, stop. But there's no getting through to Ralph either. Ralph looks at his fists, and their purpose is to destroy. He slowly clenches them. It's habit by now. He should be used to this feeling, destroying. Only this time it's twisting his heart.
Okay.
But he thinks there's no other option. He has to do this for her own good.
Cheesesteak, berry cake, or cheesecake.
Vanellope continues screaming, no longer to try and stop him, but purely out of sheer horror. The engine, once full of life, dies with a whimper. The dust settles. Now broken down in the dirt, the very same sight that drove Ralph to defend her, she's filled with despair. The trusty friend she partnered with, the loving mentor she trained with, that's not him anymore. With tears in her eyes, she croaks out one last broken mutter.
You really are a bad guy.
Ralph is now alone, surrounded by a pile of junk, just like he has for the past 30 years of his life.
Yeah, I
But
should
Candy
fortify
said
it
heroes
with,
have to make the tough choices, to do what's right, no matter what. But how can doing the right thing feel this wrong? It's too late now. Ralph dejectedly picks up the hero's medal from the crumbled mess that used to be Vanellope's cart. Their signatures have been
sharpening
ripped
kid.
apart. And so, with nothing left to do, Ralph heads home,
Right.
well aware of the fact that he's just destroyed the most meaningful friendship he's ever had. Meanwhile, at the Sugar Rush starting line,
I can, without a pinch of hesitation, assure you that I have never been so happy in all my life.
Because Vanellope's not here and I fucking shattered her dreams.
This is the first time we see him again after the manipulation scene, and as we can see, he possesses absolutely zero fucking remorse for his repulsive behavior. In fact, he's literally rejoicing that Ralph and Vanellope are gone, and it's because he purposely
Yeah, there you
ruined
go.
their
That's a little
friendship.
better.
He's such a terrible person! But we all already knew that, didn't we?
Right.
Oh, I'm losing my mind. But even though Candy
Yeah, I
is
had
in
to
fact
update
evil,
it because
what
of
if I
course.
told you he and Ralph actually aren't so different? Are you telling me that the hero has interesting parallels to the villain, creating another layer of nuance to this already amazing movie? Yes! Because how could a single medal suddenly brainwash Ralph into committing a tragic act of betrayal? Let's dive into that, shall we?
I'm not a bad guy, but on occasion I am a bad racer.
Hey, Sonic, what are you doing in the car?
No way! My car just turned into a boat!
So as it turns out, Ralph actually does go turbo at first, or so it would seem. Turbo began game jumping out of selfishness, but Ralph was game jumping because he was desperate for others to view him differently. Unfortunately, his reasoning was flawed because his definition of respect was based solely on becoming a good guy, and he refused to accept himself where he was at. This way of thinking starts to lead Ralph down a self-centered path, putting countless other people in danger. But hey, at least he didn't ram into the main character with his car. Is this thing working? Cause I was in the middle of saying something, so excuse me. Ralph put people in danger by abandoning his game and legging it to Hero's Duty. Doing so, it's very possible both of those games could have been put out of order. And so, yada yada yada, existential crisis, almost killing Sonic, you know how it goes. But notice how once he gets to Hero's Duty, Ralph's fantasy isn't realistic in the slightest. It involves him being subjected to endless praise and seeing his enemies suffer. So even though Gene deserves this is the turbo that's lurking within him. And it sometimes reveals itself more than he'd like to admit.
Give me back my medal right now!
After Ralph is taught, he explains to Candy how he got the hero's medal.
Weird medal. Well, this one did. I earned it over in Hero's Duty.
He says that he earned it, but you can see by the look on his face that he's ashamed, especially with the way he glances to the floor and hesitates before continuing his sentence. And speaking of, let's touch on the scene where he supposedly earned it. This whole section is when Ralph will be the most turbo-tastic he'll ever be. And by that I mean consistently making poor decisions. The opening shot is of Ralph
Terry
climbing
Tuffman.
up this tower
This is
with
his
the
name.
dark sky thundering behind
Terry
him.
Tuffman.
And right before it cuts to this is when Felix is like, Ralph's gone turbo. Yeah, the film is pretty upfront with the fact that Ralph is doing a bad thing. As he admires the medal from across the room, he has a glazed over look in his eyes. He's utterly entranced by its promise.
Jackson.
Ralph busts through the window, and not exactly heroically. The whole thing is framed more like he's breaking in and stealing a precious artifact, because that's exactly what he's doing.
Justice?
He isn't saving anyone here. He isn't fighting any bugs. He's not humanity's last hope. He's doing this for nobody but himself. And although I think he deserves something nice, if you're having a bad day and want a slice of cake, you don't break into the bakery. After his montage of unrealistic expectations plays out, victory finally drapes itself around his neck. But all that's waiting for him is an audience of holograms. Although this moment is pretty silly on the surface, it's kind of sad when you think about it. Because nothing the General is saying is actually meant for Ralph. It's meant for the player after working their way through this entire tower. That is to say, he's stealing the reward of something he didn't earn. And he's not the only one. But Ralph, who has never had this kind of attention in his life, is eating it up. In reality, he is enamored with the illusion of praise. Praise from fake people who don't even care about him or register he's even real. And notice how it's the fact that Ralph is so caught up in this praise that he steps on the Cybug egg. So preoccupied by attention that he made a fatal mistake.
All this core represents. Integrity. Grace under pressure.
To further this comparison even more, Ralph begins getting defensive over Hero's Duty, talking about it like it's his own game.
Just injustice.
How dare you insult Hero's Duty, you little gutter snipe? I earned that medal!
This is very similar to how King Candy gets defensive over Sugar Rush, even though that's not his native game either. Ralph also wants to believe that he won his medal fairly. As said by this 2013 Tumblr post over here, Ralph feels like he earned his medal, not by penning to be someone else, only because that didn't work, but by utilizing his own skill set to his advantage, that being climbing buildings and breaking shit, which is something he knew he was always good at, but it'll take him a while to embrace it, along with his identity as a bad guy. Aurora West adds that this could be how Candy feels about Sugar Rush, like he really is the rightful ruler. After all, he used his coding skills to usurp the throne fair and square. Oh, but even after Ralph teams up with Vanellope and their friendship begins to flourish, he's still obsessed with that medal.
You can get nervous and keep telling yourself, I must win Ralph's medal or his life will be ruined. And have fun.
He's just blinded by the false hope it provides him. He doesn't yet realize that what he truly needs has been right in front of him this whole time. But of course, he only realizes this once it's too late.
Yeah,
as Ralph approaches the penthouse, he notices all the lights are completely off. And as he walks through those double doors, it's nothing like he'd imagined. Turbo was after praise, but Ralph was after respect. He wanted to be more than just the bad guy who wrecks the building. But now it's his fault he's lost everything, even his own game. He stands outside in the amber light and glances down at his medal, always taunting him with that 4-letter word. But he's no hero. In a bout of frustration and emotional release, he throws the medal into the sky, straight into that faded sign. And as he sees Sugar Rush, he pulls out Vanellope's gift, prickled with a deep pain in his heart. But as his eyes wander across the cabinet, he sees Vanellope. And she was on the side.
And she was on the side of the video game. The whole time.
Thanks, Kanye. Summary time! Ralph hurries back to Sugar Rush and finds Sour Bill sweeping up the mess. But he's not fessing up! So after surviving horrors beyond his comprehension, Sour Bill cracks and tells us everything we already know. Next, Ralph makes his way to the Fungeon and does his business
Maybe
as
just
usual.
Ivor.
Felix is happy at first until he remembers
Steve
that Ralph
Sturdy,
abandoned
Ivor.
his game, and he's, well...
And Justin Justice and Terry Tuffman.
Forgive my potty mouth.
In all seriousness, Felix is actually a pretty realistic representation of privilege. He's a very simple, non-confrontational fellow that stays well within his comfort zone. Unlike the other Icelanders, Felix isn't actively hostile towards Ralph, but he still excludes him and hasn't made any efforts to understand his disadvantaged position. That is to say, he has no ill intent, but still ends up hurting Ralph through his ignorance. Nice doesn't necessarily mean good. That is until Ralph suddenly disappears and Felix is forced to take responsibility for his game. And it's only then that he realizes what it's like to live outside of his bubble. So in the past 24 hours since he got his game put out of order, Felix has met the love of his life, almost drowned in mess quicksand, accidentally triggered Calhoun's PTSD, got rejected for the first time in his life, and then he got thrown into jail not even knowing what he did wrong. He's been having a bad day.
Felix, pull yourself together.
Ralph, you don't know what it's like to be rejected and treated like a criminal.
Yes, I do. That's every day of my life.
It is?
Well, that only took him 30 years to figure out. But that doesn't matter, because he changed and grew as a person. Great character arc. In fact, you can even see the evolution of Felix's character with how he refers to Ralph throughout the movie, as I imagine he's had a lot of time to reflect.
I'm looking for my colleague, Wreck-It Ralph. Have you seen my friend Ralph?
Ralph.
The coming brother?
As for Calhoun, I cover her character growth more in another video I made, along with Vanellope's glitch being a disability allegory, because this one's already getting way too long. So with this exchange, Felix is finally able to empathize with how Ralph feels, and long overdue, realizes the errors of his ways. And with that, Vanellope's card is fixed, and Ralph busts her out too. From her, you know, maximum security prison? You're not gonna imprison a 9-year-old, are you, Candy? Yeah, in the function. Why?
Yeah, there's durability. I can't
You
see
already know what
durability.
time it is. That's right. It's time for the race.
How do I just bring that down?
A race that'll go perfectly normally, and nothing weird's gonna happen at all. Right now, our protagonists are at their best. Ralph has never been more supportive of Vanellope, with no mention of a medal at all. And having forgiven Ralph, Vanellope is right back on her feet again. Now, I would say that King Candy is at his worst, but I feel like that's arbitrary at this point because he's always one-upping himself somehow. But there's a big difference between Vanellope's and King Candy's play styles. Vanellope is naturally skilled and surpasses all the other racers fairly. King Candy, on the other hand, always plays dirty to get what he wants. Be that first place, the throne of Sugar Rush, or getting someone to destroy their own friendship. This guy sucks. This is even better illustrated when you look at these two shots side by side. I mean, it's night and day. Vanellope's expression is one full of determination and passion. But if you look at Candy, he is not in fact filled with childlike wonder. He is filled with old man rage. His enjoyment comes not from racing, but from winning. Even now, his true colors are already beginning to show. On that note, I think it's really interesting how our two heroes compare with both sides of our villain, with Ralph reflecting and contrasting against Turbo, and Vanellope acting as King Candy's polar opposite. That's some good writing. But with that, there seems to be a new problem.
Okay, kid, let's finish this thing without any more surprises.
Oh! Hope you're happy, Chuckpile. This game is going, and it's all your fault. The cyber you brought with you, multiply.
No, I'm the taffy swamp, believe me.
So as it turns out, the Cybugs were having an underground party ever since Ralph crash landed here with his co-pilot, and then it got busy! I'm not going to talk about the Cybugs in depth quite yet, but trust me, they'll become relevant soon.
Just would.
So with that, the bright and colorful landscape of Sugar Rush has been turned into an infested apocalyptic wasteland. Now all citizens need to be evacuated, but Vanellope is still racing. It's funny, King Candy has only been able to maintain a position of power by turning Sugar Rush against Vanellope, by deliberately ruining her life, excluding her in every way imaginable, and making her feel unwanted by everyone. And now, he's finally done it. He has her locked up, and anybody coming to free her is out of the question. He can finally live in peace and quiet, knowing that nobody will ever steal the throne from him again. Wait, what's that sound? Okay, yeah, Yeah, so this is probably the best moment in the whole movie. Candy is technically driving Vanellope's programmed cart, but Vanellope is driving in a cart that she made herself, in an outfit she made herself, and a life she made herself. If going turbo means rejecting your programming, then she's doing it way better than he ever could have. Get fucked, old man! Anyways, it's secret tunnel time, and it even goes through the mountain. Surely nothing will go wrong. Something went wrong. What is he doing? I thought that shortcut was tax only! At first, Candy was just trying to destroy her chances, but now it seems desperate times call for desperate measures. And by that I mean attempted homicide of a child. That'll look good on his criminal record. Because it's never explained whether or not glitches can even regenerate, but judging by the way he's acting, I don't think they can! There's only one thing worse than a murderer. Boom. A child. No. Candy yells at her, "Get off of my trap!" as he's always felt entitled to this game that he stole. I'm sure we all know that as the scene continues, something very interesting happens. Earlier in the movie, when Vanellope gets bullied, she's shown yanking Taffeta away from her cart, transferring the glitch for just a brief moment. It's not a memorable detail, but it's a clever piece of setup done specifically for this moment. The moment where everything changes. Scared, overwhelmed, and in an act of self-defense, Vanellope grapples with her attacker. A blue zap channels through the pole, suddenly resulting in a different color surfacing. One we've never seen before. Tumblr user Vanellope's Mun made a great analysis post about this back in February, and it made me realize something. It's almost poetic that the very same glitch King Candy weaponized against Vanellope, the glitch he caused her to inherit, is now the sole reason for his downfall. What solidifies this even more is that it was Candy who spread the glitch to himself after trying to yank the pole from Vanellope's grasp. His literal inability to let something go is what ultimately leads to his demise. There's something so ironic and satisfying about that, especially since now he's finally lost his composure. But enough of those sappy and misleading fronts. Because now his true colors are finally here to stay. Those being colors of red and white. After his blind rage has subsided, he finally sees the monster he's become. Because for the first time in 15 years, his perfect facade is finally broken. The game is over. Where do I even begin with this scene? The soundtrack, the framing, the colors! Everything comes together to form an unforgettably evil reveal. First of all, I love how the reveal itself has such dramatic angles, largely focused on either character's point of view. We see Vanellope's mortified expression as she finds the evil reveal. The soundtrack, the framing, the colors! Everything comes together to form an unforgettably evil reveal. First of all, I love how the reveal itself has such dramatic angles, largely focused on either character's point of view. We see Vanellope's mortified expression as she finds herself face to face with this vicious stranger, because keep in mind she has no idea who Turbo is. His evil monologue is almost entirely from her endangered point of view, which makes the scene feel much more immersive and frightening. They did the same thing in a different way during the manipulation scene, framing many shots as if it were King Candy talking to the viewer, as if you're also responsible for Ralph's decision. Secondly, the use of colors. The color of Vanellope's brake lights bathed both characters in a red underglow, and the dark turquoise surroundings with harsh flashing cyan lights, it conveys the current situation as something truly alien and dangerous. The creators used this same tactic to make Hero's Duty feel as hostile and chaotic as possible, with strobing lights always present and dark green backgrounds making the atmosphere feel heavy and suffocating.
I believe these visuals were popularized by small indie thriller movie Alien. You might have heard of it, which the Cybugs have also seemed to take a liking to. But to add on to that, Turbo's colors here stand out in stark contrast with the rest of the environment, cementing him as an unnatural, almost paranormal force. As you can see, there are many fucked up frames in the sequence depicting this, but my favorite has to be this one, because, oh my god! Not only is Vanellope's horrified expression heightened by that eerie red glow, but Turbo himself seems to be glowing. And did I mention that if you look closely, he's even vaguely see-through? I just have to know his skincare routine. And I haven't even gotten to his skull motif yet. What's that? What are you talking about? It means that basically anything that has to do with him is littered with skeletal imagery, closely tying him to death itself. Which really isn't far off considering what he did to those games. And what he looks like. No offense, I'm sorry. I think now would be a good time to take a short break, so I want to transition into a section that I like to call discussing my weirdly specific childhood trauma. Personally speaking, I think Turbo is one of the very few Disney villains that genuinely scared me as a kid, like, to the point of giving me recurrent nightmares. And that's kind of embarrassing to admit out loud because I could easily punt him down a flight of stairs. But I wasn't scared of him after I saw the movie the first time, no. Well, actually, this part scared me too. But it was after thoroughly browsing Wreck-It Ralph's Nightmare Fuel category on TV tropes. I was like 13 years old to be fair, and before you ask, no, I'm not neurotypical, but I'm sure you already knew that. And nobody on TV tropes is either, so I don't want to hear it. You know, I'll just let the website speak for itself. During Turbo's villainous breakdown, as his face glitches, there is a single frame where he cracks a sadistic slasher smile and stares directly at you, while giving a thumbs up as if to say, oh yeah, it's me. Oh please, it can't be that bad. Wow, I hate this picture. I know this is a really stupid image to be afraid of because when you look up Turbo on Google, this is like one of the first results and everyone keeps using this picture of him too. So it's not like I can avoid it if I wanted to. But it's not like I'm
I should
scared of
probably
him.
get a sword
This is about
as
past me
well.
being scared of him. Anyways, I think the animators were kind of fucking insane for putting this in a PG movie. I think they were trying to give kids nightmares on purpose. And that's awesome. Well, that's exactly what it did to me for the next couple weeks or so. And as far as scary pictures went, it was pretty on par with creepypasta images to me, which I, of course, would also have nightmares about. This may come as a surprise to you, but I was Turbo's #1 hater for a solid 6 years. It got to the point where I was in class and we were voting on a movie to watch because it was a Friday or something, and the teacher simply mentioning Wreck-It Ralph filled me with anxiety. More so than usual. I legitimately grew such a strong and irrational hatred for this freak. I couldn't stand anything Wreck-It Ralph related, which is crazy considering that's my entire personality now. If you imagine the I Hate Minions girl, that was me but with Turbo. I remember one time I was on DeviantArt, rest in peace, it fucking sucks now, and I found a drawing of him because I think I was trying exposure therapy, and instead of being normal about it, I found
the same
entire paragraph with animated emojis that went along the lines of,
this is how I feel whenever I look at him. Genuinely, I hate Turbo so much.
I recall the artist replying something like, okay, I'm not sure why you hate him so much, but thanks for commenting. A year later, I remembered it existed and was hit by a wave of embarrassment so massive that I deleted it and apologized. But with that, any and all mentions of Turbo in my name were cleansed. And so naturally, that's why I'm making a 2-hour video about him. Now, lovely viewer, I'm sure you're just filled to the brim with burning questions, but here's one I will answer. Why does he look like that? Since the movie lacks a director's commentary, the Wreck-It Ralph art book is like the holy grail to me. It sheds light on the production of nearly every character. We got Ralph, Vanellope, Felix, Calhoun, and even some insight on King Candy. That is the crustiest old man I've ever seen. But as I mentioned earlier, any info on Turbo is strangely absent.
Well, besides a page of concept art where every iteration of him looks like one of Plankton's cousins, but hear me out. Not about that. I think a couple rejected ideas for Ralph and Penelope might have actually been repurposed for Turbo. Ralph went through a lot of different design iterations, definitely the most diverse out of any other character. At one point, the designers were planning for Ralph to have a 3D 8-bit model for the entire movie, but they later deemed it would have made his expressions too difficult to read, which in turn makes him harder to relate to as a protagonist. On the other hand, early concepts for Vanellope's glitch were originally much different. At one point, she was going to be outcast for being an unfinished character with a partially textured model, which in concept sounds really interesting, but in practice they said it gave her desaturated colors and unnatural gray skin. Art director Mike Gabriel said, bottom line, she looked like a zombie. It just wasn't appealing.
No, I just
So
don't know
what better
why.
way to use your rejected ideas than by giving them to your villain? Someone you don't want your audience to relate to. After all, they want to make
Be a
him,
good
quote,
extra,
as
because I know
yucky as
this is gonna be
possible.
good.
Ralph's rejected
That's gonna be
was
the
realized through
basis.
Turbo's voxel
Because
form,
yeah.
which as we've seen, is pretty goddamn unnerving. The fact his expressions are limited to an angry scowl is especially creepy. Bonus childhood trauma, this specific Doctor Who monster from Season 5, Episode 2 scared me for the exact same reason. Amy and the Doctor also got eaten by a giant whale in that episode, which is honestly pretty on par for this
Let's see
show.
what's
We can
around.
also
Maybe I could do
see how
silver.
Beta Vanellope's pale
A
gray
silver light
skin
guard.
was repurposed to give Turbo a back from the dead quality to him, especially
got
with those
silver
sunken,
lying around.
glowing yellow eyes. Like even the zombie from group therapy is scared of him. Although in all seriousness, I think there's something to be said about giving your villain, quote, unconventional physical qualities, while simultaneously making a movie about how you shouldn't judge a person by what they look like. It's honestly a bit of a double standard, which is again why King Candy is such a subversive and pleasant surprise. Even though he's got the whole queer-coded villain deal, which is part stigmatization and part makes him really cool and iconic and fun, it's complicated, and as much as I've been praising it, this isn't a perfect movie by any means. Those don't exist. Regardless, I still think Turbo looks really cool, and they did a great job with making his design menacing and memorable. Even though everyone keeps saying he looks like Kick Buttowski from Disney XD show Kick Buttowski Suburban Daredevil, and I honestly do not see the resemblance. I do not know what you guys are talking about. Anyways, where were we? Oh, right! Vanellope's cart is being rammed sideways through a narrow tunnel at 95 miles per hour with her in it. Oh yeah, Turbo also said this. Reenacted for copyright reasons.
What the? Who are you?
I'm Turbo, the greatest racer ever! And I did not reprogram this world to let you and that halitosis-riddled warthog take it away from me! Turbo-tastic! Fun fact, this line was originally going to be longer, with Turbo mentioning how he escaped road blasters and learned how to code, but I guess that was a mouthful. After all, he can't be dumping his whole life story during his epic villain twist reveal. With that, he throws his coined insult at her one last time. Torch! But this time, it gives her an idea.
Wait, gotta make sure I don't accidentally alloy it. As a fool, because the last thing I want to do is alloy this.
I think now is finally a good time to talk about the
copper and
cybugs.
redstone.
Cybugs are giant robotic insects born from an experiment that went horribly wrong. As Calhoun puts it, all they know is eat, kill, multiply. They act as an invasive plague upon Sugar Rush, and soon the entire arcade
Get
as well.
Electro.
But in my opinion, they're just little guys that get a
Oh,
little
do I
too silly
even
sometimes,
want
and they also make shiny
Electron?
objects. And can you really blame them? I'm a Cybug apologist, by the way. They can do
Maybe.
whatever they want. They also have a special ability, that being absorbing the properties of
Maybe?
whatever they eat and using it to their advantage, which is a pretty fun and unique gimmick. It's like Kirby, but with a horrendous and Lovecraftian twist. Actually, that's just regular Kirby. Another YouTuber, Rockatar, made a really interesting point regarding this in his own Wreck-It-Ralph video, which I will include a clip of right now.
They cleverly represent the dangers of greed and trying to be something you aren't with their powers of absorption.
I'm just
or
doing
maybe
the rest
I'm
of
just
them.
looking too deep into their potential purpose.
No, you are definitely onto something, and you are absolutely spitting facts. Even more so, I think this trying to be something you're not concept neatly parallels with Ralph's entire struggle, wanting to be a good guy instead of being himself, which is especially evident here where he's failing horribly. But that isn't all of the symbolism these critters have to offer. Calhoun explicitly compares them to a virus, and to be blunt, that's exactly what they are. Eating and multiplying to no end, with no beacon, with nothing in the natural order to control them, they've truly become a malignant swarm of death. Calm down, it's just a movie. In that way, the cyborgs quite possibly embody the purest form of going turbo there is,
so
disregarding
it doesn't
everyone and
do anything
parasitizing
fine.
every other living thing in sight to sustain their own survival. But I mean, hey, they were programmed that way. At least they have an excuse. But here is where the two are formally introduced to each other. It's funny. One is a heartless parasite that transforms its skin and hides its true self behind a sugary front, forever plagued with an insatiable hunger for power. And the other is a cybug that just had a tasty snack. Vanellope got out of this one, but unfortunately its friends aren't far behind.
Hey, dickhead, I'm doing... Why are you just doing that? Helen? Holy...
The upcoming scene might actually be the
Why?
most painful moment of the whole movie. The crushing scene
Why?
might have been the most horrible outright, but this scene captures a very specific kind of pain. The pain of having to leave someone you love. By this point, Ralph and Vanellope's friendship is repaired and stronger than ever. Both of them have forgiven each other and realized their mistakes. And Vanellope just finished racing around the entire track. It should be over by now. They should have won.
Helen, holy...
It's not fair. With a weary expression, Ralph runs from the apocalypse with
Maybe only
Vanellope
Helen
atop
would do
his
that.
shoulder.
God damn it.
He wants this to work more than anything. Vanellope tells him it's pointless in trying, but Ralph insists that it's worth a shot, because what choice does he have left? Even now, you can already see his fleeting sense of promise. It's already beginning to hurt him. Regardless, Ralph is determined, running full speed towards the entrance, even as he sees the electric walls start to close around her.
Ralph, I told you I can't leave the game.
The Candy citizens and other racers slip right past, not even thinking of helping her. It seems everyone's for themselves. It's abundantly clear that Ralph is the only one here who actually knows her, and by extension, the only one that cares about her. Now mortified that his anxieties have been fully realized, Ralph is thrown into denial. He only stops trying because it's hurting her. Regardless of how misguided he was, this is the one thing that Ralph did everything in his power to prevent. But even after coming back and trying to fix his mistakes, in the end it simply wasn't enough. Ralph finally kneels down, utterly defeated. He looks down at Vanellope, knowing full well that this is the last time he'll ever see her. Vanellope sees this, places one tiny hand on his, and consoles him.
It's okay, Ralph. Just go. Go without me.
It's here that Vanellope has fully accepted what's going to happen to her because she's already proven herself. Even if she didn't cross that finish line, she was finally able to live out her dreams on the racetrack, as short as they might have been. Something she couldn't have ever imagined without him. And so, Vanellope can die happy now, knowing that Ralph was her friend. And that's fucking brutal. The brevity of the scene makes it harder to dwell on the pure devastation of it, But if Vanellope and Ralph had one final embrace, one final goodbye, it would have had us crying waterfalls. The mere concept of Ralph having to live after this with this weight on his shoulders is unthinkable. But in every moment of despair, there's always a glimmer of hope.
Without a beacon, there's no way to stop these monsters.
Beacon.
At first, Ralph wanted to be a hero so much that he forgot what being a hero actually meant. But now, it's never been more clear. Vanellope made Ralph realize his true value as a person. She loved Ralph for who he was, not for who he wanted to be. And thanks to her, he's finally learned to accept himself, embracing his brute strength to its fullest capacity, not for breaking the same building over and over or for pursuing any self-centered purposes, but instead by using his strength for the sake of others. In contrast to Hero's duty... In contrast to Hero's duty, Ralph really is this game's last hope, and only now is he committing a true act of heroism. Except this time, he doesn't need to be rewarded with a medal. He already has the only one that matters.
Could you stop using that sound effect? No, it's a good sound effect. It's funny. Okay.
And even though Ralph is confident when he calls out, "I'll meet you at the finish line," he is still entirely aware of the deadly risk he is imposing upon himself. And yet, he doesn't hold back. It's no longer just to prove himself. It's to make sure that everything he and Vanellope worked for together will finally come to fruition. Because they haven't come this far chasing her dreams for nothing. And then it hits him. Hey, so you remember that cyborg that ate King Candy a few minutes ago? It turns out he's kind of been reincarnated into a giant bloodthirsty killing machine. In other news, I am pleased to announce that by this point in the video, we have surpassed the runtime of the movie itself. And I think that calls for a celebration. Pac-Man will be there, this clown will be there, Skrillex is DJing, oh my god. But where were we? Again! Where the fuck did you even begin talking about something like this? Okay, I'm just gonna get it out of the way. He's kinda hot. If I'm being honest, I don't see enough love for this part of the movie. It might just be me, but I feel like everyone always jumps to talk about Ralph's sacrifice. And don't get me wrong, it is hard to beat that scene. So regarding the scene that comes right before it, it's kind of put up against an unfair fight. Which is absolutely insane considering the villain transforms into a 20-foot-tall bug monster. Cyborg King Candy is an absolutely unhinged final addition to this movie. Like, there are less than 10 minutes left, but the creators were thinking...
Yeah, so we wanted to make sure that every child and adult watching this movie would have nightmares for the next 3 weeks. You know, just so it'd stick in your head for a little longer.
The actual reason was because Turbo on his own simply wasn't intimidating enough for a final confrontation. So having a dramatic transformation works perfectly, not only because it harkens back to those classic Disney villains from times past, but also because it's one final tribute to this movie's adoration for video games. Like seriously, name a more iconic opener than this.
Welcome to the fourth level.
But the shot where he unveils himself is especially outstanding, because it obscures information about what the fuck he's turned into until we get the full picture. Which is only after he uncurls a surprising number of limbs from behind him, which, I'll be honest, need to be confiscated from him immediately. Ever since the reveal, King Candy has undergone a drastic change in personality. No longer is he a quiet and manipulative type, as his hints of cruelty and self-obsession have now bubbled to the surface past his disguise, overflowing with the very same violent impulses he had those many years ago. But now, he finds himself in a new form. A form that grants him more power than he ever could have imagined. Thanks to that unlucky Cybug, he now has a new and vicious outward appearance. And in this body, his virus-like nature has never been more apparent. I've always found it interesting that when Candy speaks to Ralph, he isn't horrified of what he's become. He instead acts like this is the greatest thing to have ever happened to him. After all, this is what he's always been like on the inside. Why wouldn't he be euphoric? And honestly, he's sort of transcoded for that, but I don't have time to get into that right now. And if you get mad at me this far in the video for mentioning trans people, then I don't know what to tell you other than please go outside. If you think about it, Sugar Rush isn't the only racing game. He could have easily taken over another one, but that's the thing. It was never about racing. It was about power. And as it turns out, finding himself in a form like this is more power than he ever had just usurping a throne. He doesn't even have to hide anything anymore to maintain it, so why not just be honest about his intentions for the first time in his life and really spell it out? I'm gonna take over the arcade, and I'm killing you. I'm killing you. I don't care about anything else. I don't give a shit about anything. Next, I want to take a closer look at his design. But before we explore the horrific implications of him taking this body for himself, let's take a little detour and explore a few concepts of what could have been. But it's nothing to worry about. Like, it can't be any worse than it already is, right?
Alright.
So it got worse. The following pieces of concept art were made by Scott Watanabe, and they were uploaded to his now-defunct blog back in 2014. Okay,
I'll
so maybe I'm just salty after working on this for 8 months and expecting there to be at least more than 1.5 pages of insight on the guy I'm making a video about, but I honestly can't imagine why they wouldn't include these in the art book, given how complex and interesting his final design actually is. Maybe the publishers just thought he was too scary or not marketable enough? I genuinely don't have a goddamn clue, but I do know one thing, and that is I will not stand for this erasure any longer. Okay, calm down, it's just a silly little movie about video games. It's nothing to get worked up over. Now, the one thing these rejected designs have in common is that they're both turbo-centric, meaning somewhere along the way, the filmmakers decided to switch to King Candy as the focus, and that honestly makes a lot of sense. As cool as it would have been for Turbo to finally embrace himself in a grandiose way like this, King Candy is the one the audience is actually familiar with. And by this point, he's been assuming that character longer than his original self, so it only makes sense for his ultimate form to reflect that. But for a moment, I want to dive back into the Cybug symbolism, as it becomes 100 times more horrifying after considering a few things. Cybugs themselves are already a virus, an embodiment of chaos, but even viruses can get infected. Behold, whatever the fuck this is yet another concept of Turbo's Cybug form. And in this godforsaken illustration, he is not only startlingly bald, but depicted bursting out of a Cybug's brain as it's still alive. So that's metal as fuck, but also really unfortunate for the Cybug. We can see thick tubes originating from the insect's thorax connecting to his back. He now has a modified robotic eye and has adorned himself with one of its claws. He sits up proudly as a pilot to this unwilling mind, and yet he's restrained to it. And the more I look at it, the more it reminds me of Calamity Ganon crossed with that zombie ant fungus thing that happens in real life.
Turbo is the fungus.
But Turbo here is simply doing what he does
which
best.
I forgot about
hijacking
today,
the life of
but
another living
I'm not gonna
being
worry
in
about
order
it
to
now.
heartlessly exploit whatever it has to offer. So that's
It's
nice.
cold.
Although some of this overt symbolism was lost in his final design, even now we can still see how the Cybug's body was hijacked from the inside. Where its face would have normally been is now a hollowed out husk, replaced with the parasite's own twisted visage. On second look, I fucking hate that his neck is retractable. He's like a little worm living in there. Ew, get him out! I'm still not done talking about him though. Let's see, for the entire film, we've gotten a pretty solid sense of scale for our buddy Ralph. He's got a pretty hulking stature and is rarely ever eye level with anyone. Furthermore, near the beginning of the movie, he can barely fit anywhere, which is a clever metaphor to communicate how he feels boxed in and unwelcome in his own game. Like he said,
I'm 9 feet tall. I weigh 643 pounds.
but it's not like any of that matters to a giant six-legged hunk of metal in Nightmares, who whacks around a full-grown man like he's nothing but a sopping wet Wedkins. I also want to mention the obvious. This is a pretty dark scene for a kids movie. I say kids movie in quotes because it's an animated family movie. It's for everyone. Disney often steers away from saying, quote, kill and die, so it always hits a lot harder when they do. I especially like their use of it here, where it really complements Candy's sudden, drunken with power and zero fucks given attitude. Additionally, it reminds me of this moment in The Sequel That Shall Not Be Named, a moment that, in my opinion, completely falls flat. But it...
I don't want to hear it.
It'd be more fun to kill you. Let's watch us die together, shall we?
Clearly, the original is the winner here, and it would also win in literally every other category. This scene truly captures the peak of King Candy's cruelty, as he can get away with whatever he wants with nothing to stop him. This includes heartlessly toying with Ralph's emotions by not only preventing him from saving Vanellope, but also carrying him hundreds of feet in the air. Mentioned what we see in the final film, which is the entire purpose of a storyboard, but it's also much more intense. Like, Ralph doesn't just throw him here, he grabs him by the tail and slams him to the ground. Also, this Thing's opener simply being,
hello, Ralph,
is absolutely chilling. Like, since when did he become HAL 9000? Either way, he does in fact end up saying, are you ready for the boss battle afterwards, so it's not too far off. Anyways, let's talk about this crazy Terminator-looking design, because it's nothing like we've seen before, and quite frankly, metal as fuck. It doesn't even resemble King Candy or Turbo for that matter. And if you want to know that skull motif, well, here it is in all of its horrible glory. The cyborgs already resemble skulls to an extent, but here it is abundantly clear that everything about this thing is an embodiment of death. It doesn't smile, it doesn't laugh, it doesn't visibly delight in tormenting Ralph. It only has one goal, and that is to kill. If you thought Let's Watch Her Die Together was dark, this cyborg King Candy straight up grabs Ralph by the shirt and says,
she's dead, Ralph. You both are. And now, I'll be the most powerful virus in the arcade.
And then he tries to stab him in the face, and Ralph is forced to struggle and push his claws away, all while still turning to look down at Vanellope, facing her certain doom. Rated PG for, dude, what the fuck were you even thinking? Oh my god, this is brutal. At this point, Ralph seems to be overwhelmed with pain and anger, but in a moment of strength, he forces himself to turn to the only option that's left, and that is to sacrifice himself. In the final film, it's slightly different. Ralph is overwhelmed with pain, but it gives way to resolve and hope. He still has one final option, one final chance to prove himself, and this time, he won't let it slip from his grasp. In the first half of Ralph's speech, you can see the fear in his eyes. You can see that he's afraid of dying. But once he looks down at Vanellope's medal, he suddenly becomes so confident in his self-sacrifice. Because after 30 years of feeling lost, he's finally learned what it means to accept himself. And now he's ready to die a hero. The meaning of art comes from the stories we tell through it, and the love we pour into it. It would be a crime not to mention the specific excerpt by Minor Jose Gaetan, the artist who animated this scene. Quote, Glenn Keane would say that pouring heart into your animation is something you can't teach. He explained when Tarzan touches Jane's hand for the first time, the closest reaction he animated was of his own life experience of seeing his newly born daughter for the first time. It's taking your life experience, however happy, sad, or silly, and using that as your core reference. While shooting Reference, I was inspired by my own life experience of losing one of my best friends to war, Marine Private First Class Vinny Frassetto. I planned on joining with him after high school, but my mother would push me to follow my goals to become an artist.
I was gonna kill you.
Minor goes on to describe how Vinny was his hero in many ways, how he inspired him, and how these shots will always be special to him because of that connection.
The killing ground.
To have had your personal experiences live on through storytelling, having it strike a chord with so many people, it must be a feeling unlike anything else. This human element is what makes art worthwhile in the first place. It's something that will permeate through generations for years to come. As scary as being an artist in the world is nowadays, for whatever reason that may be, please take comfort in knowing that art made by humans, art made with love, will always prevail. And I can promise you, no matter what happens,
maybe not that high, maybe like
we will continue to live through it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't know who needed to hear that. I think it was just me. As the shattered mementos cascade around him, Ralph knows his work here is done. Embracing Vanellope's metal, he's finally at peace. And boom! Vanellope comes out of the blue and saves him! Now, I don't personally believe that this undermines the emotional impact of Ralph's sacrifice, because we got to see him accept what was going to happen to him regardless, nicely concluding his character arc. And although it's a little abrupt, we are given some in-movie explanations as to how this is possible. Earlier in Vanellope's own face-off with Turbo, side note, wow, he's really going after everyone, isn't he? She finally understood how to control her glitch, which also involved her processing time much slower. So that detail alone makes this ultra-fast rescue mission a lot more plausible. The random cart she used also wasn't out of nowhere. During the evacuation, it's shown to be left behind at the entrance by, who is that? So I was gonna make a joke about how nobody cares who this is, but I actually really like her design, so say hello to the new best character, Cremulina di Carmelo. With that, Vanellope rescues Ralph in the nick of time, using her unpatched clipping capabilities, escaping Diacola Mountain as it erupts in all its carbonated glory. Now entranced by the molten glow, every cyborg is helplessly drawn to its fiery demise, helpless to resist their hard-coded programming. And I think we all know whose turn it is next.
Sure.
As far as Disney villain deaths go, they all more or less follow the same ironically gruesome formula. Scar was devoured alive in flames by his own army. Clayton was so consumed by fury that he hadn't realized his own fatal shortcomings. And Judge Claude Frollo fell into the very hellfire he had sworn to resist. Turbo was no different. He was met with two facets of his shattered mind, the side of greed, the one that ultimately drove his actions, and his original self, the one that resisted to no avail. His mind and body betrayed him. He begged for it to stop, but it was far too late. He flew too close to the sun, and now he is no longer himself. It's hard to say when Turbo reached the point of no return. Perhaps it was the moment he decided to steal a little girl's life for his own selfish desires, or when he tampered with the very fabric of his existence. It could have been that fated day many years ago. The moment jealousy overtook him. Or maybe it was the second he got a taste of the spotlight. This hypnotizing urge for the light was already hard-coded into him, even before he transformed into what he is now. And it is this urge that has led to his demise time and time again. Now he inhabits a twisted embodiment of his selfish acts, assimilated into a mind and body with equal desire for greed and destruction as he did. Because playing God did not come without consequence.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
May his soul rest easy in hell. Now, I could get into end of movie nuance here, but by this point, I'm completely dead. So here's a fun little summary
1, 2,
instead.
3,
The finish line is
4,
repaired,
5,
and Vanellope
6,
finally crosses it, resetting the game to its
1,
former
2,
glory and
3,
restoring her
4,
place
5,
as rightful
6,
ruler of
7.
Sugar Rush. She then organizes a public execution for all of her bullies, which she unfortunately doesn't go through with. But of course, this royal appearance isn't exactly her style. Instead, Vanellope
1,
embraces who she
2,
really is,
3,
all, and not
4,
the flawless
5,
princess her code
6,
says she
7.
should be. And since the arcade is about to open, she and Ralph have a heartfelt goodbye, which is soon accompanied by a stinky goodbye. After saving Fix-It Felix and Sugar Rush, even though both of those were technically Ralph's fault, he still wanted to do more good in the world, so next he single-handedly ends the housing crisis, except it wasn't single-handedly, he got a lot of help from Felix. Although Felix could have instantly built living spaces for the past 30 years he's existed here, so better late than never, I suppose. Disclaimer. Oh, I almost forgot the best part. Felix and Calhoun get married! Yeah! And everyone is invited. Even Skrillex is here for some reason. But yeah, no one gets eaten this time, and I call that a successful wedding. And of course, Vanellope finally learns what it's like to receive the love she deserves. And now that the Nicelanders treat Ralph with respect, he's gotten everything he ever needed as well. Something he never could have achieved
That is so
without
stupid.
her.
Don't do that, please.
If that little kid likes me, how bad can I be?
Oh my god, we made it! Everyone embrace. We've done it. Before we end things, I just want to add that all music featured in this video has been compiled into a giant playlist, which can be found in the description. Okay, moving on. The whole point of this needlessly long essay was to spread some positivity and appreciation about one of my favorite movies of all time, with one of the best Disney villains in recent years, and maybe also spark some new discussion as well. So if there's anything that stuck with you, or you have any hot takes, feel free to comment those below, and I would be more than happy to discuss things. Every day for 9 months has been one of the most fulfilling creative experiences of my entire life. That's not because it was easy. There's been a lot of crippling anxiety surrounding this video, but I've gotten better with it. I'll leave it at that. But enough about me, because I didn't make this movie to be as amazing as it is. That credit is due all to the incredible, talented, and passionate artists that came together way back in 2010, or perhaps even earlier, to create this film in the first place. Seriously, I only skimmed the surface. These people deserve an entire video dedicated to them on their own. But with all that said and done, I sincerely hope you enjoyed this video as much as I loved making it. Although, there are still quite a few people I have yet to thank. Inside my head there's an enemy.
Come on.
I love this town. That's why I opened my independent wealth management practice.
God.
Hello and welcome to Reddit Stories. I'm Shane, and today's theme is all about dating. And I'm here with two people who I believe have been on a date before. Not with each other, but with they have been on a first date at some point in their life.
Take it back, take it back, take it back.
I will take it back. Welcome. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank
you
you.
for having us. I mean, you could consider this a date, maybe.
Yeah, this is kind of a date, a Reddit date.
Yeah.
How would you feel if you went on a date with someone and they're like, hey, can I just read some Reddit stories for the next hour and a half? How would you feel?
I'd set myself on fire.
No.
Okay. Okay.
I guess I wouldn't mind. I would maybe be like, okay, you're like a little bulldozing right now.
Sure.
But I guess it's like nice that they would be taking initiative and being like, I have an idea.
True.
If that was a first date, I'd be like, I'm sorry for leaving your number. If Raven did that to me now, I'd be like, that sounds awesome.
Oh, yeah.
But we're
It's
talking
how
about
we get it.
we're talking about dating. Now we are all people in relationships.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Damn it.
But how do we feel that? How do you guys feel you were at dating? Like, do you think you're good at dating?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, if dating is the game, then having a relationship is winning.
Fair.
Am I right?
See, I think I sucked at dating. I was never good at dating. I dreaded it always.
You think you just like got nervous?
I would get super nervous. Like so nervous on first dates that I would like be like shaking before. Like I'd be like, oh my god.
Oh yeah.
I was so in my head. I think it was a lot of just the anxiety. I think it's similar to like acting, where I was like, I'm so worried about how I'm portraying myself that I was so in my head that I would often, after a couple dates, be like, I don't even know this person. I'm so in my head about how I'm coming across that I have not really been like hanging out with this person.
Yeah?
So I was really bad at it. I was bad at it in multiple ways, not in just like, oh, I'm awkward. I was bad at like actually getting to know people on dates.
Interesting.
Which is why, like, my current relationship, my wife, it's like we were friends. And so like I didn't go through that aspect.
Yeah.
So it kind of snuck in.
Do you think you're good at dating?
Oof. I didn't start dating until I moved to Los Angeles, and it was pretty much exclusively through dating apps. And so I've got some pretty insane stories of like one date Bumble dates or like one date Hinge dates that are just like, what was I doing? Like I look back on that time, like however it was like a year and a half of me like trying to do it and just being like, what was I doing?
Yeah.
But I didn't really have to date much, I feel like. I don't know. I don't know if I'd be good at it.
A lot of people nowadays talk about like dating currently in the modern era is worse than it's ever been.
Oh yeah.
Like it's gotten so much harder, which is strange because like the internet is trying to like so much social media, but I think it's made it all worse.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different attitudes these days about how we're supposed to treat each other, and I think from both sides of a relationship, I think it's gotten really twisted with social media because there's so many people giving advice, and a lot of people who are very easily persuaded into thinking this advice is the correct advice, and just kind of hopping on that bandwagon and being like, oh yeah, what they're saying is true and what they're saying is true. And it's like, if you scroll through TikTok like on dating advice, I think like the first 10 would just continue to contradict each other.
That's very interesting, because of the internet we have a bunch of different like subcultures in regards to dating now, and I think what we see a lot on Reddit stories is a lot of dudes who have certain mindsets on how women should treat them and how a relationship should work, where clearly a lot of women are like, that is not the case.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times they don't realize until a couple dates in of like, oh, we have very different POVs.
Yeah.
I think the other way around too, like fairly on the other end, I see a lot of women being like, if he wanted to, he would. Like, he should be planning a picnic every single day. And you're like, what?
Yeah, these extreme, like, we're living in fantasies.
Very much
a lot
so.
of people, like, there's not a lot of humility and acceptance.
Yeah.
Which is very necessary in dating, I feel like. Well, let's hop into these.
Okay.
This one was posted yesterday. Whoa. It's from
As in August. No, I'm kidding.
It was posted on Am I the Asshole? Am I the asshole for telling a guy the real reason I wasn't dating him was that he was an extremely picky eater?
This was written about me.
Are you a picky eater?
I'm a very picky eater.
I don't think I knew that.
I'm pretty picky overall, I think.
Okay.
But let's see if this guy is me.
All right. Let's see. Here's the situation. I'm a 28-year-old woman. I met this guy, Jake, a 30-year-old man, on a dating app. He seemed like a good match, funny, smart, and we had some common interests. After a couple weeks of texting, we decided to meet up for dinner. For context, I'm a sous chef, and I come from a culture where food is a huge part of my life. Sharing meals and trying new dishes are essential to me, not just because of my job, but because it's part of how I connect with others. Our first date was at a nice Italian restaurant, and that's when I first noticed something was off. Jake spent a ridiculous amount of time asking the waiter about every single dish. When it was finally time to order, he settled on plain pasta with butter. No sauce, no toppings, just noodles and butter. It struck me as odd, but I shrugged it off, thinking maybe he just wasn't feeling adventurous that night. Then we went out again, and I suggested sushi. Jake made a face and said he doesn't eat seafood or anything that's uncooked. So we ended up at a diner instead. Once again, he interrogated the waiter about every item on the menu before finally ordering a plain cheeseburger with nothing on it. Just meat, cheese, and bread. This was starting to become a pattern. Over the next few dates, it became clear that Jake was extremely picky, not because of allergies or a medical condition like ARFID, but simply because he refused to try anything unfamiliar. He avoided sauces, spices, vegetables, basically anything that wasn't super basic. Every meal turned into a challenge, and he even made faces or comments about dishes I enjoyed, which started to feel disrespectful considering my background. The breaking point came when I invited Jake to a potluck dinner hosted by one of my colleagues. It was a big event with lots of homemade dishes from various cultures, exactly the kind of thing I love. When we arrived, Jake immediately looked uncomfortable. As we moved through the buffet line, he barely put anything on his plate. He kept making comments like, "This looks weird," or "I don't trust food that has too many ingredients." I was embarrassed, especially since these were my colleagues and friends who had spent a lot of time preparing these dishes. Jake picked at his food and eventually whispered to me that he was going to leave and grab some fries from a fast food place nearby because he couldn't eat this stuff. He left the potluck early, leaving me to make excuses for his absence. That was when I realized this wasn't going to work. Food is such a significant part of my life and my culture, and I need someone who can share that with me. So I decided to end things with Jake. To avoid hurting his feelings, I told him it was because I wasn't ready for a serious relationship right now. But Jake wouldn't let it go. He kept texting and calling, insisting that he deserved to know the real reason. After a week of him pestering me, I finally told him the truth, that his extremely picky eating habits were a major issue for me, and I couldn't see a future where food wasn't a constant point of tension. Jake was livid. He accused me of being shallow and said it was ridiculous to end things over something as trivial as food. He told me I was making a big mistake and that I was missing out on a great relationship over something that shouldn't even matter. Now I'm left wondering, was I the asshole for telling him the real reason I didn't want to date him?
Shouldn't even matter.
Okay, so this is such an early post that there's no verdict yet on this one.
Right.
But I have some obvious feelings about this.
For sure.
Guy's an idiot.
Number one is like, in those first few dates, you're allowed to not date someone for kind of any reason.
Yeah?
You know, I mean, a lot of times I feel like people go on a couple dates and they go, I'm just not feeling it.
Yeah.
They could be great, I'm just not feeling it. And that's okay.
Yeah.
Owe no one anything early on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I also think what she's talking about is an absolute massive deal breaker. There's, you know, people eating habits, but I do think those should be something that kind of link up. If it matters to you, it should link up at least.
Yeah.
Outfield. Every cast is a chance, and every catch a memory. If that sounds like
This feels really multi-layered because of kind of where it went with the story. I'm not Jake. This definitely is not me.
This is extreme.
It's very extreme. Like, yes, the pasta with just like plain butter and just like a plain cheeseburger with nothing on it. I also understand. I think that can be frustrating, especially for someone who is in the culinary field. I think that's also normal too, to get annoyed with like interrogating the waiter and also just like I think when it started to cross the line was like him imposing that on her.
Yeah.
With him being like, that's weird, and I can't eat any of this stuff, and stuff like that. Like, it's not so much of just like, this is my thing, like, I'm dealing with this, or like, I have to do me. It suddenly became like, I'm also judging you for eating all of these things.
When they were going through the line, he's like, this looks weird and stuff. I'm like, now you're being disrespectful.
Right.
There are people out there I know, like, they have issues with texture, whatever. Like,
Totally.
you are allowed to make your own decisions about what you eat.
Yeah.
But there's a way to be honest with people, be like, hey, this is me.
Right.
This is how I am.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right. He's kind of blaming others and putting it on them.
Totally. And then it just ultimately gets to a completely different place with, like, Spencer and Courtney and I were just talking about this yesterday too at lunch. Like, we were just talking about the aspect of like how a lot of the times it's men, but people overall, like, they can't deal with rejection, so much so that they end up turning it around and being like, it's your fault, and actually all of my feelings are valid and reasonable, and I'm gonna now blame you for this feeling that I am uncomfortable with.
Right.
And it's almost like this is a testament to how terrible the relationship would have been, to see how he dealt with her being like, this is something I'm not comfortable with, and he immediately started arguing. Like, that's her immediate red flag of like, okay, I made the right choice. It originally started about your picky eating, and now it has become something completely different.
I don't like that he kept texting and calling, insisting that he deserved to know the real reason. Like, after a couple of dates, I don't think you do.
Scary
If
town.
they're not going to tell you, you need to move on.
Yeah. Thumbs up the message and go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just did feel like weirdly disrespectful, and also like, yeah, like, I don't know, disrespectful of like other cultures and cuisines. Like when she said that like people from all over the world are like making different foods, like her coworkers and stuff, and for him to like be walking down a line likely in front of these people and being like, oh, that's weird. Like, I would never, I can't imagine doing that.
Yeah.
Like, that just
Right.
feels insane.
No, that's really disrespectful to say. He's a 30-year-old man. I would hope by now, like I said, his preferences and stuff is fine, but to say that out loud in front of people who cooked it is really messed up.
That disrespectful tendency is going to carry over into other parts of his life.
Yeah.
Like, that's not a contained thing there.
Exactly.
Yeah, I feel like I always like am so conscious of having that happen that it's almost like I feel like the weird one. I feel like the one with the nuisance of like having certain things that I don't want to eat and things like that, that I try to make it a very secretive thing. I'm not trying to go around being like, oh, I don't like that and I don't like that. It's more just like, oh, no, I'm good with that. Like, just very quickly, just doing my own thing, not trying to bother anybody about it.
I think what I get at this point, and I think I know it only from experience of being around people who know food so well, is that, you know, we get accustomed to our palate and what we're used to growing up and whatever we were eating as a kid, that it's actually interesting to me when I try foods where I'm like, oh, this is from a culture that's so different from anything I experienced that my mouth is like not used to this. I remember when it was the first time I tried natto.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I have never experienced this in my life. I'm like, I understand that this isn't bad.
Yeah.
My mouth is just like, I don't know what this is. I can't handle it. But I kind of like trying to push through that and then trying to figure out like being like this, I know this is good. Because there are people out there who say it's great. So I'm like, I know it can be, and I want to figure it out. And I feel like I've managed to do that, but I'm also crazy.
Yeah.
So,
You know what though? I think with food too, it almost can be a parallel to the type of personality that you have. Like, I definitely would identify as being a picky eater, but something that I'm genuinely trying to work on is expanding my palate and exploring more foods and trying new things, and it's incredibly exciting for me when that does happen. Like, I do love trying new foods, and if it does work, it's such a great feeling to be like, wow, I used to really dislike that food, and I'm really proud of myself for like opening up and pushing past that.
it's amazing how much the idea of a food can affect how it tastes.
Yeah.
I feel like. Bunch of comments here. It's one thing to enjoy plain foods, but to make sourpuss faces and pout at a party is embarrassing.
Yeah.
Someone else said, you are a chef and he told you food was unimportant. Then he called your professional career and one of your core passions trivial. Do not waste time on this chicken nugget eating man-child. Lastly, someone said, this is about much more than food preferences. He was rude over your food choices that didn't impact him. Didn't respect your rejection, hounded you for an explanation, then threw a bro flake fit over your honesty before claiming you were missing out on a great relationship with him. No matter what the reason, the above is straight from the emotionally immature, contemptuous, and manipulative person's guide to being a douchebag. Even if your reasoning wasn't something that really mattered to you, you should block him for all that and be glad he showed you his true colors early on. Not the asshole. Not the asshole. He called something you love and you do for work trivial. You're fundamentally incompatible. I mean, Trevor, this would be a deal breaker for you, obviously.
Yeah, no, it would be. This is a very big extreme, and I think like the disrespectful part of it is like what really like gets to me. Like he obviously doesn't respect food in the way that she does, but like, I mean, I would say Raven isn't a picky eater by any means, but there are ingredients or things that she doesn't like as much. And like there have been times that I've cooked a meal and it's like may have been heavy on one of those things, and she's like, hey, like I really appreciate you cooking this, and it's not bad at all, but it just isn't my favorite. And like that's very respectful, and like, okay, I know like not to do that thing or use that ingredient anymore. Or like this is just the complete opposite of like, I'm not gonna try and I'm gonna actively like mock you for wanting to eat that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then get rageful when you reject me because of it.
Right. I think all red flags boil down to disrespect. It's like, is this person disrespecting? That's just what it comes down to every time. Like, if you boil every single thing down on these Reddit stories, it's always, well, he was disrespectful. And if they're that disrespectful that early on, you should weigh whether that is enough for you.
Listen, the real question is, which fast food place did he stop at to get those fries?
That's true.
Because that is what would make or break the relationship.
Very true.
It's also crazy that you can't just wait till the end of the thing to get some fries. Like you can't wait an extra hour, hour and a half, whatever it is.
No,
to, like,
you can't.
A lot of
fries.
behavior is ridiculous. Anyways.
Yeah.
Moving on. This one comes from Today I F***ed Up. Today I F***ed up by playing Baldur's Gate 3 with my girlfriend.
Classic case.
Oh no.
Classic case.
Uh-oh.
He got turned on.
Okay, a little over a month ago, my partner and I were itching for a new co-op game to sink our teeth into. We had heard a lot about Baldur's Gate 3 and decided to give it a shot. It took a bit to get hooked due to the turn-based combat, but once we got into it, we haven't let it go. We finished our first playthrough roughly 2 weeks ago, and neither of us got to romance the characters we wanted. We decided to boot up a second playthrough to focus on romancing our preferred companions this time around. I chose Karlach, she chose Astarion. Do you know these characters?
No, I'm incredibly lost.
Karlach is a giant demon woman, tiefling, but like for someone who doesn't know D&D, like she looks like a giant like red human with like big horns.
Okay.
She's like really tough. She's like quirky and like sweet, but like, you know.
Okay. Locked it.
And then Astarion is
Twink vampire.
Twink vampire.
Got it. Say no more.
Very smooth, very like sarcastic, funny, but very sexual.
Is he tall?
He's not super tall. He's a rogue. He's not one of the big dudes in the game.
Okay, got it.
But the point of this game, I will say on this front, there's a little something for everyone. They really made sure to make a spread out of characters of like, you're gonna want to f one of these people.
Yeah.
Challenge.
Probably more than one.
Probably more than one.
All right, we gotta play this game.
I chose Karlach, she chose Astarion. My partner can't seem to get Astarion to want to romance her due to their conflicting interests, whereas this time around, Karlach was all over me. For some insight into our relationship, touch and words of affirmation are my love language. My girlfriend's a little more reserved and casual. Hearing Karlach's character announce her feelings to me was something I would have never expected. It honestly threw us both for a loop. We're laughing and having a great time until I select a dialogue option for, I love you. And her character responds, I love you too, before going on a tangent about her feelings. My girl jokingly rubs her hands across my crotch before noticing I'm rock hard. At this moment, she gets quiet and eventually asks to stop playing. I try to see what's up, and she's questioning why I got so turned on. I explained to her how affectionate I am, and hearing that rebounded, even from a video game, caught me off guard and turned me on. I told her she's the only person I want, and I love our dynamic, but sometimes it's nice to hear those things. She ended up sleeping on the couch, and we haven't really spoken about this since last night.
Oh my
but
God.
I feel like this won't be the last I hear about this.
Oh my god.
Dude.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Dude, the same thing happened to me and Raven, but playing Fortnite.
So he's a banana.
Listen, I'm rock hard right now.
That's so crazy.
That is insane.
That's
okay,
insane.
but it's like she kind of wanted him to get there anyway. She was initiating it, right?
I think that's a really, yeah, I guess this is just something that's obvious when you think about it a lot, but for her, maybe it's just something that has never, I just think it's ridiculous. The realm of fantasy is there. Like, you know, people read like sexy fantasy books. People are watching movies where there's romance and stuff. Like, it's not real life. You're playing into a fantasy. So, like, I don't know what she's feeling. I guess it's the follow-up that he was like, oh, this is a nice love language thing that she's not doing.
Yes.
So it's, I get that there's the hurt of like, hey, you haven't communicated something that clearly very much affects you and matters to you, and you haven't brought it up to me, I'm not doing it. So she might feel like, oh, I'm not doing a good job.
Yes, it's definitely something deeper. I think you're totally right. It's like the idea of something else, I guess, inspiring. Such physical outcomes, I suppose, can be a little hurtful. But like you said, you know, it can obviously like happen in any form. I've heard it can also happen on like random occasions. You can show up to work and that can happen, you know?
So I've heard.
So I've heard.
I've heard that.
Not that I have a boner right now.
I like to think that the level of stiffness was also part of it. Because he described himself as rock hard. Like, what if he was just half jumping a little bit? Like, do you think she would have been as mad?
No.
That's true. No, this has got to be something she never saw before.
She was like, where did that come from?
Yeah, I mean, I wish there was more on this, and maybe there is, but, you know, I'm curious. We don't know exactly what she's super upset about. You know, she kind of she said, she was questioning why he got so turned on. I explained to her how affectionate I am, and hearing that rebounded, even from a video game, caught me off guard and turned me on. So I think he kind of just told her, like, hey, you're not that affectionate towards me.
Yes.
And I think that might be what it is, as opposed to, and it doesn't sound like it's, I'm upset you got turned on by this video game. I'm upset at what you just said after that.
I think you're completely accurate, Shane. I think that that's totally it. It's not what it seems like, it's what it really is on the inside, that she feels like it is something deeper. It's that you are rejecting me and you're telling me that I'm not doing something for you.
This feels to me like something that like they're gonna laugh about very soon. Because like, guy took a little surprise trip to Bonerland. Like, it's not like the Arthur Morgan thing where it was an actively like he was hiding it, he was like going and like he was doing something in secret, and like it happened, and they're probably gonna have a conversation about it, and it's probably just gonna blow over.
Some comments. Someone said, I obviously don't know how to enjoy video games properly. Someone else said, sexual arousal does not equal cheating, and I will die on this hill. Yeah. Baldur's Gate 3 is a very sexy game at times, not to mention the Karlach romance would align with your love languages. In any case, I think your girlfriend could use some more reassurance. That said, she also needs to address her jealousy issues and where they are coming from. Emotions are valid, but it's up to each of us, girlfriends included, to process them ourselves and not use them to punish others, especially our partner. Lastly, someone said, your girlfriend has massive insecurities. If she makes you feel bad for getting hard from the game, she needs to grow up. OP responded, we've all got insecurities, it's completely normal. She wasn't mad about it being a video, more so upset about what turned me on. We talk about our love languages a lot. She's more of a playful tickle and poke person, where I'm more direct. It's not something she's experienced, and she has a hard time providing it, as it's an area of discomfort for her. I am aware of this and hold absolutely nothing against her. I think that was just the first time we were able to sit down and hear what makes me tick, and it was just at a really awkward moment. This definitely isn't going to harm our relationship, and it'll be something we laugh about sooner or later. Lastly, someone said, have the same problem with my instinct.
It's a whole 3 chunks in each direction.
Yeah, I didn't read this as her being jealous. I read this as her being upset. I don't know about what. If she's jealous of Karlach, I think that's ridiculous.
Right. Then it speaks a little bit more to like insecurity.
Yeah, to like be so upset for so long that you sleep on the couch is insane.
Yeah.
But
Right.
I wasn't reading it that way. Update.
Oh shit.
Wow. So as some of you have seen from my post history, we have been together for nearly 3 years now. With our share of drama, I initially posted this because I thought it was funny. But from a lot of comments, I'm seeing that I've been a little blind to a lot of things. I tried speaking to my partner this morning about concerns which initially did not go so well. She apologized shortly after we both arrived at work, and we spoke in more detail on our lunch breaks. She's not blind to her actions, nor am I to mine. We made a commitment to try harder, show more enthusiasm and commitment, and for now that's all I have to say. I love this girl and intend to marry her one day. But we are people at the end of the day, meaning we both come with our flaws. I don't believe in giving up on people and will stick through until the end. Please do not bash her, as she is an amazing mother and partner. And yeah, sometimes the communication is whack, but we are working on this together.
Wow.
Okay, yeah. So it does sound like it wasn't a jealousy thing. She was upset that she thought, oh, I'm not doing this right.
Right.
Yeah.
I think when we hear these stories or when other people that are coming across it, like read it, it's almost easy to take it to the most extreme and be like, oh, this is the entire relationship and it always has been, Yeah. But obviously nobody knows a relationship except for the two people that are in it.
Right.
And clearly the context was dropped along the way when he shared it in a post, and you read it, people read it, and it just kind of
Read it.
and it gets lost a little bit.
Is that why they call it Reddit?
No. Anyways.
No. I think there was also one more thing that really resonated with me in that as well, of like the fact that they were like able to communicate and really like share their feelings and stuff like that, and the point was, that her feelings are valid, but feelings are always valid, but not always reasonable.
Yeah.
And I think that is maybe where the gap was. And it sounds like she is completely forthcoming with that. She is like, I reacted. This is why I felt like that. The feelings, again, they made sense in the moment, but my logic of maybe why I was feeling that probably didn't land as well.
This episode of Reddit Stories is brought to you by ZocDoc. In life, there are highs and lows, and one of those lows is scheduling doctor's appointments. But it doesn't need to be that much of a bummer, because ZocDoc makes it easier than ever. Like a cheating situation, I'm
Hey
assuming?
girl?
Like,
Hey
hey
girl?
girl, your partner.
Oh!
Yeah. Okay. My boyfriend is 29, and I, 28-year-old woman, have been together roughly
So
2.5
I just
years,
wasted
living together
all
for
that
the past
for
year. Yesterday, I received the dreaded "Hey girl" message on Instagram, and I'm so insanely confused and just unsure what to do with myself. Details of what happened. The other morning, he got a follow request on Instagram from a girl I believe he's been with in the past, and immediately slid into her DMs 100% flirtatiously. They switched to text, exchanged nudes, then had random casual chit-chat continue for the rest of the evening. At 6 a.m. the next morning, he fessed up to her that he had a girlfriend and it was a mistake. He didn't know what he was thinking and that he was sorry. This girl then found me on Instagram and immediately sent me all the screenshots and apologized for not knowing. This all happened yesterday morning, and now I am stuck in a constant state of flip-flopping between anger, frustration, sadness, and numbness. When I found out, I immediately confronted him, and we spent hours talking, arguing, and crying. He says he's never done it before and immediately regretted it, which is apparent, but I just don't know what to do from here. I've always told him I only have 2 deal breakers. You put your hands on me or in someone else and it's over. But it just doesn't feel fair to blow up my life and end everything out of nowhere like this. At the moment, we are taking it day by day. Where do we go from here? Push through? Throw it all out the window? Help.
Oof.
Okay, so let me just make sure. He slid into her DMs 100% flirtatiously. They switched to text, exchanged nudes, then had random casual chit-chat continued for the rest of the evening.
Okay.
At 6 a.m. the next morning, he fessed up to her, saying, I have a girlfriend, it was a mistake.
Okay, so this happened to me.
What?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Except I was okay, so this happened like years ago, but it was on my birthday a few years ago, and this guy that I knew for years, who was a few years older than me, like late around like 1 or 2 a.m. started texting me, and it was like all of like the words were like, you know, scrambled. He was very obviously drunk, and he was in a relationship, and he fully was just like, I'm in love with you, like I'm very attracted to you, like all of this stuff. And I immediately responded just being like, I'm not interested, like I know that you're in a relationship, like I completely like turned him down. And he persisted in the text, like it was very, very adamant. And then the next morning, I logged on, and him and his girlfriend got engaged. And I slid into her DMs, and I said, hey girl, there's something you need to know. And I sent her the entire thread. I was like, here's everything, like, take a look. And she was like, thanks for telling me, like, don't worry, like, we've talked about it, like, like, we're gonna deal with this. It's like, it's totally fine, no worries. And they are married. They are still together. So...
The night before you propose to your girlfriend, you get plastered and tell a different person that you're in love with them, and then go on and still get married. That's crazy.
Isn't that wild?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
This was like at least 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Like I was in college. Isn't that crazy? I'll show you guys photos.
That's insane, dude.
Oh, yeah.
That's freaking crazy. Well, hey, I'm glad you sent those messages.
Oh my
Even
God.
though they stayed together, like, that's, I do think that's the right thing to do. Especially when you see they're engaged, it's like, hey.
No, definitely so. I remember texting all of my friends too, like in our friend group, and I was like, you guys are never gonna believe what just happened. Again, like, I don't know if he like remembers it or whatever, but pretty sure I still have the entire thread.
That's crazy. Yeah.
So, 100 likes and I'll drop it.
Holy shit, yeah. This video gets 1 like. And this guy didn't even sound like he was drunk.
No.
This story, he's fully, and you know, it's not just one decision, it's a bunch of decisions he made. He made decisions for hours on end.
Totally.
It also seemed like a snap thing. It wasn't like something where it was like, yeah, I'd been like talking to this person as a friend for a while. It was like he got a follow request and he's like, time to slide in.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't anything that took like deliberating on his part.
This is, you know, she's debating on whether she should break up with him or not. She's like, oh, should I throw my whole life out the window? I'm like, you guys don't have kids, you're not married, like, you're not throwing your whole life out the window.
No.
He threw everything out the window. I've talked about it before. I know cheating is a really hot topic, like, with people. Like, people have really strong stances on it. I know I have a strong stance on it. Like, for me, I've always said that if something like this were to happen, I'm like, it's not even just a thing where I'm like, here's my moral rule, and I'm out because I've deemed it bad. I'm like, I don't think I can move on. I think my trust is broken, and relationships are built on trust, and I know I won't be able to have it. Even if you will never do it again, I don't know that. The rest of our relationship is now a gamble where I have seen proof that you can do this thing. So it's kind of hard. In studies in psychology and like reports from therapists, there have been cases where affairs and cheating happen and people can work through it, but it is a lot of work. And the thing that I've heard that I agree with is like, the relationship is still over. You have to start a new relationship now. It's going to be a brand new thing. You kind of have to restart it. But the only situations where I feel like I see that, the only times where I would ever be on that side is if it's like, you've been married a long time, you have kids, and like, it truly is like, can be like, oh, it was a one-time mistake. I still, if I put myself in those shoes, I'm like, I don't think I can, but in regards to other people making that decision, you know, it is ultimately their life and their relationship, and they're allowed to make that choice. If someone makes that choice, it's like, all right, like, do that. But I don't know. I think that early on, I think within the first 3 years, I'm just like, they're gonna do it again. Like,
Yeah.
I have a hard time believing they won't.
I have a few friends actually that like have had similar experiences. I have a friend that stayed with her boyfriend
I'm
after
so
he cheated
pissed
the first
that
time.
I just
And
completely and utterly
their relationship
ate
after that was
dick on that.
not even a relationship. I mean, like they had set
They gotta
rules
be
like
like over there.
not
There's
being
gotta be
around,
fucking-
not
oh my
being on their
gosh.
phones around each other, and like at that point when you start like having to like police each other about like basic things that you should be able to trust, like at that point it's like what's the point, you know?
And that's the whole thing with like, if there's no trust, you're screwed.
Right.
I do think there's the whole like cheaters are gonna cheat type of thing, and like I do think it's kind of true, unless that person, because that's something inside. I don't think if someone cheats on you, it's because of you. Like, at least not in many situations.
Yeah.
I do think it's like there's a deep insecurity there that's causing them to do this. And if they're not really putting in a lot of work, if they're not going to therapy, if they're not really cracking that egg open and figuring out why they're making the decisions they're making in life, then you can't expect them to not make that decision.
Yeah.
It's an extreme thing to do, to break loyalty, to break a promise of that level, that you can't just say, oh, I won't do it again.
Right.
No, because there's something, clearly you don't have self-control over it.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't trust you,
I feel like I also I do
hell?
have empathy for the idea of wanting to stay. Like I understand like yes, there's no kids or like marriage involved or anything like that, but I've said it before, like
God, I'm gonna
to break
die
up with
just
someone,
taking
to end a
this down.
relationship, for a lot of people, like that is the biggest tragedy. That is just like, what am I going to do without this person? Especially when your partner, when your relationship is like an A,
Yeah.
when it's like you're leaning on each other, and the thing that's keeping you guys together is this relationship, and that's kind of the foundation of the relationship, because if you have a stronger one that's maybe more of an H, then you guys are both standing up, and you're able to trust each other, to move past certain things like this. But if there's that idea of codependence, if there's this idea of like, without my partner, what am I? Sometimes it's a little harder to be able to walk away, even when they cross the line of infidelity.
I feel like a hot take is if a major reason you're in a relationship is your fear of being single, you need to be single. You need to work through that.
Yeah.
Because a relationship is never going to work if that's why you're in it.
Because then you'll put up with whatever.
Exactly. Some comments. It sounds like you should reflect on how important your deal breakers are to you. I know it feels like you're blowing up your life if you end things with him, but the alternative is risking undermining your own fundamental values and demonstrating that your hardline standards can be brushed off. What I'd strongly recommend is taking this time to consider for yourself. Is there anything that can be said or done by him, you, or both of you that'd help you rebuild trust? Relationships require trust, and trust is a very personal thing that varies from person to person. Figuring out whether there's even a possible path forward would be a place to start. Someone said, exchange nudes? Honey, that is a deal breaker. He cannot be trusted. This was not a lapse in judgment. It was an intentional ask. Grab your dignity and end the relationship. Do not listen to his pleas, and you deserve so much more. Lastly, someone said, is he guilty about what he did or just sad he got caught? Consider, she told you, not him.
Whoa.
He would have lied forever, which means that, 2, you can't trust him when he says it's never happened before. Seriously, if the tables were turned, would he have stayed or dumped you for cheating? You can either blow up your life now or wait to catch him cheating after he's properly tied you down. Your call. That's very true.
That part.
She did tell him. So, I, as of the story, it's like, and if I'm her, I don't know, would he continue this? I would think yes.
Especially to get to a place where your life would be blown up and more people, like kids, for example, would be affected as well.
Yeah.
What?
I think it's just hard
That's
to,
not
like,
horseshit.
when I'm sure so many people can relate to being in a previous relationship where
my
now
God.
you can look back and be like, what was I doing? Or like, I can't believe I stayed and stuff like that. And it's like, you gotta grant yourself the grace of, you didn't know. You know, it's so, it's retrospect. You can't look back and almost consider that.
Yeah, I think that's also a thing with like, and I'm trying to rack my brain for like, what's a cheating situation where I'd possibly stay. But like, if you're not hearing it from them, it's just like, it's just so awful. Like, you can't move on from that. And it's also the matter of
Alright, yeah, so it does count as
shoes.
experience.
It's
so.
like, okay, so he
Right,
thought
that's
you could do
good
this,
to know, I guess.
and that you would still be willing to stay with him. Like, even by pleading and stuff, he thinks there's a world, there's some realm where you will move on and he can actually be scot-free from this. Like, I'm like, it's just disrespectful.
But he knew, right? She said that she had already said at the beginning, these are my boundaries, and yet he crossed it.
Yeah. This one feels pretty cut and dry.
Yeah.
And it just seemed pretty easy for him to do. Like, it
Yeah.
like it seemed, like it was like, he was able to do it, he felt, and he's like, alright, I'm done, and he just felt like he was gonna lie about it, and he was okay with that.
Yeah, I try to keep my mind open to, there are so many different types of situations in the world. There's a lot of ways that things can play out. As far as the stories we've read here, there's rarely, I don't think there's been a cheating story where I'm like, well, no, they can work past this. I'm always like, probably better to move on.
Yeah.
Exchanging nudes.
No, it's so much. It's so much.
Yeah. Now if it was Baldur's Gate.
Yeah. If it's Karlach.
Show me the dick.
Our final story comes from the subreddit Relationships and was also posted onto Best of Redditor Updates.
Whoa.
Thank God.
A year ago, I, a 27-year-old woman, broke up with my lying boyfriend, a 27-year-old man. Today I found out that everyone else was lying and he was being truthful.
No.
I think I submitted this story.
What?
I found this story. I remember sending it to you guys.
I'm already sad.
This story is crazy. A year ago, I was about to move in with my first serious boyfriend, Josh, with whom I was head over heels in love, when one of my closest friends said that Josh had shown them a nude photo of me on his phone when he was drunk during a party. 5 or 6 more of my friends corroborated the story and told me that Josh also talked in extreme detail about our sex life when showing the photo. It was sickeningly detailed. This did not sound at all like Josh. When I asked him what the f*** was going on, he denied everything. He eventually got very angry and started calling all of my friends liars. At one point, he showed up at my place while some of them were visiting, and things got a little physical. It was really a very strange turn of events in my life. Josh seemed so worked up, and all of my close friends were calling him a liar. Josh had taken photos of me on his phone, which I know was stupid, but heat of the moment and everything. So I trusted my friends and I broke up with Josh. It was heart-wrenching. Josh begged me to believe him. He started tearing up, nearly punched the wall, and left angrily. I was really grossed out at the time and felt super conflicted. A few months later, I started dating one of the friends, Alex, who had told me about Josh showing everyone the photo. All of my friends were pushing me to date Alex at the time. We didn't really sync, and it didn't go past a few months, but we remained friends of sorts. So today, another friend sent me a message that said he just wanted to get something off his chest. The story about Josh wasn't true, and they were really trying to get me to date Alex, so they made up that story about Josh. After talking to a few of the other people, including Alex, it's all come out that they were lying. It was this fucking orchestrated bullshit event that totally changed my life forever. Apparently, they hated Josh and thought he was bad for me and an asshole. That was my fucking decision. I'm shaking right now. I cried in the office bathroom for about 2 hours afterwards. I loved Josh so much. We were planning a life together, and I've been friends with that group since high school. What the fuck? I guess I'm supposed to stop talking to my friends, right? I cannot possibly come back from this and still talk to them, right? This basically nukes my group of friends. But how can I even look at them again? Also, I need closure with Josh. Can I call him? Should I call him? Should I unblock him on Facebook and message him? What do I do?
Oh, honey.
That's a nightmare.
Oh my god.
That's a nightmare situation. Like, because it's one of those things. When I was reading this the first time, I remember being like, oh my god, that's insane. I wish she hadn't believed them. But I'm like, if 6 of your friends corroborate a story, I would say you're stupid for not believing 6 people.
Yeah.
So it's gotta be that's like a life-altering thing to have 6 people orchestrate something like that against you, because it would ruin me forever.
Yeah.
I'd never trust anyone again.
No, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, the first and most obvious answer is that they're not your friends.
No.
They
You
never
never
were.
ever touch to them again.
Yeah.
They were never
so
your
very
friends.
clearly that's definitely going to affect so much, because again, it's similar to the story where she was like, this is going to blow up my life. Like, it's obviously going to hurt to lose your network, your community that you have built, these 6 close friends from high school, to have them turn on you. But it's unfortunately so clear that they are not your friends. They can never be a part of your life again.
How devastating is that, to lose a group of friends like that? Devastating. No, you're right.
Yeah.
But that's so much worse than a breakup, I think.
Something similar-ish happened to me when I was in high school.
What?
Trevor messaged me on my birthday.
Look, I'm really drunk right now.
Oh my God. No, I won't get
Carlac!
Maybe I'll do it
Maybe
over.
share the feed.
They're all connected.
No, it wasn't
Maybe.
completely the same, but I had a group of friends, and there was one person in the group of friends that was lying to everybody else about me and things that I was doing, and so then I kind of slowly got pushed out and not invited to things, and then I didn't find out until like a year afterward what that person was saying about me. And so like for Josh's name, I kind of can sort of feel, not obviously not as extreme, but I like that feeling for him has got to be so awful, to be like, no, I was telling the truth the whole time, and like I had so much shitty, so many shitty things happen to me because of that, and be helpless to do anything.
It's so menacing.
Yeah.
I don't get people who do that. Like, to lie, just lie about someone on that level is so wild to me.
I mean, talk about narcissism. It's just like, it's like my life matters more, and my outcomes, my experiences, the way that I want my life to play out, and everybody else is just my little pawns that I get to convince and tell lies to, and then people end up getting hurt in the process, and they just don't even consider it. I mean, like, even the friend group, like, even after they broke up, one friend reached out and was like, hey, just gotta get this off my chest. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Like, how do you live like that?
That's really gross, and it sucks that they were all in on it. Like, I've never heard of that. I've definitely heard a lot of situations about what you went through.
Yeah.
And it always blows my mind that people do that. And it's got to be so hurtful that all the friends believe them.
Yeah, and all of them being okay with, just ruining someone's like life, or just completely throwing someone's life off the rails and making them feel awful. Just because, like, oh, we wanted you to date our other friend and we didn't really like this guy, and you're willing to just like that person up for life, like insane trust issues.
So if you're her, so she believed her friends, as I probably would have too.
Right.
She blocked him on Facebook. She's probably got him blocked everywhere. It's been months. She dated this other guy and it didn't work out after. So I don't know how long it's been, but we know it's been a few months at least. What would you do?
I would reach out to Josh.
Yeah.
I think I would. I think I would rush to reach out to Josh.
I think I would message them, like, I would send them a message somewhere. I'm not going to go person to person, because I think I'd be like, now knowing, I'm like, I know you probably don't want to even see me again.
Right.
But I would
There's
send them
also-
a message being like, hey, I found out that was all fake. They all planned this.
Yeah.
I don't think I would. I think what I would feel is disrespectful is thinking that I can get back with them. I think I would just be like, hey, I am so sorry this all happened. This was so unfair. I can't believe this. I believed them because I thought they were my friends, but I was wrong. This was all orchestrated. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
And then if they message back and we talk, but I certainly wouldn't in those first messages be like, can we get back, or like, can we get back or something. I
That
think it would
has
just
to
be
that has to
just an
like
apology.
naturally, organically resurface if possible. But that's actually a really great point too, is that like Josh is definitely messed up as well. Of course, like this woman who like has lost her friends and is gonna have trust issues. Like it's like again Josh and in that person who was just kind of the one who wasn't believed. Like that is also just like, I mean, he said it, like he punched a wall and left. Like it is the most frustrating thing in the world to be telling the truth and no one believes you.
Have you ever played Among Us? I mean, come on.
Straight up. And to be fair, she's not saying that she's trying to get back with him. She just like, I just want closure with Josh.
Yeah.
She just wants to. So let's see what she does, because we have an update. Woo! Even though everyone seemed to think this was a terrible idea, I sent Josh an email on Friday. I copied it here. Josh, I don't know if you are still connected to anyone on Facebook, but if you are, you probably already know why I am sending this. And I know it is totally unfair and selfish to contact you, but I cannot imagine going through the rest of my life without apologizing. So before I say a bunch of embarrassing things, more than anything, I want to say that I am sorry I did not trust you. I am sorry I let other people decide our relationship. I am sorry for what I put you through. But I figured this might be my only chance to say this, so here comes the really lame, embarrassing stuff. I spent the past day thinking about the past year, where I would be if I had believed you, what my life would be like. Would we be engaged? Would we be married? I'm not over you. I want to try again. I'm not asking you to marry me, but if you ever find yourself thirsty, I would love to buy you a beverage of your choice. I want to talk to you again. I miss everything about our relationship. I miss you getting annoyed when I stole your French fries. I miss fighting with you over money. I miss making you breakfast. I miss watching The Office with you over and over and over. I miss you. My information is still the same. I would not blame you if you ignored and deleted this. Just know that I know I am really sorry. What do you think about that message?
I liked it.
I liked it, yeah. Okay. I think that, yeah, I mean, I guess maybe it could have been like a little bit, well, I don't know. I mean, if I'm in that position, like I'm emotional, like everything just got flipped upside down, like I understand where she's coming from and being like, I'm really, really sorry.
Yeah.
And like,
I think she chose her words carefully, except for when she said thirsty.
Hey, are you thirsty?
Yeah, no, I was like, is she really about to go there? But with everything else, I thought it was actually appropriate.
Okay. So I sent it and tried to take my mind off of it. Just writing it and sending it was extremely cathartic. I spent Saturday morning sitting around watching old movies when someone rang my doorbell. Assuming it was Amazon, I ignored it and waited for the delivery driver to leave so that I could sneak out and grab the package. I was in my row. After a minute or two, I walked over to the door and looked through the hole. It was Josh. Obviously, my heart leapt into my throat. I had been compulsively checking my phone for a response, but I was not expecting something like that. Everything in my house, including me, was pretty disheveled. I cracked the door, smiled, said hi, and told him that I had to get dressed really quick. What a terrible interaction. So I ran around my place, throwing shit into corners, pulled my hair back, found something to wear, and went back to the door. He said, "I'm here for that beverage." I only had OJ and water, which was also pretty embarrassing, but Josh stuck around anyways. He didn't ask too many questions, really. I started to talk about the nude photo incident, but he said he didn't really care to talk about it. We both know all of the details now. The conversation eventually grew a bit aimless, and we were just talking like old times. It was wonderful. He asked if I was hungry. I wasn't really, but of course I said I was. We went to a nearby burger place that we used to go to all the time. He did ask whether or not I had dated Alex. He didn't seem to be upset by my answer. I asked him if he had dated anyone. He had a 6-month relationship in the interim. She sounded great, but I didn't pry. When we got back to my place, Josh asked what I was doing for the rest of the day. I don't have plans. We spent the rest of the day together, then the night. It's totally stupid to move that fast, but I'm not going to spend much time worrying about it. I'm feeling happy. We spent part of Sunday together too, then Tuesday and Wednesday. We discussed what we were doing. 2 single people dating each other was the consensus. Exclusive? Yes. I think the world of him and I will always regret what happened. No matter what, though, I'm extremely happy I sent the letter to him. It's interesting to think that if he had actually done what everyone accused him of, and then I took him back, I would probably have trust issues. Now, obviously, I trust him to the core. He could tell me the world was flat and I'd have trouble questioning him. Okay.
Don't go there.
Don't.
We're back, baby.
Just a weird thought I've been having. So that's the story. We're together again. Will it work out? I hope so. No matter what, things are better today than they were last week.
What feels better, clean or your dog? Your dog won't like the answer.
Yeah, I like my dog better. Dickheads.
Yeah, wild shit. So it was a year.
Your dog won't like the answer because you like us.
You know,
no, fuck you, big corp. Of
it's
course
like,
you don't like my dog better.
If I'm him,
are you
I
stupid?
think I'm able to forgive her because
God
I would
damn.
be like, yeah, I know you. Of course you believe 6 of you.
Totally.
This is
Totally.
such an unlikely event.
And that's just an amazing quality of Josh, that he is able to have that understanding instead of just leading with like, well, you hurt me and you didn't trust me and you didn't do this and you didn't do that. Like, it sounds like he also read that
I
letter
gotta
with
focus on
Ernest
getting
and was just like,
the cows
I feel the same way. I know that we have this connection, and it sounds like they're gonna have this unbreakable bound.
Yeah, and
bond
after
with each other.
a year apart after this event, it only took she sent the message and like he was immediately over there, and then they're just back. So they does sound like they have a very strong connection. I am thinking about the absolute devastation of
Alex.
Of him knowing like, oh, so, like you did date Alex for a little bit. Not mad at her, but just being like that slimy son of a bitch. Like they planned this whole thing so he could basically steal your girlfriend, and it almost worked. But like, it's also got to be nice that it's like, oh, but it didn't work out.
Yeah.
Even when she
Exactly.
believed this story.
I think Josh is like secure.
Totally.
He is like, it's fine.
But it's also got to I'm just
sting a little bit, of course.
Just like,
But
but
hopefully Alex is upset now, you know? Hopefully
I hope
Alex.
they aired his ass out on TikTok.
yeah.
Hit him.
No, I mean, how stupid does that friend group? I mean, they obviously only told her after it didn't work out with Alex. They had to be like, wow, we really broke up a relationship for a relationship that didn't work out. Like, it's like, yeah, you guys are dumbasses.
They're only ever gonna have each other, you know?
They straight up Game of Thrones him. They tried to Ned Stark this dude. Like, straight up. They orchestrated a conspiracy against him and tried to have him murdered.
Oh my god.
And it almost worked.
I'm really glad though. The whole time I was like, I want him to, like, if I was in his shoes, I hope I would be mature enough to be like, hey, I totally understand. I like to think I would, but like for him to just be like, I understand that 6 people lied to you and manipulated you, and it was completely normal for you to believe them.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to get past it because I really care about you.
I think where it would be murkier is if it was one person who told a lie and they believed.
Yep.
But that, you know, this is her whole world. Told her a thing. It's like, yeah, you can understand that.
And to show up with that line too, like, I'll take that beverage. Josh has got game.
Pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
Josh is...
Pretty cool. What I was also prepared for that would have been devastating is if he was now in a relationship, which was very likely.
Whoa.
He was in one.
Oh my
for
god.
6 months and it didn't work out.
No, this was meant to be
But
for
like,
their story.
imagine he'd moved on. This all worked out very well, but they threaded the needle.
I feel like I kind of spoiled, it got spoiled a little bit, because then I remembered that this is on like the best of Reddit updates, so I was like, oh, he's totally coming back.
Yeah.
Dude, this gave me trust issues. Like I'm so scared now. Like, what if people in my life, there are multiple people in my life telling me something? What if they're lying now? I can't believe that many people would lie to someone they care about.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm gonna be okay.
It's all right.
Are you guys telling the truth?
Trev, you already got trust issues.
You're
It's
gonna lie to
okay.
me?
Trevor, we're
You're lying
in
to me?
Jeopardy right now. Anyways.
That is the scariest thing you've ever said.
Will you look over the Jeopardy boards here? And I'm just like,
whip out a whiteboard.
Oh my god. End it. End the video.
Anyways, I feel like we talked about dating a little bit. We talked about so many other things as well.
We got
But
it.
dating encompasses everything. Yeah. It's about people.
I feel like this made me want to talk more about dating with you guys too. Like, I feel like I want to continue to pick your brains about these conversations, because not only does it encompass a lot, but I think it also tells you so much about other people.
Well, thank you both for being here. This was really great.
Thank you for having us.
Of course. Anytime.
Yeah.
And thank you all for watching. Let us know what other themes and subreddits you want us to cover on the show, and we will see you next Saturday.
Bye.
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 Wasting time. Oh, is there an eclipse today? God damn it. It didn't even matter. Yeah, I can see the bottom of it here.
Hi, we're...
Hiking in Colorado. Summer 2020. Living in CO. Me and Buddy, who were both laid off because of Corona, decided to go on a 22 or so mile hike in the mountains on a fairly well-mapped trail at about 12k elevation. We'll be out for 2 nights. First night, absolutely exhausted, but making good time. We hike a bit off trail and set up a campsite. We mark the area we want off trail. Next morning, all seems normal. Go to get back on trail where we marked. Weird ass, homeless looking man just sitting by a tree trail, just waiting for us. Try to talk to him, no response, just staring at us. Both of us are a little freaked out at this point. He looks to be covered in dirt and possibly blood. We continue hike and leave him there. Keep our eyes peeled at all times. Rest of the day is uneventful. We almost finished the hike already. I'm going to set up camp mid-afternoon and just relax and plan to smoke some weed. Camp is set up. This time, we go a bit further off trail so that homeless guy doesn't find us. We're like a mile and a half off trail in the woods at this point. Before we get settled in, homeless guy shows up out of fucking nowhere without making a goddamn sound. No clue how he found us. Must have tracking skills. Also no clue why or how he seemingly followed us for 9+ miles of rough terrain. No equipment or anything, especially without us even knowing we were being followed, because it was dead quiet the entire time. Try to question him, but he is full on enraged at this point. He just starts mumbling weird sounding shit under his breath. Can't even tell if it's English. We hurriedly catch up to him and book it. He just watches us the entire time, from like 10 feet away. Finish the last bit of the hike in a light jog for like 4 miles. Absolutely exhausted because of the elevation. Load up and drive off. Call the nearest ranger station and inform them of everything. They didn't care. Fishing trip with Grandpa. Oh, I got one. My grandpa and I were planning a trip. I just call him Grandpa, a habit I've never broken since I was a child. It'll continue, and I'll just call myself John. We've been going to this one lake for years. He and I, and him even longer. He was shown it by his dad, etc. He used to be well known, I guess, but they just stopped feeding fish.
I got none.
I don't know the term, but like some lakes / areas, the government will replenish intake of the lakes / woods, but they stopped here because of lack of money or interest. I'm not too sure. What we catch, if anyone would check, would be too small. You'd have / should throw it back. But once a fish has a hook in its mouth, it's pretty hard to get out. Now, although I'd like to complain about the fish being pretty small, they're easy to catch. You almost always get more than
Oh my god.
Don't brag us too much. We're having a good time. I was excited to take time off work and spend time with Grandpa. It's kind of secluded, being off-road, as I guess off-roads go. We set up camp early and hit the lake. The path down is encompassed by trees. There's still a path, but you gotta move some of the limbs out of your face. Well, we used to. The path was clearer than usual. Broken branches, even some other ones overhead. I saw some spray paint on some of the trees. figured there was some logging going around, or that someone else knows of our fishing spot. I should probably let you guys know, even though it's ours, it's not unheard of for us to stumble upon someone already on the lake fishing, typically like a fly fisher, in one of those floating chairs, if you know about them. Fishing is typically a pretty quiet activity. Don't want to scare the fish is a common phrase. We made our way down to the lake, started blowing up our inflatable raft. Not really back-breaking, but blowing these suckers up always took a while. As I am bent down, pumping to inflate the raft, my grandpa goes off a little, ways into the bush to go pee. By the time I finish, I realize he's not back with me, but he's not out of sight. Before I can make a move, he chimes in. Hey John, take a look at this. He's standing over a corpse of what looks to be of a deer, but it looks like it must have been mauled by a bear or something. Now we're both hunters, if that's not too grandiose of a title for someone able to get a hunting license for like $50. But we were both pretty taken aback by what was in front of us. Not just a dead deer, which is not uncommon for the woods, but the deer didn't look eaten, so much as just destroyed with intent. Split into two, some blood crusted into the ground where it was pulled. But the real weird thing, the thing that made us concerned, at least for me, bewildered, is where the organs were. Spread out into a circle around the body, its head in the center looking back at us. The scene was grisly, but the intent seemed human, or maybe Yogi just got lucky in dismemberment. A cold sweat ignites in me, but Grandpa is more interested, and he seems concerned. We both scan the trees around. Of course, nothing pops out. I offer that we should just leave, that this creeps me out. Maybe there's a psycho out here, and I wouldn't want a meeting. Grandpa reassures me that there's nothing to worry about. We spent all this time getting out here, and we shouldn't be worried. Animals are more scared of us than we are of them. I try to push back, but the more we talk, the calmer I get. Feeling funny for you freaking out. Yeah, this is probably just a bear that got full. We push out into the lake, poles in hand. It's great. We catch a lot of fish quickly. We're back to back, talking. But we're not talking. It's fishing after all. Not a whole lot to do besides focus on fishing and looking at the tree line. I notice what looks to be a deer, but it's much bigger, like a moose. There shouldn't be any moose here. Like literally. They don't live anywhere in these parts. I try to get my eyes to focus on the thing in the tree line. Standing on two legs, it's big. Its body ragged. Its ribs white. Cavity open. I could swear it's skeletal, and it's staring at us. I said a moose because of its antlers. Its horns that branch out of its skull. What the fuck is that? I mumble under my quickly rapiding breath. Grandpa, his back still to me, doesn't see what I see. The boat is slowly spinning with a gentle wind. I crane my neck, drop my pole into the boat, and try not to lose sight of what I feel is the most important sight of which might be my life. Look, 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 look. I cannot find the words, but I need him to see this, and as he does, he inhales sharply, but doesn't say a word. I don't know if it was instinct or reaction, but as Grandpa sees it, he rolls us into the center of the lake.
What the fuck was that?
We feel trapped. We might be. This was our spot, but I guess it might belong to that thing. That thing doesn't seem to care that we saw it, but I can almost feel like if it had a proper mouth, it would be grinning. We try to be quiet, both of our minds going wild. This shouldn't be happening. It cannot be happening. We trade back and forth, ideas, but the sun will set eventually, and we want out of these woods. We don't know if someone or something is playing the game on us. It's an awful one if they are. We take stock of what we have. Not much. We got a room
I don't know
raft
what button I
that's
pressed,
patched
but
up,
now it's whatever
but
it's doing.
they stay inflated. As we bring the pump with us into the boat, we left our phones in the extra tackle box on the shore, where we typically roll in to hide the extra fish we catch. If we ever check later by fish/game wardens, and on the fluke off that our boat gives out on us, it has happened before, and ending up in a cold lake isn't fun. Also, not great for electronics. We lost sight of it in the commotion, and honest panic between the two of us. Out of sight, but not out of our minds. Although the fish are small, there are plenty. If there is an animal, maybe we can distract it. It looked ragged, but neither of us wanted to try and fight something that big. We had no weapon anyways,
I can't see it because
unless they were fish. And if it was some crazy person dressing up as a monster, like this, that's not much better. We took the lines, hooks, and attached them to the fish that we had caught. Plunged the hooks deep into the fish, down their throats so they wouldn't fall out. From what we were about to try, we hoped it would act like an animal. Go for easier prey, our fish. Sort of like David versus Goliath. We twirl, swing, throw the fishes onto the opposite side of the lake, not into the water, but the marshy land that makes up most of the outskirts of the lake before the woods. Might slow it down, as the heavier you are, the faster you sink into the mud and marsh. Our good haul, hoping for good news. We throw them in as far as we can, hoping we'll find some
just
time
wasted.
or peace of mind
Jesus, that is
if we both
frustrating.
happen to be hallucinating.
I know,
But that would be too
skeleton
preferable.
shit.
As we finish saving the fish and begin to row back to the center, it appears from the woods from where we were recently, from the casting of fish. We both don't say a word, rowing silently, just hoping it will take the bait. And it does. And so do we. It looks distracted by the fish, taking them one by one until it's gullet. The tribs are open. I swear that one of the fishes might have fallen out of his body, or I might just be too worked up. Grandpa and I agreed that as soon as we reach the shore, just run. Run and don't look back. There's a fallen tree that we like to push out of as a natural pier. As we jump onto the log and onto the shore, the beast, that thing, lets out a roar. That ain't no moose. That ain't no animal. It's not distracted. It was waiting. Run and don't look back. I guess, even recalling this story has got my nerves going. We run. The roar of what sounds like a cacophony of different animals trying to yell at once. We hear a splash and stomping wet footsteps. Slow and begin again. Maybe it slipped or got stuck in the marsh. I pray to God that it would, but we run and run. I keep my grandpa in front of me, nearly shoving him out of my own fear, a moment of weakness or self-preservation. But I didn't do it. Couldn't do it. Only thought was, keep running. It's not very far up the road. Half a mile. Maybe a mile. It feels like an eternity. It's wooded and uphill. Although the sound of my heart is pumping in my ears, the forest around us has gone silent. I can't hear a thing. If Grandpa has said anything, I didn't catch it. We just run. We left the raft and our belongings, but what we had was important. Ourselves and car keys. We jump into the truck, Zion pleading for him to start it up. And go, as if he needed any reminders. The silence of the forest persists, but we
This
can
is
hear each
way
other
more than a
in the truck now.
3x3 area.
We pull out of that sucker, both our eyes scanning the tree line behind us. In the rear view, we could see that its skull had no ice in its socket, but it stared back. We fled, never came back. Haven't gone camping since. Don't know what that was. Don't want to find out. Anon works on a mountain. Been meaning to type this one out for a while. It's a long one, so grab a drink. Be me, 16. Just dropped out of college. Really needed a job, otherwise my parents would kick me out. Live in the middle of nowhere, high up north, so couldn't just apply to McDonald or something. Dad asks any of his friends if they have work or know someone who does. One dude lives even further away from civilization, says he knows a guy who could use some help. The guy owns all sorts of cattle, from cows to domesticated deer, you name it, and he probably owns some. It's in the middle of summer, and all of his animals are out in the fields around a mountain he owns land on. It's a pretty normal practice for farmers here. They have fenced up massive areas and basically let their own livestock roam free, within their liking. Usually they'll check up on them every day or hire someone to look after them on the spot. Apparently, this year, he underestimated his workload and spread his livestock out too far. That's where I come in. I would have to live in a little cabin in the middle of nowhere and check up on the surrounding animals every day, fix broken drinking troughs, and clean up the paths leading up through the woods. That cabin was about 3 hours away from the nearest village, 6 hours by foot. Food would be brought to me every week on Friday, and I was free to do as I pleased when done with my work. Pay wasn't half bad, and it was only for 3 months, so I thought, fuck it, why not? Met up the guy, younger man, probably around 30s. Seemed kind of on edge, but chill. Figured he was just stressed out. Gave me some more details about the job, like how the electricity in the cabin worked, solar panel. Mentioned how there was a lot of wildlife, and how I shouldn't get scared when I hear weird noises in the distance. Okay.jpg. Aside from the occasional wolf being in the area, there wasn't too much to be afraid of. Bears hadn't been sighted in years, and there weren't any psycho deer, lol. I would get paid to just relax in a cabin in the middle of nowhere while doing minimal work. Too good to be true.jpg. Took the job regardless. Didn't have much choice. Start the next week and get picked up by the guy, now my boss. Drive up sketchy mountain paths, through forests, further and further away from civilization. Scenery is fucking beautiful. Untouched nature, birds chirping, comfortable temperature. Feels good, man. Get to the end of the road. Need to hike up 30 more minutes to get to the cabin. Nothing seems or feels out of place. Literally feels like I'm on vacation. Grab my backpack and follow my boss up the path. Cabin is about 6,500 feet above sea level. Beautiful view of the valley we drove through.
Ooh, shit.
Percolated. It's the cabin. It's in the middle of a small clearing. Even has a small creek next to it for fresh drinking water. Boss shows me how to use everything, from the fire stove to the water boiler. I won't bore you with the details. Cabin is solar powered, so I have to watch the battery. Didn't plan on using much tech anyways, so don't worry about it. Will be important later. Says that if anything happens, I should give him a call. Doesn't matter what time it is. Puts emphasis on the last part. Phone actually has signal. Not much, but enough to make calls. Explains one more time what I have to do and hands me a map with all the paths I should check. Also includes specially marked areas where the cows I'm supposed to look after oftentimes grazes. Leaves. Says he'll be on the other side of the mountain, looking after his yaks or something. Wishes me a pleasant stay and leaves me. Finally alone.jej. Don't have much to do on the first day, and it's past noon, so I just set up my sleeping stuff, put my food in the cupboards, and, of course, goon. Nothing much happened the first few days. I simply repaired holes in the fences, cleaned some shit like branches and rocks off the hiking paths, and looked around the grazing spots to see how the cows were doing. Week 3 rolls around. Nothing special had happened up to this point. Beyond usual routine, check up on one of the hiking trails. Dead deer lies on the path. It's a pretty uncomfortable part of the woods.
It's not that laggy.
Couldn't really put my finger on it.
Where I'm
Even at the
seeing,
time,
but online,
the place just
it's
fell off.
really bad.
Pig related, it's the woods.
Maybe it's
was
just
usually covered in
OBS
shadow,
being OBS.
since a nearby mountain would block sunlight. So, it always looked like it had this gloomy atmosphere.
Fucking works.
Of course, I'd find the dead deer, especially here. Deer didn't seem to have been killed by anything or anyone. No flesh wounds, no blood. Nothing looked broken. Its neck was weird though. Not snapped, but kinda long. I'm pretty sure it wasn't broken, though, just unnaturally long. Didn't make a pic of it.
Shit!
You'd see dead animals here all the time.
Oh my god.
Especially in winter, so it wasn't all that special.
Oh, I just went full
a couple of
fucking
days go by.
panic.
without anything special, and then
God, I'm
the
gonna
howling
see
starts
that
tonight.
live in like.
Now, for those who
5
don't know,
minutes.
it's mating season. Stags roar to attract females. Look it up on YouTube if you want to know what it sounds like. It's insanely loud, and from a distance, it can sound pretty eerie as the echo distorts. But mating season here is in late August to September.
Man,
It's
it was
early
so
July.
stupid to die right there.
Sounds like
That'd be
someone
so
exhaling
dumb.
really loud, almost like wind.
Thank God I didn't.
But just a
Thank
tad
God
bit
I
vocal.
survived that with
It was windy. a
every
couple of
tooth
times,
and nail in
and it
my
sounded
fucking
nothing like
body.
it. Think nothing of it.
It is
Mention it to my boss though.
crazy
that
how
Friday,
I survived.
when he delivers me my food rations for the week. Says it's normal, just like the wind blowing through the trees. Does mention the fact that there's a hunting rifle left behind by hunters for hunting season in one of the cupboards. Kinda weird how he'd tell me that only now, after I mentioned the howling. Boss seems on edge again. Looks from left to right a lot, from one end of the clearing to the other. Ask him if he's okay, and he simply says he's just a bit exhausted from carrying my supplies up the mountain. Week 5. Doing my daily routines. Howling in the distance still occurs every once in a while. Always at night. I'm not too bothered by it. After all, there's tons of wildlife around here, any of which could potentially make sounds like that. Echo plus wind probably just distorting it. Find more dead animals on and off the paths. Small birds, foxes, and another deer. All of them without any sort of visible wounds or blood. All of them having some bloody part look off of it in some way. Necks, legs, the skulls seeming just a bit too long. Again, can't really put my finger on what it is that feels off about them. It's as if someone opened paint, pasted an image in, and slightly stretched the body part. Enough to be noticeable, but just too little to really stand out. This goes on for a while, until week 8. At this point, only have 2 more weeks left to go. Bosto seems on edge every time he comes by. Always asks if the cows are fine, without saying hello whenever he shows up. Cows were always fine at this point, even their calves. None of them went missing, and none looked hurt. Literally, the next evening, hear the cows in clear distress in the distance. Think one of them is just trying to regain a rack, or something in the herd. So it charged at another cow. Cows are pretty competitive in their herd. They're always trying to gain a rank, or lower other cows' ranks. They fight sometimes, even to the death. They can be pretty brutal. Decide to just continue sleeping for the night, and check it out the next day. Sleep with earbuds in. I know, terrible idea in hindsight. Next day, wake up to the bells of cows outside. All the cows are surrounding my cabin, just kind of standing around, not eating, which is very unusual. I count them all, as I always do, and notice that 1 cow and 1 calf are missing. Call my boss and tell him what happened. He sounds really distressed now, and just tells me to look for them. He says he can't come right now, as he can't leave his post or something. Look for the missing animals, but find them nowhere. Have to cut the search short, as the weather starts to worsen. Cows stay around the cabin that night. Makes me feel a bit safer. I still decided to take hunting rifle out the cabinet and put woodcutting axe near entrance. Not a /K Commando, so no clue what model it was, lol. That night, I noticed something weird. There's tiny red lights in the distance, but it's stormy and cloudy. The fog wouldn't allow for light to come this close. There's nothing but wilderness in that direction, so it can't be a village or a car. Light stays there. Pick related. It's the best pick of light I managed to make. I no part and close off the blinds. The light fucking turns off, leaving me in complete darkness. Check the battery next to my bed. It's empty. It was almost full a couple hours ago. The thing lasts for multiple days, when it's only used for lights and short showers. Nope, even harder. Use phone flashlight to look for candles and matches. Howling returns, slightly louder than usual. Literally sounds like whispers within the sounds, barely audible. Lock both the locks on the door and listen to music on my phone all night to keep distracted. Eventually pass out and wake up next morning. Storm has cleared. Cows are still there, but there are 2 of them missing. Kinda losing my shit at this point. Call boss, tell him what happened. Tells me that I have to leave right now, and he'll come pick me up at the end of the road. That's where it ends. I don't really know what happened. Boss didn't talk much to me on the way down roads. was probably F. I was too, most likely. Didn't feel like talking either. I actually met him in a bar a couple of months ago. Apparently he had sold everything, and now focused on beer brewing or something. I asked him about the red lights, and he simply nervously chuckled and said it was probably lights on top of power masts to keep planes from crashing into them. There were no power lines anywhere near that place. I tried to recreate the effect in paint with some stock images. It looked something like this with various degrees of stretching. It never looked like it was forcibly stretched. Always looked like the body part just had grown that way. Georgia Mimic. I have a story. A few, actually. I didn't really think much of these until recently. When I was about 12, I lived in Georgia. I lived on the coast near Savannah, on one of the islands out there. The island had its own grocery store, a few drive-ins, 2 gas stations, and some odds and ends stores. 5-ish miles away was an island with a Walmart, and we could go to the third island, or Savannah, for anything else. Most of the island, though, was marshlands and woods, in addition to housing developments. Most of the housing developments were newer, 20 years, but the neighborhood I lived in was older and thus poorer than the others. I had a small group of friends, and my friends and I used to go exploring the woods and marshes. It's worth noting that I'm not from the South, and that I've been homeschooled most of my life due to constant moving, parents' jobs. This made me sort of an outsider with the good old boys and girls.
Yeah, you. What the
Friends,
hell are you?
and although I remember everything about them, and knew a ton about them, I really doubt any of them remember me at all. And none of them cared enough to learn much about me. I was that guy, and an outsider with the group. This is important to remember when it comes to my stories. The first story took place towards the end of summer. This is technically the second story, order-wise, but it's probably best told first. I caught a head cold and spent 3 days sleeping non-stop in my room, and only told my best friend, Hank, this over the phone. The weather had cooled down a lot, but it was still warm even at night.
Interesting.
So we had taken to camping a lot in the
So
woods,
there was no
near our
in this
houses,
place other than
and sometimes further from
whatever
home,
he dropped in.
because it was perfect
over
weather
which
for
I
them.
already made.
While I was sick, my friends went camping without me. What happens now is a retelling of what H and another friend, his cousin, Andy, told me after I got better and left my house. Hank, Andy, Hank's girlfriend Michelle, and 3 of their mutual friends had been hanging out all day and decided to last-minute camp in the woods near Hank's house. So they pitched a few tents right inside the woods, nearest to a pond that was between his house and the woods, and got to goofing around. Shortly after dark, they heard loud splashing in the pond, like
What
someone was
is
swimming
that?
late at night.
Why is it
But they
so
didn't bother to go
loud?
and check it out, as it wasn't out of the question that someone would be swimming that late out there. A few minutes later, though, I apparently showed up at the campsite, soaking wet and acting kind of off. Apparently, I didn't say anything. I just came up, sat down near the fire, and started watching people, really awkwardly. Hank ends up asking me if I'm feeling alright, and I told him I was fine. I just felt lonely and decided to join them, and his mother told me where he was. Now, only he knew I had been sick, and he didn't apparently want to bring this up because Andy was a major germaphobe. So he just sort of shrugged it off, and they went on with their evening to the best of their abilities, while I sat there, not talking, just watching them. After a while, only, and decided to join them, and his mother told me where he was. Now, only he knew I had been sick, and he didn't apparently want to bring this up because Andy was a major germaphobe. So he just sort of shrugged it off, and they went on with their evening to the best of their abilities, while I sat there, not talking, just watching them. After a while, I dried off, and both Hank, Andy, and everyone else there told me I started stinking. And I got the creative nickname of Stinky because of this. Like a dead animal. Michelle started gagging from it, apparently, and everyone jokingly told me to take a shower. So, I got up, walked out of the woods in front of them, and Hank, Michelle, and Andy followed me. thinking they'd hurt my feelings, only to see me calmly walk to the pond until I was up to my waist, dive in the rest of the way, came back up a bit later, and walked back out, all without saying anything. It's worth noting that I'm not a good swimmer, and I hate diving due to a fear of inhaling water and choking. So the chances of me doing that, especially fully clothed, are pretty fucking slim. After that, I apparently sat back down and resumed being awkward. When I started smelling again after drying off, they kindly decided not to bring it up, although Michelle later told me I smelled like I was rotting, and she kept moving further from me because of it. Time goes by, and everyone decides to go to bed, aside from me saying I'm fine. I've apparently said nothing, and they've basically forgotten I'm there. Hank tells me to go home. He said he was basically insisting, because no one wanted to share a tent with me, but I refused. And Andy, and another friend, Cody, decided to share a tent with me. So they go in, and apparently had to call me into the tent repeatedly. And once I did go in, I just laid down on the floor, facing the wall. Nothing under me. Due to the stink, apparently, neither of them could go to sleep very easily. And according to Corey, I'd constantly turn my head, really oddly, and watching them. This went on until about 5 a.m., when I suddenly got up, standing as high as I could in the tent, walked out, and that was it. They didn't see me again until 36 hours later, when I left my house, finally. Although it probably wasn't that spooky, I know I didn't go out there. I tried shrugging it off as a joke, or me being delusional, but I'm really pretty damn sure I didn't go out there, at all. I was sick, and I'm a big baby when I'm sick. Hank even told me that it was weird, that I wasn't bitching about having felt bad, and that I wasn't harassing Andy over his germ issues. And I clearly remember doing nothing but sleeping, playing video games, looking at porn on shitty-ass dial-up, and watching Sci-Fi Channel. In addition, my room was 3 stories up, and if I'd left, I would have woken up my parents, who wake up really damn easily. Had they been asleep when I supposedly headed out? And they weren't. I remember my mom coming into my room to watch TV with me at around that time. But on the other hand, I doubt my friends were smart enough to have an elaborate lie like that, and that they'd really care enough to tell it. And they seemed very sincere. That, and Hank's mom later confirmed that I had in fact stopped by and asked where they were, and that she'd noted I smelled awful and seemed off, but assumed it was because I was sick and hadn't bathed. His mom and mine, who had been friends, had a major falling out, arguing whether or not I'd showed up there, and none of my friends ever believed me. I never thought much of it, figured it was a mean joke or something, until recently. This is probably tied to an earlier event that happened over the summer. Over the summer, we found in the woods an area that had been converted into a paintball fort. Lots of elaborate tunnels/trenches, and a few sheds and buildings. It was all really cool, but apparently abandoned. Some of it was flooded, for example, and we spent a good few afternoons playing out there, even though it was always sort of unnerving. You felt watch, you know? A good example is, I remember Michelle joking that some big burly guys could pop out of the tunnels, kill us, or kidnap her. She did it sort of nervously, like you do when you're trying to make yourself feel better by joking about your fears. One afternoon, we headed out there on our bikes and were goofing around, pretending to be soldiers or something.
What's this worse?
We did this for hours.
It's the same shit.
Michelle, Hank, Corey, and a few others. It got dark out, and I found myself alone in one of the trenches when I started hearing splashing from one of the submerged tunnels. I figured someone had fallen in or been pushed in. I didn't think much of it. A few minutes later, Corey jumped into the trench with me. Now, if someone else was an outsider, it was him. He was fat, annoying, and weird. So what happened next wasn't that out of character for him, although it still made me uncomfortable. He came up beside me and just sat there and watched, while smiling way too much. I tried to carry on with the game, especially since I was the drill sergeant. I'd hit puberty early, so my voice was fucking deep and they picked me for it. But he was just distracting as shit and weirding me out. Finally, I just locked eyes with him and tried to stare him down. He didn't blink. He didn't move. He didn't do anything. Just looked back at me, smiling. And then I realized he was soaking wet. Part of me, I remember, was worried someone had tried to drown him and made him, literally, R-worded. But about then, he reached out, put both hands on my shoulder, gripped me as tightly as he could. I had bruises, and just stared, smiling as broadly as he fucking could. And then he let go, got up and left. He did this maybe for 15 seconds. Any longer and I'd fucking scream. And then, just left. Nothing said. I just sat there, bewildered, and a bit frightened. And I remembered, realizing that he was fucking freezing. It was hot and humid out still. My shirt was stuck to my back, sweat, and I felt greasy the entire summer. But he was freezing. I figured he was from the water, got out, and tried to follow him. He was nowhere to be seen. I went in a trench with Andy and a couple other people, and carried on for a bit, but they realized that I wasn't really in the game anymore, and we stopped playing a bit later. I didn't realize it then, but I realize it now. Corey was dry when we got on our bikes and left. I either didn't think about it, or thought he just dragged fast in the heat. I never mentioned it to anyone, as he was a bit weird in general. We didn't play out there again though. My last story happened a bit after the second. Close to Halloween, we'd all gotten cheap Halloween masks at Walmart, and decided one night to play outside while wearing them. We did that for a few hours. It was actually more like tag/hide. It was actually more like tag/hide and go seek combo, and it took a while to finish playing. I remember clearly though that there were 6 of us out there. Everyone mentioned plus Michelle's friend. And that at a couple times I saw a 7th person wearing a mask we didn't have. I figured it was someone switching masks until later, when I realized no one had a mask like that. I then sort of decided not to mention it. 1, because I figured it was this weird girl who lived down the street, who actually would have been too short. And 2, because I didn't want to spook anyone. Nothing really scary happened. We'd just be running, and then I'd see them running the opposite direction and go hiding, or something like that. It was just weird. Actually, stuff where we'd come up with an extra happened occasionally, but no one ever really thought anything more than we miscounted. Nevada desert. Live in rural North Nevada. Them there's goals in them hills, boys. No, but really, it sucks. Hanging with 3 bros, drinking at the house. Call up some friends. It's desert party time. Driving to nowhere, on a dirt road, so we can shoot targets and shit, and listen to obnoxiously loud music. 30 miles of driving, completely stark, barren desert. The dirt road ends at no significant location. Well, that's weird. A bunch of other guys met us there. There are a lot of girls too. Oh lord. We set up tables and chairs. Get the bumpiest car stereo going. Everyone is drinking and firing rifles into the hills. Shit is so cash. The girls hate the guns and are generally worthless. Some half-dozen weed-smoking members of our cohort nip off to smoke a blunt. Need to go to the top of the tallest nearby hill to acquire best smoking spot. Get to the top. The hill overlooks a valley, and on the side opposite of us. The sun was starting to go down, so we needed to get back to the party camp. BBQ time. Whipping burgers and steaks up on the grill. Oh my god, that shit is delicious. My friend Dan has lived down the street from me our whole lives. Essentially, we have known each other since elementary school. Dan is fat, but funny, so it's tolerable. He comes up to me and quietly says that he wants to go home. I try to get him to tell me what's up, but he doesn't give me a straight answer. I'm sure he was right spooked by the farmhouse like I was. Eating jello off of a girl's stomach, so don't really give a shit. Today was a good day, after all. brought lots of cut wood. But number 2 and I get the bonfire going. The light of the bonfire illuminates someone fucking walking towards us in the desert. The Army are walking along the direction of the road. Everyone essentially shits their pants, turning the music off and scrambling, thinking it's an axe murderer, or even worse, a cop. It is just this fucking dude in a hoodie, walking in the middle of the pitch black desert, somewhat drunk and confused. In light of the strange circumstances, we are relieved that it is just some relatively friendly guy, about our age, maybe no older than 20. We tell him he scared the shit out of us, and asked what he was doing out here. Hiking. Do you know how creepy that is? Someone says, referring to the fact that he was walking around, randomly, in the deserted plains in the dark, by himself. Yeah, he's a creepster. We made several jokes calling him the creepster, but he seemed like a quiet but good-natured fellow, and laughed with us. We asked him to hang out with us, and got him a beer. He had sort of strange mannerisms, like a drug burnout, and a scar on his mouth, like a cleft. Lip scar or something. I'm so fucking stupid. The whole time, the hoodie guy is acting in a strange way. Like he is waiting at a DMV, or sitting in a dentist office or something. I don't know how else to describe it. I remember thinking that he was probably just awkward. It starts to sink in for me, maybe 20 minutes later, that something's incredibly wrong. That something incredibly wrong is going on. I start to feel panic. I start to pack my shit anyway. It is past midnight, and some people have already left. I tell bro number 2 that we're about to oust this joint, and that we should smoke before we hit the road. I tell him to get Dan, because he's always down to smoke. Dan is completely missing. Where the fuck is Dan? We ask everyone. We asked them when they last saw him. We walk around the area with flashlights, thinking he had to call his mom, or he pissed his pants, while he was taking a shit out in the desert. We blow up his phone, with calls and text messages to no response. He was not. Bro number 2 and I drive around honking, with the brights on, trying to locate him. We have been looking for him for 45 minutes. Dan is gone. We hope, we pray, that Dan was serious about going home, and he got a ride with one of the guys who left earlier. No, he really needs to leave right now. We can drop by his house to see if he's there. For some reason, everyone assumes that we will take care of Hoodie Guy. They get in their cars and say goodbye. I am the driver, and I would feel like an asshole leaving Hoodie Guy out in the fucking desert. How would he get home? How did he get out here? How did he get out here? I offer him a ride. I'm actually sweating on the trip home. Bro number 2, in the passenger seat, asks him where he lives. He gives us verbal directions to a street, Calle de la Plata. My stomach drops instantly. That is the street where both Dan and I live. Bro number 2, a short distance away. Holy fucking shit. We say nothing. There is no, oh wow, we live there too, or, how long have you lived there? The rest of the ride is in silence. We bring him to the major intersection, just a block away from where Dan lives. We drop him off there, and he thanks us. We go to Dan's house. His mom, but no Dan. I wanted to worry her. We don't tell her, or call the cops or anything. He must have gone off to party with some other troop. I called Dan in the morning. I think it was one of the most emotional conversations I've ever had in my life.
Fuck.
I was literally in tears. I don't know why. It wasn't sadness. Dan's story is as follows. He watched us leave the party camp last night. He said goodbye to us.
What
he says that we left abruptly with the Hoodie Guy. Dan, where were you last night? You were gone for at least 2 hours. You spent almost one of those 2 hours looking in the desert for your ass. I was there the whole time.
That's what I'm doing!
No, you weren't. No, you fucking weren't. Did you go take a shit for 2 hours somewhere? I was there the whole time. Completely without words, I spent a lot of time just sitting in chair, thinking over what happened. Then I get a call from bro number 2, who has a much worse story. We go over to see Brent. And Brent was one of the guys who was at the party camp. He brought the chicks. The chicks were over there too. When I went to see him, they say that we never looked for Dan. They say that Dan was never missing. He was there the whole time, and we left before he did.
What is going
They said that he
on?
arrived with the hoodie guy. That the hoodie guy, that he was with us in our car when we got there. I tried to calm down and explain to them that that's impossible. We arrived with Dan. Why didn't you call him the creepster then? I asked her. I don't know, he was just really quiet, and had this weird scar. No, you fucking saw him walk out of the desert. He walked out the pitch black darkness. You were fucking there. Bro number 2 and I are yelling at the top of our lungs. They was gonna understand what we were so upset about. They keep telling us to calm down. They do not remember how strange it was that he was out in the middle of the desert. He came with you. Dan does not really ever hang out with us anymore. He was always a fun guy to be around. His mom says he's going through some personal struggles, but since March 2012, he does not really even talk to us anymore. He does not really talk
What's
to me or
happening?
Bro
What
number 2.
happened, dude?
Sometimes I wonder if my friends had some sort of amnesia or collective blogging. Sometimes I wonder what happened to Dan when he was gone for 2 hours. Sometimes I wonder if the hoodie guy was a fucking human being. California Mimic. I've never told this story to anyone, and I don't really intend to tell it again. I have a pounding migraine today, and this thread has kept me good company. As I've
Why
touched
is it not working?
I don't really like talking about this time in my life, but I want to contribute. When I was 10 to 12, I lived with my mother. We were both below poverty level poor. We lived up in the mountains around Santa Cruz, California. My mother had a friend that owned a large bit of property up there, and he let us stay in the trailer.
Why is it
Our
not
trailer was very small and was right beside
giving me it?
a chain link fence ran around the garden to keep the dog the owner had out, along with other animals, deers and things. Deer and things are very common in
Load
the
something?
area.
I don't know.
Also,
I
inside
don't know
the
what the
fence
hell
area
happened.
was a single room. It was built like a tiny house, but it was only a single room on the inside. The room had electricity, and since our actual trailer didn't, I spent a lot of my time in there. I was super into video games.
Oh my god.
There was one thing we should say right now. The fenced-in area
I'm gonna
was
get
only a
this
small part of the
fucking
property,
building,
but
Rod,
most of it was heavily forested.
to never use
Also,
it because
I refused to
don't
leave
really
the
like
fenced
using
area
stuff of that
because the owner's
nature.
dog
That would
had been
be
mistreated by
helpful.
children in the past.
I'm
It was
not.
very sketchy towards me all the time. If I was alone, it would bite at me, even through the fence. The fence was tall, at least 7 feet high, and wasn't movable though. So as long as the gate was closed, I was safe. That said, tiny bit of the property, there is no one else around for miles and miles. Now, I tell you all of
Yeah,
this
it is completely
because I think it is
fucking
important you understand what kind of scene this was
frozen right
before
now.
I really get into this story. We have a fenced-in location that seems fairly safe. It contains a trailer and a single room with power that is not connected to the trailer. Nothing else around for miles.
Why?
My mom's van is parked out in front
Is
of the
it
gate
not
to the fenced-in area, and the single unpaved
doing
road
it?
runs from this garden for a mile to the main house.
Why is this
Now
not
then,
working anymore?
I brought friends up there to sleep over here and there. We all thought it was pretty cool, you know? Like camping out. Sort of. Besides, we would get our own room to stay in, to play video games all night. It was like a dream come true. The downside was simple. When it got dark out, it got really dark out. No city around, and the trailer would not be lit up. There was no bathrooms used in the room, and you would have to walk through the dark garden in order to get to the trailer to use it. Odd things happened out there from time to time.
I
It
just
was always
need
something
this.
that could be
I
somewhat
just
easily
need
explained.
one more
Noises
fucking
like people
magical
working at
wood.
night sometimes.
What is so
Or once, me and a friend
crazy?
were sitting out in the garden, and we saw a big shadow. And we saw a shadow as big as a small bear bound up a tree.
What is?
But the tree didn't shake like there was weight on it. The dog also creeped me out, but you know, angry dog. I
What
was a
in the
kid.
fuck is
It
happening?
happens. Now, I am a scaredy cat. I always have been.
No,
To be
fuck
honest,
that. I
don't know
got.
why I even come
I
out
got
of
the
this.
fucking thing.
I have trouble walking through
Alright,
the house.
fuck that shit.
My friends, however, tend to be more outgoing. Just the kinds of
Fucking
people
magical wood.
I get
I'm
along
getting
with.
fucking magical wood.
This time, I had a friend over. His name was Jacob. We were staying up all night, playing Sonic the Hedgehog 3.
I don't know why it's doing that. I don't know why it's doing that.
On a ratty old television.
So I'm just getting magical fucking
We
wood.
started playing as the sun went
Because
down.
I
And by the time we
fucking
were
got the
finishing up,
goddamn wood.
It was about 2 a.m.
I built it.
And that's when we
I'm
heard.
done with that.
We turned off the game, getting ready to find something else to play. There was a rumbling in the woods, behind the room we were in. Like somebody was rolling something really heavy around. We never heard it before, because the noise from when we were playing was loud.
Because I got that shit.
Immediately,
I have
I had
this shit.
goosebumps. Jacob
Fuck
was not
that.
really
It's
worried.
not gonna suddenly
But it's
stop
not like there was
fucking
someone
working
else's
on me.
house or yard
Because that's
right over
bullshit.
there. It was forest for miles. And it sounded like someone was screaming.
Yay! I got
or
it.
some shit. Dragging and
Legitimately.
rolling something really big. Eventually, Jacob
Yes, it
convinced
just
me
fucking
to just play
died.
something
I don't know
else.
what happened.
I agreed on the condition that we turned down the volume
Fuck.
so we could
I
hear
don't
something
want to do
happening.
any more of those.
We started playing, and I didn't even notice the noise stop because I was getting engrossed. A couple of hours later, Jacob said he had to use the bathroom. I was feeling fine by then, so I was fine. When he left to the trailer to relieve
String.
himself,
I could do string.
it was taking a while, so eventually I decided I was going to go check on him. Besides, I could use the bathroom and grab a snack while I was at it. I opened the door to leave, and he was just standing on the doorway, right outside the door, facing it. Scared the shit out of me. I asked him what he was doing, and he just stood there, blocking the exit. I realized he must have sneaked up to the door, because I could hear him walk away from the room, but I hadn't heard him walk back up to the room. It was super quiet out there, without the noises of the city. I should have been able to hear. He refused to say anything or respond.
Please,
He
just
stood there.
work. Fuck you.
I told him it was really creeping me out.
Fuck you. I'm
It
not
was not
doing that
unlike him to
shit.
try and scare me like this.
I built it. I
decided
got
to
the
just go to the
shit.
trailer and use the bathroom myself.
I am so done with
Partially
that
because
shit.
I knew my mother was asleep in there. I told him what I was doing and moved past him. When I pushed him out of the way, his skin felt freezing to the touch. I jumped a little, but it was a cold night.
Yes, I
And yet
got
it's
it.
something
I
out there
got
like
the
30 minutes.
resources and I
So I
crafted it.
figured that was to be expected.
I don't know why it's
I
not
walked as quickly as I
crafting
could
it.
over to the trailer.
That is
He followed me.
ridiculous why it's
Right on
not
the trailer.
crafting it.
It was unnerving.
So
joked
dumb.
saying that he already surprised
Just
me by
let me
sneaking at the
get
door.
my shit.
The joke is over already.
I got the
Finally,
resources
when I got to the trailer,
and
he
I
walked in.
built it.
He didn't. He didn't follow me.
Fuck off. I'm not doing
Just
that
stayed at the
one.
doorway. I checked on my mom, who was fast asleep. Then turned to go into the bathroom. Now, it being a porta potty, we kept the bathroom door shut because, well, it smells bad.
Fucking over this shit.
When I reached for the door and tried to open
Hopefully
it,
this will be
It's locked.
fixed
I
next
never forced
time,
him to
but
behind the door.
today I'm not
I'm in
closing the whole game
I quickly
just
turned
for
to look at
one recipe
but the door was still open.
because that
And
is
it was
so
like- But a pitch
ridiculous.
black night.
It worked once and suddenly it
I would've
doesn't
turned
want to
back
work
the
at all.
if he
No,
stood behind me.
fuck that. That is
Gone that
stupid.
way. There's no way to do it.
I
Quietly.
don't know what this
It
does.
creaks like a motherfucker. I yelled so loud that my mom woke up, startled. I stared at the doorway, unable to bring myself to move a muscle. She got up, walked over there, and looked out.
Can you move?
Not seeing anything, she closed the door and asked me what was wrong. Now, Jacob was coming out of the bathroom and acting pretty normal, but a bit confused. I explained what had just happened. Jacob said he was taking a long time in the bathroom. Basically, neither of them
So
believed
what does
me
this
at all.
even mean?
No matter how much I insist, my mom is sure that I just got sleepy and imagined it. Jacob thought I was trying to prank him.
How's
So my mom gets out
this?
a big flashlight and walks us back to
Oh,
the room.
sprinkler.
She tells us to go to sleep, then leaves and goes back to bed herself. Now, this room
What
doesn't
is this
really have
for?
windows or anything. So, after a while, I calmed back down a little. I'm telling myself
Is there a
that my
way
mom was
to
right.
figure out how that
I must
works?
have had like a walking dream or something. Jacob
I'm gonna put it
insists
upstairs.
he was in the bathroom the whole time, and I'm inclined to believe him. because there's just no way to really get around without being heard. So I settled down. I'm a little rattled, but I'm thinking I could just sleep it off through the night. Suddenly, the dog starts going nuts, right behind us. The room is up against the fence, so the dog must have been like right behind the room, on the other side. I feel like I jumped so high. I was surprised I didn't hit the roof. Jacob's laughing at me like...
I don't know why everything is just so shitty right now.
As a small business owner, you...
Jesus Christ. Shut up. So fucking loud. I got the resources and I paid for it. I got the fucking shit. Alright, so I don't even want to hear that I cheated. I got the fucking materials, I put them in the grid, and they didn't craft it. After the first one, I don't know what happened. Some bullshit happened. Because that is bullshit. So I don't know where the hell to find diamonds. They're like impossible to find.
On Spirit, you can change or cancel flights for no fee.
Off.
Do you go back to work?
Piss me off. I'm just gonna put shit away and then go to bed. Yes, I don't know why it did that. It's that guy. The weird monster, dude. Man, it's crazy that I can't see none of them. I don't know what that is, but that's not normal. Those are shulker things. Shit is fighting over there. What the hell is fighting over there? Okay, they're coming at me. 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 Alright, I'm gonna see what the hell they are. Holy shit. I don't know what the hell they are, but they're not cool. Oh shit, oh my god. The hell is this thing? Oh, there's things here. Hey, first time doing that. Okay. So yeah, they're right now they're not really spawning. The only things that are really hostile and spawning are those damn like jumper cable people. It's like, how far does this peace candle go? Because it has to go farther than it's saying it is. Because this is way more than 3 chunks away. That is way more than 3 chunks. I know, because I checked 3 chunks around the radius, and I've also checked 3 chunks past that. So, something is afoot here. It's under the fucking ground. I'm just gonna walk through here and see what happens. For whatever reason. God damn it, what a... I saw a chest over here, though. Yep. God, they're behind me. Or in the ground behind me, I don't know. Okay. Oh my god, that's a village. After 1,000 fucking years, I found a village. I'm not gonna be able to get anything from them, but you know what? I fucking found them. After like 1,000 years, I finally found a village. This better be a cool village. Thank God. People, things that I don't have to kill. Well, I still have to go back, but I am actually great that I found this village. And very overgrown. Alrighty. Alrighty. Yeah, the other things were better. It's so much ore, but no fucking diamonds. The musician guy. Hey, man. Ooh, there we go. Interesting. And he got some door. Takes tallow for this and hey. Hey, an engineer. Is like nothing spawning naturally anymore? Right. I guess that is just how that is, huh? Alright. Oh, I found a village. That's the best part of today. I found a village. And this village is actually pretty big. No animal keepers. Strange enough. Alrighty. Well, I guess I found things. And rats. I might find rats somewhere. Okay. Righty, I think I might head home in the morning and put all of my treasures away. No bed in here. I gotta find a bed now. Oh. There we go. A bed. A bed where I could just steal it for the night. I'm just gonna steal it for the night and I'm gonna head home. And not too far away too. disagree with reasons I point down, but it's what I got. Jerry. Fort. Alrighty. Hunter are controlling this village. Oh, it does have a giant gap in it. Okay. Can I? Oh, I found the thing. I found the thing, right? I know I just found it. Here it is. I'm at it. It's find it. Oh, and accept a bounty. Why is that common? I don't even think I can find one anywhere near here. Well, I don't even have room to even do any of that, so I gotta head back now. Hey man, chilling out, awesome. Okay, I gotta head straight back home. Alright, now I'm gonna put my shit away and go to bed. Well, I found a bunch of shit, so hallelujah, I guess. Oh, what the hell? The hell is this? Okay, I don't know what this is. No! No! What the hell? This does. This gives me something to build. Alright. Well, anyway. damn it, just get me up it. Where's anything? Other than that fucking guy again. Like, it's always this guy. Why is it always this guy? What are you doing? Where is he? I don't know what it's doing, but it's trying to take one of my sheep. Right. Right, I'm done. I'm done, I'm done. I'm done. Hey. Hey, thank God my stream didn't fucking die on me again. Right. Yeah, nothing else was spawning. Like, what the hell is going on? I'm gonna get the sun. Alright, there you go. You got the sun. Alright, I'm done. Bye.